regretting sleeping through 4 years of French in high school. But c'est la vie! To avoid being an ignorant American tourist, I found myself a French tutor to really help me learn the language. And there she is now! Everyone, this is Kitty, aka La Petite Sean. I had a little bit of Duolingo on the flight over. I'm excited to learn from you today. Where's your beret?
I don't have one.
Phone!
Look, I was told I'd be talking about Rainbow Six and Valorant teams today, but instead they put me with this Emily in Paris knockoff. I think I can make it work, but she called me her little dog? Okay, so we are at a flower shop. We call that in French des fleurs.
Des fleurs.
Okay, you know what? It's okay. We will try with another word, huh?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Fougère.
Forgery. I can't wait to visit all of these cute restaurants all around Paris, or brasiers, as the French call them, right?
Yeah, that's the words.
Okay, so if I wanted to order a baguette, what would I say?
You would say, voulez-vous
coucher
avec moi?
Avec moi. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Perfect.
I'm gonna go try it out. Ooh, this is really cute. How would I ask to try this on?
Oh, actually, you can say, je mange des gens.
Je mange des gens. Okay. Je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens.
Des gens mange. Je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens, c'est une robe.
Where am I messing
Vous
up?
voulez essayer la robe?
No. Je mange des gens, s'il vous plaît.
Non, on mange pas les gens chez moi.
Kitty has been the best teacher so far. I feel like I'm picking up the language really quickly. I mean, whenever I speak with real French people, they seem so surprised by how good my accent is. I'm doing très bon.
Oh là là, et puis ça y est, je suis américaine. On a compris que t'es américaine. On a compris.
Kitty, I did it! He even gave it to me for free.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Come with me, yeah.
What did I get? Do we get jam? Okay, so as I get it, the French don't really like the American tourists, right?
Not really.
So what can I say to have them truly embrace me as a local?
Just tell them.
Mbappé et Plumer! Kitty, it worked! They've accepted me as one of their own! I'm off to see Paris, and it's all thanks to you!
Bon débat.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Hey, welcome. Go ahead, take a seat. We ran out of office space here, so we're making do. Listen, I don't know if anyone's kind of told you what we're doing today, but we're just gonna have a chat. And honestly, I would prefer to call you by your real name, if that's okay.
Oscar?
Yeah, Oscar Canelis Colocha. Actually, no, we're just gonna stick with Maxwell.
Okay.
Listen, I know that you auto-dub a lot of your content into English. Are you planning on doing that for this interview?
No, this is my normal voice, and I will use it in English. Also, you're a highly respected journalist, Avali.
Thank you. Now, during your time with Counter-Strike, you played for more than 15 teams in 8 years. Was that because you couldn't make friends?
I actually have a lot of friends, but it's hard to make friends in gaming because people are like you, like rude.
It's kind of personal. Did you ever think that maybe in those 8 years that you were the problem? Was it hard for you to leave Counter-Strike for Valorant? Or does being from Catalonia make the idea of separation come easily?
No, it was really easy. It was really easy because I was tired of playing Counter-Strike already and I wanted something new.
Because you aged out of it?
No. How old are you?
That's a very weird question to ask a woman.
No.
Did your mother teach you your manners?
I think women and men are the same.
In what way?
I can ask you anything that you can ask me because we're the same.
When's your next monthly cycle?
But that doesn't have anything to do with your age.
Hold up. We just said that we can ask each other the same questions as man and woman.
Okay, I'm gonna answer them.
All right, well, let's move on. You recently became sponsored by Red Bull. I can see it on your shirt.
Yes.
Is that because being over 30, drinking it is the only way that you could stay awake?
I'm not gonna get rage baited by that.
It's fine. Why do you think that's a rage bait?
Your attitude.
My attitude?
Yes.
This is just the way my face looks. Now, Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the esports scene. By majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
It does mean what?
Sorry, I didn't auto-dub it. Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the scene. But by majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
Oh. That's a lame one.
Your mom is lame?
No, my mom is not
That's
lame.
incredibly rude. She gave life to you.
Yes. But no. I mean, it's a lame question. It's a very lame question.
I'll be sure
You can do better.
I'll be sure to let our writers know.
Yeah. Do it because
Look straight into the camera and tell our writer that you just don't think he's doing a very good job.
you probably chat GPT the question or something. You need to, I don't know, do your research.
You're the owner of Club Otakar. I'm glad that you could come to EWC, but why didn't you bring your club with you?
Because we're starting, we're new. We have only a Valorant team and we need more to compete in the rankings and everything.
Is that just your way of saying that you're broke?
Yeah.
Did you turn to team ownership in the hopes of being less unsuccessful?
Less unsuccessful?
I mean, can your club beat any team that is not named LK?
That's a good one. That's actually a good one. You did your research there.
Thank you.
We can. We've done it.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about you.
Okay.
Right? When you retired from gaming to go into streaming, was it tough to transition from a job playing video games all day to a job playing video games all day poorly?
No, it wasn't.
A challenge frightens you?
No.
Now, we have had our fun, but I do have one final serious question for you, if that's okay. When you eat oatmeal, do you prefer it to be lumpy or do you mix well?
I don't eat oatmeal. I just eat tortilla.
Tortilla?
Yeah. It's like
I live in California. It's like we almost invented tortillas.
No, but not that kind. I lived in California as well, but you're talking about something else.
I'm talking about like Taco Bell, right?
No. You mix
Chalupa.
the eggs.
No, you get this from the supermarket. It's flat, it looks like a frisbee, you could chuck it.
No. That's the Mexican tortilla, it's not the Spanish one.
Who came first?
Yo, I'm done? Can I leave or no?
Yeah. Well, hold up, we still have a couple more. This isn't even your floor! Guess he doesn't mix well with others.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy. Etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender, captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
At the Esports World Cup, the flames of victory burn brightly as champions are crowned.
Optic have found it! It's done! I don't believe it!
But that fire only lasts for a year.
Optic Gaming winning back-to-back EWC would definitely mean a lot to us. I think this team is super confident and we're ready to go.
But you don't got the gunny like Dashy. Going for the Eagle Chow, lines up all 3!
Rivalries grow bright red, waiting for their chance to be set ablaze. Some for a second time.
Draza, the whole squad! FaZe! They've done it!
Winning EWC in 2024, I think, was unique just because it was just so brand new that it felt like a world championship in itself. To the players in Optic, I feel like this is going to be another finals matchup, so hopefully y'all come prepared this time.
The timing on this one, Number! Gotta finish the kill! People's box to find the kills. Renclaw! Water kill!
And others have felt the warmth of the flame, only to burn out just a moment too soon.
Being on the losing end of it, I feel like it gave me a lot of grit. I think my game just stepped up to a whole nother level this year. My team is the best team at this event, and we're ready to just show up.
Bashanti, the man on a mission that makes it look impossible. He's fake.
With the competition raging wildly this year, whose fire will rise to the top? Welcome to Black Ops 7 at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome into Black Ops 7 here at EWC 2026. So excited to kick things off here on the Bravo stream and get into a bunch of games that frankly matter a ton. We've got a first round matchup into a couple potential elimination rounds later in the day. Some of these teams still fighting for position as we kick off our Bravo stream for the first time. Goj, Seymour, Bryce here on the desk, bringing you all the action today. It's going to be a ton of fun today. Seymour, going to you first, my friend. How the heck you feeling? We got some fun games.
Feeling good. Yesterday was a quick one in terms of the matches, a long day in total, but 3-0s, a 3-1 from Team War over Optic Gaming, or Optic Gaming taking it over Team War. Only match that went to a map 4, so I'm hoping that today we get a little bit of a closer competition. A couple of these challenger teams might be looking for revenge, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, Bryce, welcome back, man. Bravo stream, gonna be a ton of fun with you.
Yeah, it should be pretty good. I've got some very good games today, and that's kind of the key thing here. Nobody wants to listen to me. They just want to see the gameplay.
That's exactly right. We got a ton of fantastic matches. Before we get into it, though, there's a lot more on the line than just the matches themselves, even just Black Ops 7 itself. We've got the club championships. Let's take a look at the overall standings and what some of these organizations are playing for, because there are a lot of points on the line. Could pick up 1,000 points if you could win it all at the end of Championship Sunday. So looking here first, the biggest story, of course, is that Team Falcons have made a huge move up our leaderboard over the past week with some of their performances and some other titles. They found their way to the top of our leaderboard. But Seymour, there's some other organizations here, like G2 in 12th currently with 1,000 points, that could make some big moves.
Hey, just last week, G2 hoisted the trophy in Warzone. We switched to Call of Duty now on the multiplayer side, and I think G2 are going to be excited to see if they can put it together with a roster change, bringing Beans in. I'm excited to see if this team can push further into the bracket. 100 Thieves as well. It's a bounce back from champs. Hopefully they can get it done.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, it was fun watching some of these orgs in the Warzone side, but on the Black Ops 7 side, things totally change. Bryce, I mean, some of the rosters, some of the teams that are on the bottom half of this leaderboard, this is a big opportunity because some of these teams, they haven't gotten their 8th place finishes yet. They haven't been eligible for prizing yet. Anybody jump off the page for you, Bryce?
There's literally one, and it's Gentlemates. It's like the best team in this entire thing in Call of Duty for this side of it. It's the most likely. Realistically, the whole Club Championship rankings, I'm looking at 2 teams, and it's, well, maybe 3. The Falcons have been good recently, but it's Thieves and the Gentlemates. Those are the 2 most likely teams to get into some serious points and start getting into a position where they can do some damage on that leaderboard.
Yeah, and Gentlemates are an interesting story for many reasons in Black Ops 7, but on the Club Championship side, they've picked up their 8th place finishes that they need. They desperately need more points if they want to earn more prizing. So a lot going on in the Club Championship scene. So let's take a quick look about all the updates going on.
100%. I mean, I'm super confident in our team that we're going to win the whole tournament. So, like, I'm not worried at all about making the club championship.
Yeah, I think they can do it. I mean, I think the Thieves this whole year for COD has been a solid team. So I feel like they'll be able to pull out a top 8.
I don't think we should win this tournament, but I think we have a high percentage, and I think we can. We put a lot of effort into us. I'm confident this.
I definitely think that their team is way more competitive now since they added in a Luca. I feel like they looked a lot better at champs. Obviously, we ended up losing to them.
The Gentlemates' strength, especially for this event, I think will just be a little bit of home crowd cheese. I mean, I think they'll ride the crowd. Yeah, I think the Gentlemates can make a top 8 finish at EWC.
I think Gentlemates is a really good org, and they have a good team. I think their strength is in Georgia Thieves, and I think their weaknesses is in their teamwork.
I mean, I think the Gentlemates, they've been a pretty solid team all year. Obviously, they added Joe to their team recently. Definitely think I could see them getting top 8 for sure.
I mean, the Heretics, I feel like, have had a really weird year. I mean, honestly, they're a team that honestly plays us well for the most part, at least online. But besides that, it really depends on matchups.
I don't have a lot of respect for them. I wish I could play against them again, since I want to, let's say, smash them.
So first up, obviously, I'd have to put FaZe first. I think we're light years ahead at the moment. Next up, I'll probably go Thieves. I feel like they're going to just have a little bit of hunger this event. After that, I'll probably go Gentlemates. Next up, I'll go Falcons. And then last place, I'll just go Heretics.
Falcons, FaZe, Thieves, Gentlemates, and Heretics.
I mean, obviously, I have Thieves, like my own team. I have us winning. Second, I would put FaZe. Third, I'd put probably Gentlemates. And then I'd put Falcons.
A quick look at what some of our organizations are thinking. Seymour, some confidence and some maybe not so much.
Like, I gotta say, I know he's new to playing CDL on Falcons, but Lucas gotta have a little bit more confidence, man. It's just straight up say that don't think we're gonna win this tournament. I mean, they just placed top 3 at champs. Like, I'm hoping that they can do it again and show up.
It's not wrong though, to be honest with you. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fine. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to go, oh no, you've got to say you're gonna win everything. It's a lie. Don't lie.
Listen,
he's right. They're probably not gonna win it.
Here's the thing. If Falcon
have false confidence.
If Falcons just have a good placement, though, club championships are looking great for them. They're at the top right now. If they can put up some solid points, you never know. Folks, we got a lot going on here at EWC 2026. Let's take a look at our overall timeline of the games that have been going on. We were talking about Call of Duty Warzone for good reason. It was last week. It was week 4, but you can see all of the different titles that we've been able to showcase here at EWC from week 1s all the way to week 4. And here we are, week 5. Of course, Call of Duty is where we're at right now, Black Ops 7, but we've also got PUBG Mobile going on, Honor of Kings, Tekken, all going on at the same time. A lot of games with some very loud crowds.
Yeah, I mean, we literally have PUBG Mobile right in front of us on the desk, and then Honor of Kings right behind us. That's what I like right now about EWC in Paris, is that this is a very tight-knit community that we have inside of the arena. All the stages surrounding each other. It's loud, it's fun, it's exciting.
Well, we got to hone in on Black Ops 7, folks. If you don't know how this format works, we've got a nice video for you.
Call of Duty Black Ops 7 kicks off here at the Esports World Cup. The CDL's 12 teams will meet alongside 4 of the most proven challenger squads for all to see. This rendezvous in the City of Love will end with only one victor. Participating clubs from the CDL are automatically qualified in. Joining them are the top 3 challengers teams from Champs and 1 last chance qualifying team. First is the group stage. Over the first 2 days, these 16 teams will be split into 2 groups of 8, sending it through a best-of-5 double elimination bracket. Only 4 teams from each group will advance. Now, it's time for the playoffs. Out of the 16 teams that participated in groups, we're left with the top 8. These teams will face off in a best-of-7 single elimination bracket. One mistake and you're out of the tournament. No second chances here. And now we've approached the last day of the tournament. For this final spectacle, 2 semi-final matches take place. The loser losers of each will get the chance to settle who walks away as third. The winners advance to their last match. The grand finals is a best-of-9 grueler for the biggest slice of the $1.8 million prize pool. The teams have played their hearts out to this point, going undefeated from the start of the playoffs. This is not the time to choke. The winners will cement themselves in EWC history and become the champions. At the Esports World Cup, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Nothing is granted, everything is earned. Great video. Big shout out to Enigma for that one. Our format, pretty unique, something we don't oftentimes see with Black Ops 7, a chance with GSL type bracket. You got to work your way through group stages. Win 2 before you lose 2, Bryce.
No, absolutely. And basically every other group stage is not worth doing, but this one actually matters. And hey, this is a reminder for anybody out there who does other group stages. Don't do them, do this one. Every game does matter. Because you have to win every game, there's always something at stake. You don't get those games with 2 teams, you can't make it out. It's every game here between elimination games and qualifying games.
We had the same format in Challengers Finals, and it was really exciting. We had upsets galore, and I think that that's what we look for here at EWC as well. Not to mention, you go into a single elimination bracket, like there is no second chance after that.
Second chances are here and right now, folks. You can see the crazy prize pool. We've got $1.8 million on the line, Bryce. We got $600K if you can win it all. We're starting down at the bottom of this for now and working our way up. If you just get to this stage, $20,000, but then it scales up from there.
No, it absolutely does, and it's something that a lot of the teams qualifying for this have been really focused on, right? You've got to get here to get the lion's share of the prize. It's already good money just walking into the door here. You almost get as much as some of the casters going through. But as you go through this tournament, it gets better and better, right? You continuously make more and more money. It also means that these games have not only that competitive edge of I want to win every single game, but when I do so, well, that's more money coming my way.
That's exactly right. You're going to see a lot of celebrations, even today, as they're working their way through our bracket here in the group stages. But folks, a lot's been going on here with Black Ops 7. This is day 2, technically, our first show here on Bravo. Let's take a look back on what happened in yesterday's Rewind, brought to you by STC.
Welcome in. I'm Avalie. I've got Trav and Markman with me to talk about all of the incredible games that we've been able to see so far. Mark, you literally just got here a couple days ago to Paris, so have you had the steak frites yet?
I have not, but I have been enjoying all the good Tekken that's been going around, so it's been a fun day of competition so far. We have the legend like Nee. He's one of the players that's been playing since the very first Tekken game. 13-year rematch in the making with AK from the Philippines going up against Nobi from Japan. They first met when AK was 13 years old, and he's here having a rematch with them 13 years again later. Two-time defending reigning champion Ulsan from South Korea. He got knocked into the lower bracket.
We do have some other games that we've got to talk about, Trav. Starting with Stage 3, we do have some Honor of Kings. We do have a bracket that we can basically throw up just to see how things are shaken up. What have you seen so far?
Huge things about AGL, and I think across the board in the Club Championship, they're looking great. They're in numerous games. But I do want to focus down here on Team Vitality as well, because they were coming into this one really needing a win after a pretty stressful few weeks, to be honest with you. They've not been doing too well, and they were looking like one of the better teams in this game. But they just haven't really been able to get going.
Listen, we're literally on the boulevard of broken keys right now. We've got the big trophy behind us. That's where all of the players, the winning players, I should say, are able to insert their keys into the wall. Now we're getting into more of this team-based games. And here are the results for Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
I think it's fair to say some big noise for the fans. They're really out here supporting their teams. That's one of the main things. It's the question of whether or not this Esports World Cup being in Paris, having that support behind them is going to go that far. Gentlemate's clearly having that support from the crowd going a long way, and G2 as well.
We can take a look at the Club Championship timeline. We're at week 5 right now. We're more than halfway there, but look at how many more games we have to go. Take a look at these Club Championship rankings that we have right now. We did see Falcons pick up that big win. There's 1,000 points on the board for them, cementing them in that first place spot at the moment. Navi, who is currently in the lead, has now dropped to second. We have the second half of the rankings that we can see.
Yeah, do we have a third slide? We have a third slide for Team Liquid.
We could take a look at all of the games that are going to be played this week. Of course, we've talked about Call of Duty Black Ops 7. We got PUBG Mobile World Cup. We've talked about Honor of Kings. And of course, Tekken 8. And Mark, final question for you. Are you gonna go eat some steak frites?
Just because you guys told me to, I will do it tonight.
Yes! All right, you heard it. He said so. Thank you so much for joining me on the EWC Spotlight. That was today's show, and we will see you all next time.
Well, there you have it. A look back on everything happening here at EWC 2026. Let's talk Black Ops 7 at EWC, though, because we've got some fantastic matches. We've got to roll those onto the screen. It is time for the schedule for the day. We're kicking things off with Team Falcons versus Project Notorious P7. This is an interesting matchup. Seymour, any match today that you're most excited for? Is it the heater off the start, or is there one later?
It's got to be the first one. I mean, all of our challengers teams so far have showed up into their first match and have lost. Project 7 are looking to take on the Falcons, a team that plays top 3 at Champs, and see if they can knock them down here. And I think I'm excited to see what Project Notorious can do.
Right, same question to you, my man. Anything you're looking out for? Any other matchup you're excited for?
Ironically, this first game, it's kind of the same answer. It is one of the ones that kind of determines here. For the rest of them, it wouldn't surprise me how the rest of these games going, but I do favor some of the challenger teams. Boston Breach versus War is going to be an interesting one. Boston probably has that as well. But Omit in the pit against the Ravens and Cloud9, that are two of the games we could see challenger teams do something.
I know I'm a little bit biased here, but I actually think I favor all of the challengers teams on the schedule today, except for the first one. I think the first one's the biggest toss-up there for the Falcons, but other than that, I'm actually looking at these challenger teams to really take down the CDL guys.
Yeah, it is a big story. Challenger teams starting to throw their weight around a little bit in some of these matches, but the Crunchyroll story of the day is one that we've been hinting at. It is the behemoths, or potentially the flukes, that are the Falcons versus this notorious squad. Now, Bryce, let's go to you first on this story. This is one you both agreed is the biggest story of the day.
Right, first of all, let's get this out of the way. Massive fan of Aluka, right? Honest, charismatic, plays well, has lifted the Falcons into a whole new kind of realm. But reality is maybe quite different. Is this a case of Falcons being a top 3 team all of the time? I wouldn't say so. I think the top 3 is where it's going to be difficult for them to break into a second time. Thieves are probably not going to have a terrible, awful dumpster fire of an event again. That knocks them down at least one. Maybe they'll have some close games somewhere else. Top 5 is a good placement for them. Top 4, maybe if they can do. And if Thieves really go to bed, top 3 would be a dream. But it's one of those ones that's on the outside. It's not something that I'm going, yeah, they're definitely a top 3 team now.
So overperformed, but still top 8, top half?
Top half.
I mean, I feel like you could take like 3 to 6 and interchange them on any event so far. I think that you have a lot of high ceilings to take over, and I think that Falcons are looking the best they've looked all year. I mean, you can look from Major 1 all the way to Major 4 and just toss that out the window. Like, this team is revitalized. I think you got to give a lot of respect to Xnid. He's been putting in the work. He's really improved. And through a little turmoil going into Champs with those roster changes, you keep Kismet. He's on his roll. I mean, he's on his World Championship roll. He looks as good as he's looked all year long. This team looks like they belong together. And that is what is important, because that's what the story was for the Falcons all year long. They just didn't look like they mixed well.
Well, it's such an interesting roster for many reasons. I think one of the big question marks is chemistry going to be an issue or not, right? Aluka comes in right before Champs. That obviously pops off. They apparently overperform. But Bryce, I think the new question is, now with a little bit of work with the team, chemistry up, does team continue to go up, or is maybe things slow back down and he doesn't pop off as much as he did before?
My issue is not whether or not this team has got better in the last 3 weeks. It's the question of, have they got better than the elite teams in this tournament?
Okay.
I don't believe that is the answer. I am a big fan of the team. Players like Kismet, right, I think is probably one of the smartest, most consistent players you could possibly have in any roster anywhere. Has he underperformed this year? Yes. Was that probably the roster? Also, yes.
Well, let's swing the attention to their opposition, because we're saying that the Falcons maybe not better than some of the elite teams, but we've got a fairly elite team in the sense that they're a challengers team that made it to the finals. They almost reverse swept Omit.
Yeah.
Seymour, what do you think? Can Notorious do it?
I think that it's a big enough change to talk about having Cammy in place of Beans. I think that is going to be a big question mark for how everything comes together going into this matchup versus the Falcons. But you got to look at Project Notorious. I mean, they're hitting strides at the right time of the year, going into that championship finals in the last day of Challengers. We saw the best out of these guys. The thing is, and as much as I love them, is that all 4 of these players individually, we've seen them go to the league these past few years and underperform. So it's just now that you're playing against these CDL teams yet again, you just have to hit that ceiling and play more consistent, and that's what you look at in these guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big, interesting question. I don't know if do you agree, Bryce, that they could have a chance maybe? It feels like individual heroes that together aren't really working.
To quote a famous poet,
oh, I like this.
Life is like a box of chocolates, except this time, some of the chocolates might be rocks. So you could have a lovely sweet treat, or you could have broken teeth. And truthfully, that's how this roster plays. Sometimes brilliant, sometimes not. And that's not the quote for that one, but that's how I feel about them. They could be great, right? We've seen Cammy do well. Snoopy's had his great things. Eric Boom is the definition of it, by the way. That guy's either pulling off a two-piece or killing his own teammates. And there's no in-between with him, right? This is a mixed bag of a team. They have had some success this year, but they've also had some real big failures, and who knows what we get.
Yeah, who knows what we get. Wow, I am so excited for this matchup. One team with really nothing to lose and another team still a lot to prove here on the main stage. A lot going on. Let's head down to the stage to get into the action.
Obviously, because we won champs, and just doing what we do and making sure that we kind of keep the same things in place of what we were doing before.
We definitely expected more out of Ravens.
Keep playing deep away, and they're successful. 2 easy kills there formed.
We recognize that we're killing everything. Like, this is gonna be a lot easier than we thought.
Yeah, I think I am the best sniper in the league.
Beans got a sub to play with as well. Oh, quick swap!
If you've got a sniper on your squad, I'd recommend putting it away.
We're insane at all the game modes. I don't know. It's just that simple. And you've seen the S&Ds, they're only winning rounds off of clutches, you know. We're clearly in the driver's seat the whole time. So I ain't too worried.
I mean, I got a strong feeling that Optic, who won last EWC, they're gonna be ready and looking for revenge to go back-to-back at EWC.
Oh boy, continues to screen with a 6. And what a sick play! Boy electing, oh, what a nade! What a play from Abe! A wonderful 3-piece.
God, what are you doing?
And absolutely destroys Nashrup. That might as well be it.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to EWC. We have a game on our hands. This one could set a generational tempo going forward. On one side, the Falcons looking ascendant, looking like a team that proved everybody wrong at champs. But it is not just the one performance that matters. Walking into here, they have to be every bit of good, every bit of as electric as they have showed themselves to be against a team like Project Notorious.
Project Notorious, I mean, you make it to the Challengers Finals. You have a completely different team than what we saw in Birmingham when you won the Challengers Open. The only player still remaining is Eric Boom. So you come into EWC now, you see what now Eric at the helm of this team, who has made some major leaps and bounds into his own playstyle for Black Ops 7. So how do you take down a Titan? How do you step up to the challenge today? And I think that, you know, you make a little bit of a change with Cammy coming in. I think that hurts the pacing a little bit for this team. I don't think it's going to be an incredible change, like in terms of a downgrade, but we know Cammy and we know what he can do. And I think that firepower that he's going to bring to this squad is something that the Falcons should be worried about.
No, I 100% agree. I think Cammy has had a pretty good year. I know some of the fans aren't 100% sold on Cammy at this moment. I mean, his story has been interesting. At one point, looked like the greatest player. We all know the year of Cammy. Since then, it has been a question about whether or not he can return to Cold War Cammy. That has not really been the case. This year in Challengers has looked pretty good. But Challengers and the pro teams are a little bit different. Can he fire on all cylinders against players like Celian with a pedigree that has spoke volumes across generations of Call of Duty games? A Falcons team that has looked the best they ever had, and a Project 7 Notorious team that we don't know what we're getting.
I think that's the exciting part. Like, we don't know what we're getting from this squad. You know, we don't have an idea of how they've been scrimming against these guys. We don't know what they're looking like playing in Paris, but we know that they had a fantastic end to the year, and the major core is looking for revenge against the downfall that has been Black Ops 7. I mean, we saw Snoopy start the year inside of CDL. Same thing with Cammy. He's been up and down very, very much. Eric hasn't had that shot yet again. And for Johnny, it's just been tumultuous on how many times we've seen him go up and down. So you go up against the Falcons. I'm hoping that this team is ready. Yesterday, it was all 3-0s against the challenger teams, except Team War. Can Project Notorious change that?
A little bit worried about a Luca here because he actually got a team go straight off the rip, but I'm guessing, I thought that might be a restart, but I think he's okay here. Simply with the first blood, everybody just playing for a little bit of position as they go into this P1 to begin with, though. Project Notorious not going to be, you know, too bad about getting those first few points, but it's not about this first flurry. Holding this down, getting your rotations, and settling into the game.
For Den, this is something that I think Project Notorious can set some early tempo on, and starting off with an initial time off of P1, they're going to be looking for the rotation to new. Kismet's the only one that has snuck past, and immediately Snoopy's going to take him down. So you lock down those back spawns, looking for that easy transition, and you're taking care of business on the front line.
Well, back and forth, this is a big break if they can make it here. The Falcons are going to have to try and find something more. One through couches, that's going to be huge. Kismet has found the road and broken it open here. Notorious were getting ready to try and absorb some pressure, but already lost their tempo, exited with 2 at the same time. And the Falcons find their feet, find their points, and they're in P2.
Inside, they haven't broken those spawns in the back. So you're going to have a quick answer back from Project Notorious. Kismet immediately will fall, and a teammate from Snoopy is going to shake things up. A 1v1 in the end. Xnit holds on. Devastation from Project Notorious out the gates of this den. Falcons are going to flip this lead with 22 seconds left on this hill. It's going to be looking to the rotation and new. E7, they're not going to let that go.
Well, back and forth we still go. Falcons holding good for scrap. Shouldn't be another chow for them either here. You can already see the rotation on the mini-map. And here comes the first fight. Snoopy going to go through the door with Eric Boom, but Kismet finds him. Maluka combining beautifully. This new duo really making some waves going through here as the rest of the Falcons are locking in.
Yeah, a little bit of a shake-up out the gates, but Falcons are looking to find their footing. 8-4 start from Kismet. He's on 4 in a row. Inside that hill, he's going to try to make a flank play, so he's going to be behind everybody. P7 Notorious, they need to break this fast when you're actually going to take care of that flank. So it's all eyes forward.
Oh, Selim just trying to be the player they need him to be, and almost throws himself off the map here, but it's Cammy with 2. The NPC in his hand, he looks for some more players. Wallbang coming into it. Cammy now with 3. And that's a 10-7 for Cammy. A little bit of a resurgence here coming into the P3 for Project Notorious.
And that was the big question for Cammy coming in for Beans, is what does he look like with that NPC in hand? For the Bush, he was good. He wasn't necessarily needed to be that big SMG player, but for P7 Notorious, you can see that he is looking comfortable with the NPC in hand. Project Notorious building themselves back in at the back end of that P3, but this P4 is going to be super important as they rotate early.
Now they're into it. Project Notorious do have this advantage here. Kismet will try and get around the back. The rest of the team a little bit slow here. They're having to take their time to get through it. Johnny already picks off 1. He's looking for a second. It's going to be Selim. Selim better with the NPC this time. It's a good break from the Falcons if they can hold it. Cammy stands alone and does fall as the rest of the Falcons are going to be trying to pour into this point to deflect Notorious.
But you don't break the spawns in the back, though. Project Notorious going to be able to break this one if they can just get past to Luca. Luca finds 1. Kismet helps out. It's Selim in the hill with 2 trophies down. Still back spawns for Project Notorious as they're just down by a handful.
Difficult break though, they're waiting for it. Trade's going through. Trophy's doing an awful lot of work to deflect this pressure, and that should be a lock, stock, and 2 smoking hard points. As this time, the Falcons going to grab this scrap time and look towards P1.
And this is where you really need to start to step up if you're Project Notorious. You lost that P2 off the back of a team nade from Snoopy. You gotta think that this could be a different game if you were able to select yourself in that hill and set up properly. So you go to this P1, you have the less preferred spawn side for that P2 rotation. You're gonna do some work to see if you can send some players on routes.
Well, this score has got a little bit more narrow. Notorious clawing back the point. It has not been too big of a gulf between these teams so far. Exnid playing his life, waiting for it. Cellium comes to rescue him by taking down Eric Boom, and Exnid flies into the point here. I don't know if you saw that player behind him. It's going to be Snoopy, who has managed to slip the gap, but he finds a big kill up top broken. Cammy gets into it as well. They grab the spawn for P2. It's about as good as it possibly could be for Notorious.
That is fantastic. I mean, you're only down by 20, and you have those spawns over to New. Kismet, top broken. Looking to do a little bit of damage. Teammates working through the middle of the map. And you do get that back spawn from Exnid. So in trouble will be Eric Boom. He's got a lot of work to do right now. He's being hounded by these Falcons players. Eric's going to go down. And that's going to destabilize the setup of Project Notorious. 3 dead. Johnny, the only one here.
It went so well till it didn't. And a couple of kills here. This pinch is going to be massive, and that's a massive kill to make here from Johnny. Eric Boom finds another one into the point, and what could have been bad is beautiful in the end. And now the Falcons will have to run the roof. They've got to play it in towards couches. This will be a Luca. He's the pinch man.
Johnny on the outside, swings wide, 2-for-2 trade. A toss-up in the hill of who's going to walk out on top, and it's Cellium. Again, Snoopy, Eric in the back spawns. He tries to quickly insert himself into the equation, but instead, it's all Falcons in the feed. Exnid slides through the front, 3 players on the inside. Project Notorious not able to crack this one just yet.
They're going to get out of this. I mean, Eric Boom's going to try and get through, but they don't have the bodies. They don't have the trade position. Cammy finds one. Cammy finds 2, though. And they said, we'll still have this scrap time. You are not getting away from us now. And that spawn is out for Falcons.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2 versus 2 over to New. Exnid already in dojo. He finds a double kill. That's going to lock down the better side for the Falcons yet again. And this is where Falcons grew their lead quite considerably. Project Notorious going to have to break this one quickly. All 4 players up. They take 2 down.
Oh, managed to get into it. Just when it was looking a little bit bad for them. Cellium trying to play his life as long as possible. Not going to be a difficult kill that time around, but Kismet goes into the kill feed. It's a bit of a trade here with the pinstripe. And now it's all going to be about Project Notorious. They're in here, they have the bodies, they have the potential to get points, but pressure is on.
This one's been about a 30-point game for the past 3 hills. Project Notorious just haven't been able to break this lead. So you need to see some of these multi-kills turn into time. Eric Boom, a double outside of Tin. 3 go down. You're looking to lock down the middle of the map if you're Johnny, and Snoopy's doing the heavy lifting inside of the hard point. So this is where you can cut that lead, rotate early yet again. Falcons were able to break this one quickly last time around. Can we see Project Notorious step up? Kismet, he says no.
Simple kills like that should not be allowed to be made. Kismet has just run through and taken all of the pressure away. As the Falcons now find themselves with a couple of toe holds in. The back is going to be secure as well. Cammy misses a gunfight. And the Falcons, who weren't here, have found everything off of Kismet.
And look how disconnected Notorious are. 2 players going to hit that rooftop route. The other 2 looking to spearhead this one right through the middle of the map. A nade from Cellium is going to keep himself nice, high, and mighty inside this hard point. Full setup for the Falcons. Project Notorious, they need to wait for each other.
Well, here comes big pressure on the outside. Eric Boom does find 2. Goes down to Exnid. Exnid finds his own 2, though. Still holding, still flying. It's not going to be Exnid, though. Johnny gets it, but this is all just trying to stop a leaking dam. All these points are still going to Falcons. They have the better spawn. They're close. They don't have to go through the choke points yet, and that means more points on the board.
Yeah, well, it was once a 15-point game going into this rotation. Falcons have not let Project Notorious through. Going into the 3rd set of hills on Den. It is going to be all Falcons so far. For the last 2 hills, Kismet, first one in. You have a player working through outer. It's going to be Eric Boom trying to make that P3 route. He wins a big fight versus Exnid. Cammy on the front line. He has help. And Project Notorious are in.
Cellium on a 5. Looking to try and push this one as well. Snoopy's not going to get a single kill there. 3 line up for him, but he finds nothing as Kismet pulls off 2. Cellium grabs Cammy. And this is becoming around very, very quickly. The Falcons starting to stomp their authority on this map.
So how do you break yourself back in? Slow and steady. Project Notorious need to temper their pace and work together, but they haven't. It's solo chal after solo chal, and the Falcons are happy to clean it up. They can't win off this hard point. It's going to go to another P2 hill. You have the better spawns right now if you're Project Notorious, but you cannot allow any break from Falcons on this initial row.
Well, at the moment, Snoopy and Eric Boom have been a little bit quiet onto this map here. They did come alive on P3 earlier, but it's not been kind of full for them. Cammy's been at the forefront of almost every single fight that they've needed to win. The Falcons, though, know that they just need one opportunity. 17 seconds and a break anywhere will do it.
So you hold on. Rooftop being dealt with. 3 dead again. Xnid gonna have to wait patiently for the rest of the team, and it's just nothing but blue in that kill feed. Blocking the spawn to the back will be Snoopy, Cammy, the turret on the outside. Falcons just haven't been able to get across that middle line, but now everybody grouping up to the rooftops. Nobody taking extra routes. It's going to be a bang from the front.
Here comes the big push. This is where they go through as well. Exton does find 2, though. That opens the door. Celium's coming through with his teammate, and they find nothing. 19 seconds to go onto this one. Rotation now going to be one of the key factors they look for. But the Falcons give away a lot of points onto that P2. Can they get into P3?
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest test. You get the job done, but how do you get a successful transition when these ARs are set up? Celium cuts you down through the mid. It's going to be a big fight from Maluka. He finds 2 and locking down the new hill. This is where you said 17 seconds. That's all they need.
This might be the very final flurry. Project Notorious on the outside. They've already lost Cammy out towards the mid. They've lost Snoopy as well. There goes Johnny. Eric Boom will find 1, but sorry, mate, you're outside the hill, and that's game. And Team Falcons take map number 1. Close until it wasn't.
And it's just back to the basics for the Falcons in that last rotation. You lock down those kills over to P3. Luca with a double kill gets the team inside. You allow nobody from Project Notorious to get a trade. And it is easy to close it out on Den Hardpoint to kick off this series 250 to 188. And you said it. I mean, it was close for majority. It was that P4 rotation in the second set of hills. You get a big 40-second swing, and that really separates yourself. It makes the jobs of Project Notorious just so difficult.
Also, one of the things we haven't probably talked about yet is obviously coaching staff being on stage. On one side, you've got B-Sport Josh. On the other side, Clayster. But also, I mean, the Falcons right now, I am going to take a swing. I'm guessing that's their general manager and their performance coach that have kind of come through to take a look here. I could be wrong. But they are all just giving them the team talk at the time. A little bit different in this tournament with the addition of the coaches on the comms. Sometimes it makes it easier. Sometimes it could be a bit more complicated. I think most of the coaches at this event have already said it's better to not talk than to interrupt comms too much, so they're being very careful with the way they communicate to the players when the actual game stage is on.
We had a lot of conversations surrounding the coaches after Challengers Finals too. A lot of these coaches really proving themselves to excel in the environment that's been given. B-Sport Josh, one of them, for Project Notorious, and I think the props is for how you set up versus the Falcons and what they brought at the start of this game. I mean, you could see that Project Notorious really focusing on a lot of this team play towards the hills. I mean, a couple different executions, and I think that you had a lot better of a start from Project Notorious. That double kill from Snoopy in P2 really put yourself behind. You're just never able to recover from that lead that the Falcons gained, and towards the back end, I mean, that lockdown on P2 in the third set of hills was fantastic from Project Notorious. It's just too much of an ask to make such a long rotation from P2 to P3 to get that job done. And for Falcons who are coming out with a lot of confidence off of champs, you're looking to start EWC on a high note, and this is exactly what you're kind of looking for, just a nice, comfortable map 1.
Yeah, shake that rust off. Get ready to keep on rolling. Both these teams know what is at stake here. Getting this win under their belt, absolutely massive if they can do it. And the Falcons, they want to repeat. They know they have the fan base. They know everybody's super excited to see if they are as good as they could be.
I kind of want to pick your brain on this one too, because for the Falcons coming into something like EWC, we talk about the club championships. Do you feel like that has some extra weight to the jersey that you're wearing?
Oh, 100%. I mean, if you'd asked me 3 weeks ago before champs, I'd say the Falcons were a non-factor really going forward. Maybe they would get some points. I would definitely give them into the top 8 to get those points. Now, the Falcons are ahead in the club championship. This is the best Falcons team we've seen. A repeat of champs, getting like a third or something, would be massive for them. They're already, I think they're about 400 points ahead of second. Getting those extra points to put them even further ahead, it would be magnificent. And you are right, there is a lot of prestige going on for them here as well. We can see the fans already sitting down for this game. I'm curious. The pressure was on at champs. It's on again.
So just, can you compete? Can you step up and live up to that expectation right now if you're these players? And then how do you take it a step further? Maybe it's the communication, having Clayster in your ear the entire time. Maybe that can build you up. But on the other side, I mean, it just continues to put pressure on these challengers teams. Yesterday, you're watching them fall and not live up to that expectation. And for Project Notorious, you wanted to start off strong. You didn't get that at map 1 yet.
Well, funny enough, that was something I just want to quickly bring up. We saw it on screen a second ago. Talking about pressure here, Cammy did not look happy. He still doesn't look happy. I'm no body expert here. I mean, even I think Josh has come over to speak to him. Just a little bit unenthused. He was trying to talk to his teammates about something. It didn't seem like he was talking about breaks for this next one. He was talking about something he thinks may have gone wrong in that last map, and whether it's comms or whether it's something they need to just remind themselves of. He was vehemently just giving a conversation here. Obviously, I can't kind of jump into the comms, but I wonder, what's the mental state going on over at Project Notorious? They probably felt like they had an opportunity to win that at points.
Well, fist bombs coming through, issues being talked through and figured out going into the search and destroy. I think this is exactly where I see Project Notorious looking their best, is in those S&Ds. So I'm hoping that, you go into this one, you're looking at players like Snoopy to really find their form. He is one of the best subs, one of the best S&D players that we have in Challengers. And a couple seats over from him, a player that is renowned to be one of the best S&D players in Challengers, and Johnny. He has had a fantastic year. It was a big surprise, I think, seeing him come to this team in Project Notorious. I was very skeptical about it going into towards champs, but he fit like a glove, man, for this squad. So we go to Fringe, map number 2, already kicking things off with Exit off the sniper.
Oh, Exit. They've caught him a little bit. He's going to get out of here. Eric Boom, though, finds Kismet. That's first blood. Cammy finds Celium. And now Exit is like, can I find a pick here? Bring these numbers back into the realms of possibilities. Aluka's on the first side of it. Not the position you want to be in.
Aluka's going to bring one back. 3 versus 2. Project Notorious, no need to scam this advantage. Bomb is down right behind you. You have B on lock. You need to let the Falcons come to you.
Absolutely, do not give them anything if you can help it. Exnid is trying to find it. Can we get a kill? Bring it back to a 2 versus 2. Oh, the timing's bad for him, and Eric Boom finds him, and there goes the second. Project Notorious, first round.
And Project Notorious really locking down that first round is big. Stop the momentum, build yourself back in, and you play off of that first blood that you get to. You don't give Exit anything off that initial challenge for those snipers. Smoke's doing a good job at blocking that out. And as soon as they make that play for the B-bomb, it is a trap laid down. Everybody's set up. Project Notorious with a hard read. They've been doing their homework against this Falcon squad.
Let's see, how does the adjustment come through here? This time, Project Notorious on the attack. A little bit slow. One player out here. It's going to be Eric Bowen with the bomb. Project Notorious have not pushed anywhere yet. They're waiting, maybe looking for a little bit of information.
And they've completely given up a lot of space. Inside tools, inside bricks. You cannot chow any of these sites without playing this together. You need to have a player in position for a trade. So for Project Notorious, it's just set up, pick a site, hit it together. You're getting Eric Boom taking a lot of space towards Train, but you don't want to see him go down with the bomb without a player being there to trade. So he's going to back up, and it looks like this is going to be an A execute.
This is so much burnt time, though. Exnid ready. Looks for one and splits his fire between 2 of them. Now finds himself in a little bit of trouble. Gives it away before him, and everybody now into the rumble as everybody gets into it at the same time. It's going to be good, though. Falcons find 2, Falcons find 4, and Falcons win the round.
It's just a hard site to take early on when you give so much time away. You allow for the Falcons just to set a line in the sand, and as soon as they draw that, there's just no crossing it without walking into a crossfire. And Falcons off the first blood from Exit, a lot of damage off that Semtex. As soon as you take care of those players leaving tin, you isolate Snoopy on the inside of that bomb, and everybody else falls as soon as they cross through that door. So big round for the Falcons to answer back on their defense. You can see everybody's locked in from their side. They answer Project Notorious's call, and we can see what changes they make onto the attack going into their second round.
There goes a lot of nades already. Piling out. Cammy trying to thread it. He's already caught Exnid up towards the top here. This means you've got to play against it here. Eric Boom sliding about. Exnid trying to find him. Not going to be the easiest thing to do.
Look at how aggressive Project Notorious are getting inside of 10. Like, this is another situation where if the Falcons are going to re-wrap for an A execute, they're going to walk into the hellfire of a cross angle.
Eric Boom is sliding along that window for information over and over again. He's got to do it. It's always going to carry a risk. But now I think Notorious are kind of wondering where they're going to be here. But Kismet, that's a big kill onto Johnny. Opens the door completely for them now onto this bomb site. And Snoopy's like, well, I've got two players both sides of me. He finds one. Snoopy, that is magnificent. Cannot find the second. Cammy comes to the rescue. Finds his first. It's a pistol at dawn sort of situation. Eric Boom interrupts with the NPC. And now Celium in a 1 versus 2. 25 seconds in a dream. Already catches Cammy. 1 versus 2. It's Celium versus Eric Boom. And he decides to leave.
I mean, bomb's down 15 seconds, so Celium's going to have to make a play. This is one of the hardest kills that you can get in a 1 versus 1. But Eric Boom, is he up for the task?
Goes out the door again, doesn't see him. Gets into the bomb just about in time now, and well, Eric Boom's going to test it, going to try it, going to find it as well. Eric Boom does not let Celium walk away with that one.
And you win it losing first blood as well, so Kismet makes his way inside bricks. He's immediately going to be isolated by Cammy, who re-clears that bomb site. And all Snoopy had to do was get that 1 kill inside of 10. He buys enough time for Cammy to get into position. Cammy gets a little bit of help from Eric Boom. And the time is just low enough that Celium is not comfortable to take the 1v1. He has to play for the plants. Some good search and destroy being shown from Project Notorious on their defense. Nobody is scamming their kills.
Could have gone badly. Massive play by Kismet to find that first blood. From there, I thought the round was done, but Snoopy found his one, gave himself a trade. The rest of Notorious snapped in. Exnid again, looking for anybody. Smoke's going to cause a bit of an issue. And now he backs off. Movement could have cost him, but gets away.
This is another situation where Project Notorious are just giving up so much space off this initial. They're hoping that Falcon sends somebody on a route and gives up that first blood, but both teams are playing very poised. A lot of stature coming out. Nobody giving up anything for free. So this looks like it's going to be Project Notorious making a play over to B, and Johnny just rips Exnid out of the window.
A good start, but there's no kind of trade follow-up going for it. Snoopy might have found the timing. Oh, that is unbelievable for Snoopy. And now they have the advantage over towards this bomb site. They could potentially get it down. They've got 32 seconds.
But they don't know that these two players are here, so, I mean, the timing couldn't have been any worse for either side. They are just two ships passing each other in the night. Aluka might catch the information on the cross.
Oh, they found each other. They found something. Celium gets 2! Oh, and Notorious did so much, and they've let it go. Cammy now looking for Celium, waiting for a teammate. And the Falcons clutch up 2 versus 3.
That is unbelievable timing. I thought that they were going to miss it outright. Aluka luckily has Celium watching over his shoulder, as that could have been perfect for Project Notorious. And then as soon as Celium gets that double kill, Aluka hits the fast flank through the A-bomb. Oh yeah, it is devastating for Project Notorious after doing so much work over towards B. I thought they had it on lock. I thought you were going to go for that quick plant, but they just go 2 steps too far when they trip on the way across the road.
So far, tied up. Here we go. Looking familiar by now, Exnid in the window, but this time it's aggression from Falcons. They're going straight for this. Aluka already found one. Cammy goes up at the same time as well. Nay's now piling out. Trophy's going to work, and the Falcons have said, hey, there might be too much resistance to hit this.
And immediately they're just going to pump break. Move back over to A. Only player really here is going to be Johnny. He's got the M15 out. Can he find anything initially? He misses both Exnid and Kismet, but as soon as Kismet shows himself, he gets information on the first blood to Project Notorious. He spots out Exnid and just gives up that space.
Now they're waiting. Trying to get a good trade. They're grouping for this trade position around it. Exnid is looking for them as well, and he does grab it. Exnid's still staying alive. The rest of them trying to help them out at the same time. Doesn't get his second, though. And this goes down to a 2 versus 3.
Looks like Aluka wants to make a play through the flank. He's just trying to find an angle, but again, Project Notorious just setting up a kill box. Eric Boom gets caught by Celium. 2 versus 2. Chance for Falcons to put this bomb down. But Aluka falls, and Cammy knows that Celium's going to be weak, so the collapse comes in, and Project Notorious with yet another defensive stand.
Holding good in that one. Learned their mistakes from last time around. Played the angles, played the trades, and once they got first blood, just made sure that they could keep up with that tempo. Big first blood from Johnny. I thought Exit had 2 here. If he had found 2, that would have been a 1 round potentially. But back and forth these two teams go.
And it's pretty even when it comes down to first bloods there. Another one from Project 7, Notorious. So 3-2 they go, leading this S&D. The one thing that we can't say is that these S&Ds have been one-sided. All day yesterday, we've had round 11, so this one is on pace.
Well, Salim finds Johnny. Exit trying to just stay alive here. Is a little bit weak, but does not go down quite yet. All pressure going through, though. Kismet will find Eric Boom, and this round might be over already. Cammy tries to bring it back.
Look at Snoopy.
Oh, has he found timing? Snoopy may have found timing. Get on to Snoopy. Oh, it's the timing. He's found it as well. It's gone down to it, and Celium now finds himself alone, but Celium! Oh, it's wonderful shooting. He's going to be weak and trying to get out of this one. Cammy's trying to guess exactly where he's going as well. Who gets the right call here? Is it Cammy? Is it Celium? Is it timing?
Celium is going all the way around. If he can slip into tools, then maybe he spots it. He's got the heady, and Cammy, this is not the gunfight you want to take.
Oh, he's looking for him again. I think they know where each other's going to be. Celium will try this one. He finds it. Cammy gets the first bullet, so not the rest, and Celium clutches up. Holds it down for the Falcons.
You had like 3 options you could go for in that 1 versus 1, and you chose the worst possible challenge to take. That's MC we're talking about. He is ice cold in these clutch moments, and you just do not chow him like that. That is no respect being shown from Cammy. He's looking for the checkout play, and he gets costed on an attacking round that would have separated you if you're Project Notorious. You could have gone for the quick plant. You could have swapped over to the A site. You had so much space. Option 3 brings us to a tie game.
Here we go. Who breaks this deadlock first? Celium having a wonderful time. Oh, through the middle of the map. I don't know if they're going to see this one as well. Here it's Eric Boom, who normally has to look for it. I think he saw something then. He'll be calling out to his teammates that I'm under a bit of pressure here. He's already been naded. Players jumping up at the same time. Kismet's going for it as well. Eric Boom. They are trying to just pick him out of top red here.
Look at the fast flank coming through from Project Notorious. They've already got grannies, but this is a trap. Falcons are watching it.
Johnny's in trouble. Johnny's in a lot of trouble there. There is going to be a trade. Snoopy goes high, looks for his second. Leluka shuts it down. More players coming through. Exit puts himself into the middle of the map for some reason. Cammy finds one more. Now Kismet in a 1 versus 2. Won't happen this time. And Project Notorious, well, they tie it up once again.
That is fantastic from Project Notorious, just playing their life top red. You keep Falcons trapped into that B site, and even though the Falcons read the flank play, it's just the pressure comes at just the right moment for Eric Boom to strike from the other side. You pinch accordingly, you win your fights, and you really make the Falcons feel uncomfortable in the setup that they had. So, just a well-done round again on defense from one of these two squads. It's Project Notorious just holding their life as long as possible to just make that setup not feel good.
Advantage Notorious. Exnid is watching over this. Oh, not a good timing for Cammy, but this pressure is still coming through. Do they commit to it now that they have kind of been sussed out?
Either team has won an attacking round yet, Bryce. I mean, you got to think, if you take an attack here, you pretty much win the map.
Celium waiting. The main man. 9 and 4. Soon Cammy, Eric Boom gets across as well. That is good teamwork to break the aim of Celium. They're coming into Exit's head as well. They are taking this slowly but surely, but it is a tenuous position at best. But they find the kills. Johnny and Cammy grabbing 2. It goes back down to a 2 versus 3.
No need to jump the gun. 40 seconds still. Bomb's going to back out from B. Falcons re-clear it. Kismet in the corner.
Oh, Kismet. 1. Not 2, though. Traded out here. And now Aluka in a 1 versus 2. Oh, Aluka's going to find 1 as well. Everybody's just throwing kills away. And now 1 versus 1. Eric Boom versus Aluka.
Absolute frustrating round from the attacking squad. A 3 versus 2. Now down to a 1 versus 1. It's the prodigal son of the Falcons.
Aluka around towards the middle. Has no information yet. Eric Boom has not made himself known. He might get a good bit of timing depending on this one. This is coming down to it. Aluka will check his corners. Eric Boom. Where has he gone? Where's he going to be? There is a smashed window that gives him some sort of information Aluka's looking for as well. Eric Boom had the advantage there. Takes a couple of shots. Oh, Aluka says, all right then, square up, son. And that's going to be a tied game again. All that dancing around. And Aluka says, all right, gunfight.
Another 1 versus 1. Another attacking round that Project Notorious just can't close out. And the Falcons keep this neck and neck. Like I said, the prodigal son, the rookie. 18 and cracked. And making it look so easy. Eric Boom just a little on edge for that challenge. And I mean, Kismet, you thought he was going to get more than 1 there. But Aluka, he gets his. He finds Snoopy trying to cross through red alone. Plays his life, plays it perfectly. And just look at the pop-off from the Falcons. They know they just got away with it.
No idea how this is going to continue. There have been clutches galore. Notorious, they're probably feeling a little bit hard done by. But you make the mistakes, you pay the price. Slow burn again from the Falcons.
And again, I mean, you just bring it back. If you can win an attacking round here, if you're Falcons, you are going to ride that to the high heavens. So the pressure's on for Project Notorious to continue this stalemate of defenses. Kismet working up the train track. Eric's going to clear with a nade through tools. It's Cammy up top. Spots Kismet. I think this is just a bait play. That is a full read from Notorious. They have completely given up A. They have left Johnny here alone.
Johnny finds one at least, but not the second on Decelium. 3 versus 3. Time has really burnt down here. The Falcons will have to commit, and they do have numbers, but this is going to be either everything or nothing. The flank coming through. Kismet looks at both of them as well. Says, oh my goodness, where do I shoot? Where do I go? And now with 15 seconds onto it, that A-bomb is going to go down. Advantage technically now for the Falcons, but Eric Boom finds 2, and Kismet will now have to clutch a 1 versus 3.
This one's got weird. And Eric Boom delivers. After losing a crucial 1 versus 1 in the last round, I mean, the positioning couldn't have been better. The timing couldn't have been better. And after you keep the attention on the middle of the map, he sneaks on through. Bomb goes down. He's sitting in the back of 10. Both players just walk in unaware of where the boom is. And the boom delivers.
And Eric Boom strikes. This has been a weird S&D. I would say that Project Notorious have had better fundamentals in the S&D, but just no ice.
There's a couple of 1 versus 1s. They win. This game's over already. We're looking at a tie game, but map point first. This is a big one. Because we have seen so many round 11s fall away from these challengers teams this weekend. Falcons are looking to steal away another.
Eric Boom is waiting solo with this one. I don't think they're going to give him time of day to get anything more going through. Dangerous at the best of times. And everybody just holding still.
This is as slow as it gets for Project Notorious. You know the cogs are turning. Where do you go? What can we do? Eric may be looking for a timing, but he's got to be careful not to drop this bomb, and Celium finds him. That's bomb down.
I mean, they didn't really make enough of a push here to pull those players away, and now it goes down to a 2 versus 2. Project Notorious.
They don't know bombs down.
Oh, I mean, the Falcons don't, but Project Notorious obviously do. They're going to go for it. Got to get there. They really have to get there. Bomb grab, 20 seconds to go. Pushing through here. They're looking for any sort of information. X-Symbol has seen that cross. 100% he's seen it. Do they get anything in there in time? No, this bomb is surely going to go down. Celium is fighting against Cammy. He finds it. That's now a 1 versus 2 with the bomb down. Celium is ready and poised.
It's planted for top red. Johnny just goes out. He gets the timing 1v1. And it's Expo versus Johnny. The challenge out. No respect. Project Notorious answer the call. Tie us up. And a major play from Johnny to close out map 2.
Johnny just made one of the most insane plays I've ever seen. And I don't know if I mean that in a good way or a bad way. Pirouettes out the top of top red. Obviously, he was worried about the other angles that he could have been attacked from up there, so he decided to send it. But gets what can only be described as the best timing you can possibly find. Grabs that second player as well, but there's not often you can pull a 360 jumping out of a window and win the round.
It's one of the craziest, wildest search and destroys I have watched in a minute at a Fringe S&D. Project Notorious looked poised start to finish to put this one away, but I think the nerves were getting to him in a couple of these rounds, and the Falcons are not a team that you want to give fear to, because as soon as you get a player like Celium going, winning 1v1s, it's hard to put him away, and one of the hardest kills on the map for a reason. Defenses back and forth. Finally, you put away an offensive round. It's the most important round to put away the map. You avoid the round 11, you avoid a chance for a comeback there from the Falcons, and you do it in the absolute most stunning fashion ever.
Well, ridiculous sending, ridiculous the way that this has all gone. It could have been so wondrous for both teams here. Give credit to Celium for clutching up over and over again, but Project Notorious better on the S&D this time around as they tie up this entire series. We'll have to find out how map 3 goes in just a minute.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Black Ops 7 here at EWC 2026. And I'm going to be honest, our first match over here at the Bravo stream, it's not disappointing, okay? We've got a 1-1 series. Project Notorious take a map off the Falcons. Was this something you expected, Seymour? I knew it was possible, but the Falcons, I mean, they were taking S&D maps off
Yeah, I know they could go map 4. I mean, this is Project Notorious, Challenger final team. Like, Omit would have gone map 4 too if they didn't choke that hard point. Team War, they go map 4. Like, these Challenger teams, maybe it wasn't a good day 1, but you got to put some respect on them.
Look, there's a thing that people say in life that the compass came before the clock, and so direction is better than timing. Here in Call of Duty, they forgot about the sundial. Timing is everything. My goodness, talk to me about that last moment in S&D.
Honestly, we saw Celium watching for it as well. Johnny had a couple of options, right? They knew where he'd escaped to. That's what he was worried about. He decided to make the play. You have to go one direction or the other. I don't think he had information on Exnid, which was why he jumped. He was like, I know where Celium's going to be roughly. I don't know where Exnid is going to be. I don't have cover on this window. I don't have cover on this window. And I don't have cover on the stairs.
Yeah.
I'll pick a direction and push out. He hit it with a 360. He got wonderful timing because nobody was watching. And then he got to reach out off Exnid.
You just got to play with confidence. And in that moment, Johnny plays with confidence. You pick it, you stick to it, and it just works out for you. He planted for top red.
if the Falcons noticed it, they probably would have been focusing on clearing that one first. He knew he just needed to get lost, and I mean, he did even better than that.
Dude, defense wins championships. We say that in sports, here in Call of Duty, here in S&D. Defense was winning back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Finally, the attack wins, and boom, they're able to take it away in the final hour. 10 maps. I don't know. It could go either way for this, but taking a look back on the first one, though, Dan Hardpoint, any big surprises there? Falcons kind of took care of business.
Not really, if I'm being honest with you. I think for a lot of the points there, the Falcons did look a little bit stronger across it. They had the lead the entire time, and I was waiting for that pin to drop. I was like, somebody is going to get a massive hold and swing this game. It turns out it was the Falcons who could have just pulled away with it. And now, coming into it, there was some just one gunfight or two on those rotation kills, just lost them everything. Kismet getting through servers, finding two, popping into the P4. It took all of that momentum away from Project Notorious, and that was basically the game.
Yeah. I mean, looking back, too, on the Falcons in history leading up to this event, one of the big questions that even the desk talked about yesterday was that Falcons have had some hard times holding some of these hard points. So maybe a glimmer of hope in hard point for the Falcons?
I mean, we saw that in everything except that P4.
Yeah.
It was trading hard points, like, all throughout the first rotation, the second rotation. You get to that P4, Kismet makes the play, and it's like, that's the money hill of Den. Like, you show up, you want to get that early rotation, they hold it, like, perfectly, and there's just no way back for Project Notorious. Like, they would have had to hold P2, rotate to P3, win every single fight, and then make that rotation to P4 again, which is, like, so difficult to do on Den.
I love it. Well, folks, we are about to get into map number 3 here shortly. The players taking a nice quick break for us. I like that. They're ready to rock and roll. Listen, I think the last question I have for you, we know we're at least going to map 4. Who's taking map 3 here, Mr. Bryce?
Now, the Falcons have been incredible at Overload in the past. Whether or not this roster change continues to that trend going through, I would say that as a general rule, that CDL quality teams are better at Overload. So therefore, it should be Falcons.
But I think Project Notorious, I mean, this is a team that has pace behind them. You go to Gridlock map number 3, that's where we're going to be looking for this overload. And this is something where the subs really can start to take over. And I think you look at Snoopy, Eric Boom, if they're playing at their best, that's going to create a lot of disruption when they're running routes, you know, through Ice Cream, through Dojo. Like, you pick your routes here properly, and I think that is going to do some serious damage to Falcons. Yeah, I would put Falcons a step above. The quality of practice you get against other CDL teams is going to be something that you just cannot replicate right now if you're Project Notorious. But you win that Search and Destroy, you put yourself in the best situation possible, and now you have that chance to break the difference.
Now, this is a difficult map at the best of times here. This is already away as the Luca makes a massive kill. Potential quick score coming through. Cammy tries to hold, can't do it. Kismet scores pretty quick out of the gate.
And the issue isn't really what you get out of Snoopy and Eric. It's where does Johnny kind of fit into the equation of a Gridlock? Is he going to be holding that M15? Is he going to be holding onto an MPC? You think that he is a potential player to do one or the other. It's just a slow start again from Johnny. 0-3. Ball's going to be picked up. Moving through Dojo. You're going to be met on a 3-on-3. Can you break through?
Well, they're trying. Oh, a bit of timing there. Cammy does not find anybody, and that's a shutdown. Now here comes the pressure again. Snoopy tries to deflect it the first time. Looking for some more. Kismet will go in for the trade with Exnid. And this push probably won't amount to much until the reinforcements get here. Yeah, Kismet's going to have to now back off. He's 6-1. But you can't pistol fight 3 players.
Yeah, and this is what you love out of the CDL teams. It's just as soon as option A goes wrong, you have step 2, step 3. Different looks at this round. Johnny, Snoopy, going to be able to cut things down in the middle of the map. Luca looking to hold the line. Ball goes down. Things stay down to a 1-0 lead for the Falcons. And now you can see Project Notorious start to work from some map control. You got Eric on a route being watched by Exnid.
Exnid trying to flick this one up. Kismet just being careful as this now starts to set up here. Whoever scoops this EMP could have a bit of an advantage. Right now, that's going to be Team Falcons. There's 3 down. They have a bit of a spawn push at the same time. It'll be Celium who looks to move all the way through. It's basically on Cammy here. He's waiting. This is so patient. Looks for the first, grabs it. Looks for the second again. Celium doesn't manage to get the kill, but his teammates get there in time, and Cammy just saved that point. Make no illusions. That was going in.
Newest change for the roster. Already changing up. This is going to be a fast blitz up mid. You got a double flank coming up from Ice Cream. It's going to be pivot over to Dojo for the ball. You need your player through mid to find both of these kills, but you're unaware that Kismet is there, but Snoopy, Cammy, 310, it's only Celium.
Celium looking for the regen, needs it in time as well as he guns one. Celium still has no health, but reinforcements are finally going to be here. Holding firm, the slaying is definitely on Team Falcon's side. This is what they're going to struggle with here. By the way, this is now an open field.
And I like that Kismet's going to be the one off the opening. Luca finds 2 through mid. A lot of pressure on Snoopy inside Ice Cream. Xnit trades it. He's going to be alone up top. So he can find his way through. Not able to get past Eric Boom. Ball goes down. He's going to grab it, re-wrap it to the top side of the minimap.
Eric Boom being the furthest ahead. This will slow down this push. He needs blockers. They've cleaned house. They don't have information. That's the hesitation you can see on that minimap. They do not know where these players have gone, and this does mean this will come down to a TDM. Project Notorious will need to find a flurry of kills to hammer this one home.
Gotta get Cammy, though. He's on the flank. If he can do any damage, that's going to buy some time for the players out the front. And with Cammy taking down Xnit, here we go. Green light, Aluka. Shot in the back. There's the cleanup. There's the detonation. Tie game for Project Notorious.
Wonderful bit of teamwork. They played that one perfectly. Like an orchestra. Every instrument was in the place it needed to be. And now they're looking for the scoop here. I'm not sure this is going to go well for them. You can already see Cammy out towards the middle here. He'll look for the gunfights. He's gone down to Celium as well. But everybody now resetting with the last 50 seconds to go and looking for positioning.
You just play for kills, spacing, whatever you can do to not allow a counter cap from the Falcons. Gridlock, not the easiest map to counter cap on, being that spawn point is just down in mid. You're just looking for these kills, and there's another break, 3 down. So opportunity here for Project Notorious with 30 seconds left to see if they can put in a second.
Looking for this is an opportunity. I mean, Snoopy would just have to go God mode here. Has an opportunity to obviously wait for that extra time, but trying to stay alive with it. He's just running. Cammy, though, finds a kill in towards mid. Snoopy now coming back towards this fight here as Cammy does get taken down. Yeah, wait for the free play. Oh, wait for the free play, wait for the free play, and they're not going to get it. This might be a free play now for the Falcons. Oh, they've taken this one away.
Overtime.
And now they get the 30 seconds.
Need to stop this one. A little bit of a fumble there for Project Notorious. Kismet's still alive. He's got a Luke on the wing, and the ball goes down. Tie game. Heading into the second half of Gridlock. Falcons come out the gates swinging with Kismet. Not just starting off 6-1, getting a hellstorm off the back of this. Project Notorious answer back in full. You got Cammy, one of the vets on this squad. Newest addition to Project Notorious going into EWC. He's making some really heads-up plays in the macro. The kills through the flank sets up the tie game. You do not let it go to waste.
Well, game balanced. Opportunities for both sides here. I think Kismet will be sad that Cammy stopped him onto what felt like a guaranteed score with the spawns blocked. And the other side of it, Project Notorious. They've had a couple of pushes, but only one was really any good, and that one they did score. So let's see how they go into this second half.
And, I mean, we've been putting a lot of focus on Project Notorious in terms of at least the way that they're playing for Falcons. I mean, you highlighted it, that this team has been leading in the slang, at least for a majority of that. You got Celium 15-9. There's an early cap for Project Notorious, so that's going to split the difference between the two of them. And Falcons, a little bit of an oversight off the way that they're playing this. You're getting the kills, you're just missing a lot of the beats when it comes down to where does this ball go.
Xnit went for an aggressive play there, and it's kind of played him out of the game. Not exactly what they would have wanted to see here, but Eric Boom finds 2. They're trying to push this tempo again here, but Aluka will shut it down completely. Those 2 kills mean they cannot push this tempo forward, and now the Stew is on the other foot. The Falcons are moving. This time Xnit again towards the front, but no! Misses Cammy! Oh, wobble and shake, and somebody shut the window!
It's windy. And the ball wasn't even there, even if Xnit found that kill. So much time for Project Notorious to set up on the defensive stance. Celium making some noise, drawing some of the attention away from this push, but you got a long flank from Eric Boom. Nobody's going to read it.
Cammy finds one up too. Snoopy finds a second, and well, Snoopy stops shooting as well. Eric Boom goes in for it. Kismet brings in a Hellstorm, but this is not going to be as effective as they would like. He tries to find something with it. He gets killed as well while he's calling it. And now that EMP is in a bit of no man's land, who walks away with it? It's actually going to be a bit of an issue. Notorious are out of position.
Sometimes things just work out. The Hellstorm may have been a miscomm, but here we go. Falcons in control. You go on the aggression. Kismet's going to find a kill. Celium, that's 3 dead. Celium's going to find the 4th one, and this spawn is going to be all the way to A. This is a tight game. Falcons just pulled that out of nowhere.
Oh, easy. Winning all the gunfights and run it home, and you've got control. Pretty much a guaranteed score. Kismet! Oh, gets 2. Not going to be the 3rd. Could have been magic there for Kismet and may have kept the door open, but we go back to square. 2-2 now.
99 Kiz on full display at the moment. 19 and 16. Hellstorm turning things into a capture. Tight game yet again. Project Notorious now looking for an answer through mid. 2 players on the aggression. They find these kills. Celium locking down top broken. Eric Boom, the only one in a position to do some damage.
And this is where it balances one more time. Can Eric Boom find anything through the flank? No. Aluka, one more time. It's not showing in the kill feed, but he's finding important kills on this map. Kismet now gets Snoopy. Oh my goodness, back up, Notorious. They're in trouble. They find 2 though. And it goes back square here. Exnid shouldn't be scooping this quite yet as he goes for more TDM as Kismet flies into action one more time. Kismet is everything so far.
Kismet is carrying this team. 1 minute, 45 seconds left. Kismet, another double kill. He's on 5 in a row. He's got another Hellstorm too, so all you need to do is set up, use this Hellstorm, and this should be an easy cap at A. It is wide open.
Got to get inside, got to do it fast. Animation is long, but not long enough that you can be super confident with it. Trying to find the players as well. It's difficult to get anything going through, and this has happened again. Kismet gets in the Hellstorm. His teammates find nothing. And he's like, well, that was great. I'm just kind of watching a sky down view of my teammates be murdered.
This guy's got to get some help in this map. I mean, there is no reason that this should be a tie game in the way that Project Notorious just lose out at the goal line. Luke on the cross. Johnny still alive. 4 HP. Looking for the regen. Here's the setup. Johnny's down. And it looks like the Falcons will be able to hold off another offensive attempt. It's just Snoopy here. Cammy a little bit of damage, but no follow-up. Ball's going to be in the hands. It's going to be a 3-prong attack right at A.
Oh, big kill. Aluka. One more time. They're trying to pile this one through. Kismet's like, I've got a pistol and a dream. I'm going against everybody
Team
here.
kill.
He's still allowing to get it. And, well, this is going from bad to worse. Cammy finds Exnid. Can he find any more? No. This one's going home. It's Kismet again. 29.
33 seconds. And look at where Celium's going to be positioned up top. He is looking to burn this clock, burn these lives, and not let this one go to overtime.
Here they go. Celium will find it. All the kills he's going to need here. Cammy out towards the middle. Is going to go down one more time. The spawn for Project Notorious. They need a miracle. Nothing else will do now. Got to get them towards the middle. Got to grab it. They've got 7 seconds to extend the game. They're not even that close. A big fight towards the middle. And now Johnny basically has to go for the scoop. Won't get it either. And the Falcons will find it again. The Bulldog is in the building. And the overload puts them ahead.
Where's this guy been all year? On the sub, you give him an NPC, and look what he does. M15 at times still looking good for Kiz, but that sub is just taking him to another level for this squad. Falcons truly revitalized in more ways than just one. Kismet shows up in map 3, carries for long enough, and everybody else putting in the work at exactly the right time. You get Celium burning that clock towards the end, making sure that there is no chance for Project Notorious. And in the swing map mode combo, Falcons, they step up. It smiles on their face. 5 dead high.
Interesting question, actually, you made there, Seymour. Where has Kismet been all year? I would say with this roster change that it's made it more comfortable. Celium and Kismet have been the main players in this series so far, and the chemistry, everything feels a little bit more lubricated than it has been. It's not as jarring for these players, and the excellence, the world champions are showing why they are.
And with that, I mean, the pressure is on for Project Notorious. We've been talking about this team, at least at a fundamental level. They're checking the boxes. When it comes down to the slaying, that's where they lack. And I've been impressed with some of the looks that they've given these attacks. I mean, even getting away with that easy one at the start of the second half. They take the lead. I think for the Falcons, all you got to do is just look to what makes you the better team, and it's just that firepower that you get to make these opportunities present themselves. That's something that Project Notorious just aren't able to replicate, and as good as you want to play in the macro sense for these respawns, it just feels like that lack of slang keeps them a step behind.
And that was probably closer than it deserved to be, but Notorious were finding some aggressive plays themselves. Just weren't able to convert quite as readily when they did have that EMP in a good position. And now going to this hard point, all the momentum, all the swing has moved into the Falcons column.
Hacienda is where we're going. Map 4. Project Notorious. Round 10 search and destroy win. You looked good in the fringe. If it goes all the way to a map 5, it will be a den. But to start, Bryce, I mean, to go to a Hacienda, I mean, this one's going to be difficult. I think there's a little bit to offer Project Notorious when it comes to the size of Hacienda in comparison to a den. I think that you're going to get a little bit more in terms of having the ability to take out those 4 NPCs for certain hills. And that's truly what makes Project Notorious a good squad. Even when Beans was on this roster, Beans was happy to take out the NPC. I was a little bit kind of iffy on Cammy on what he was going to bring, but on the den, in the search at times, you saw him with the NPC. He was really able to step up to allow for that pace to really hit its second gear. And I think going to Hacienda, this is going to be a really, really good map for this Project Notorious team.
Well, let's see. How does this continue? Like this load into map 4 is almost upon us. Notorious, they will be looking to try and take this to a map 5. Can they do it? Can they get an S&D back into their bag here?
And if you lose this game, it looks like Alpha just wrapped up. It is going to be Vancouver Surge waiting for you in that lower bracket. Not a team that you really want to overlook here. You win this one, you go on to play the Heretics. So, seeing what's up next, knowing that your challenger is waiting for you, this is your time to step up to see what you can build yourself in EWC to start off your run. Are you going to rise to the occasion or take on the Surge?
Now, this is moments for these teams. We speak about it most of the way through the year here. Anytime any challenger players, even ex-pros, get to play against a CDL team, it's a made-up moment. Something they need to do, something they need to prove to the world. There go the ever-illustrious fist bumps. Usually just a symbol for us that the map is loading.
I want to get your litmus test here going to the Hasi. What do you need out of Project Notorious, Bryce?
Well, a little bit of a miracle. I'll be honest with you. A lot of my feelings going into this is all about the Falcons just being a bit better. If Kismet is on that absolute fire ride that we've been seeing him here, I would say, like, if you're going to put him in order, it's like Kismet. I mean, Selling was probably better on the S&D. Exnid has been okay. I think Aluka has kind of been matching him in stats, but I think Aluka's kills have been more instrumental. But the key thing about this is that Falcons, I think, have been a little bit better overall. Project Notorious, what have you got for us? Is this a story of Cinderella? Will you go to the ball?
David versus Goliath. Where does that glass slipper fit? Hacienda loaded up. Falcons, first ones on the time. Eric trying to run some routes. Look for some spacing up top, but trades favoring Project Notorious. It takes the Falcons out of the hill. Snoopy yet again hitting a route. It's going to be watched by Celium in the opening kills. Keeping Falcons ahead. Keeping Project Notorious away from this time.
Well, there goes 3. Cammy finds his 2. Could be an opportunity to at least start milking this hill a little bit. Eric Boom just trying to stay alive here. He knows that putting yourself in this position, while it will get points, will keep you taken out eventually. Wins a gunfight against Exnid, who goes to reach out the exact same spot. But he now out towards the back here, just trying to stay alive. He needs the regen. He knows he can't win a gunfight without it, but unfortunately picks wrong and goes down. Into this one as well. Eric Boom finds a gap.
He's going to find his way through with that kill. Big shutdown onto Kismet. Spawns in the back. 2 players here to lock it down, and it's your subs going crazy. The Eric duo, side by side, backing each other up. Now you got the full setup for the Project Notorious. Falcons looking to bang from the front. Card bomb from Kismet. Gets yourself in, and Xnit's not going to let it go. 4 go down. Falcons break through. Spawning all the way back towards Fireplace. You can give a lot of time here to Falcons.
Good break. Good positioning for this hold as well. Kismet wobbles a bit, but gets it done into the end here. And now it'll be a case of, do you really try and throw enough bodies at this one? They've got a couple going through. It's going to be Cammy who tries to make the hero play for the time. Won't work. Celium standing strong. And now on this rotation, it's Project Notorious.
That's going to be a good swing for Falcons heading into P3. Snoopy on the cutoff. He's got nobody in front of him. Finally going to catch Kismet in his sights. Not able to lock down 2. And in transition, this is actually a lot of damage coming out from the Falcons. So you got some pace here. Luca's going to be the first one. Does he go to 10? You get a little bit of help coming out for Project Torres on the re-break. 3 go down. Kismet the only one up. And he's looking to get lost.
Oh, Kismet looking for it up the top. Does manage to find it as well. Eric Boom, though, gets his own 2 back here as this is going to be open. It's going to be Exnit who's waiting for this fight. He's going to be alone. He's not in a tradable position, but anything he can find here is magic. Doesn't find nothing. Snoopy rips him straight out. And now advantage a little bit to Project Notorious if they can hold against Kismet, but you can't because it's Kismet and he's on his game today. And he is just causing problems for them in every single moment. 12 and 6. It's 99 Ks. The Bulldog is roaring.
Barking on main. Falcons up. Project Notorious reeling back over to P4 for this rotation. Celium in P2. He's looking for his teammates to hit mid fast. He needs some assistance. He needs the attention away from them. But Project Notorious, they need these fights. They're just not watching their lanes, and it's Xnit this time to pierce through.
Oh, Cammy finds 1 X in though. Gets his 3rd. Finally firing back into this game. Did not have a great start, but don't need to start good, need to end good. And Xnit now onto a 4 streak. He goes 7 and 7, and he's just keeping these players at bay here, keeping it down to a 1-lane push as the Falcons get further into the lead.
Kismet another double kill. Aluka on the power position, working his way through. Easy cleanups now for the Falcons as their lead just continues to grow. 60 points and counting, and look at this spread that you got, Xnit. How do you read this? And what does this even do for the spawns of Project Notorious? You're just winning every single gunfight, keeping them spawning all the way to the back of lobby. They got to go up the driveway, through mid. It is just so long, these routes taken, and the Falcons, this lead has grown exponentially since the P3 rotation.
Oh, they've been hammering them. Just won't let them breathe as Aluka is already down to a 7 streak as well. Aluka will eventually go down to Eric Boom, but damage might be done here as everything the Falcons are doing is just running up more and more points. 2 for Cammy. Got to get into P1. They need these points, Notorious.
Yeah, they desperately need something to start going their way. Hacienda starting to fall through your fingertips. 40 seconds off this hill, and you can see Falcons. They know they got the time. They can afford to take some routes, so a little bit of a long one to see if they can flip these spawns. Aluka already up top. He's going to lose his fight, but you got Celium right beside you, trying to find a way in.
Celium, there's 1. But Project Notoriousness now all really balances on this P1 to P2 bounce. They don't find something into this point. It could be good night. Again, Celium up top, controlling the tempo of this game. Already got players out towards the back. Aluka will be holding it down for his team spawns. And Xnit just burns Boom out of the point.
I mean, that's such a good call from the Falcons. Play for the win. Play for the macro. And you got enough of a route being run by Celium that the damage is good on the backline. Snoopy still somehow turns it around. 3 dead. Project Notorious find their way into it. You get the spawns out from fences, so Falcons should have a quick break here.
Oh, Cammy though. We'll find Kismet before he can do any more damage. The reinforcements cut down at least 1 avenue for it at the same time, but there is going to be all the kills again here. The Team Falcons. 30 seconds of scrap time. It's going to put them almost 100 points ahead if they hold.
I mean, you just cannot buy yourself a setup right now if you're Project Notorious. Every single time a Falcons player just pops a 2-piece out of nowhere. This team is in form going into EWC. We saw them at Champs. That top 3, it raised some serious red flags on what the competition should be wondering about for the Falcons. And here they are versus Project Notorious, just laying the hammer down in Hacienda. Here comes a hellstorm from Aluka.
And they can just slow roll this, keep the players inside, keep them off the point for as long as possible. As here comes the fight. Exnid finds one though. More players going down as the trades start to stack up from both. And for Notorious, they're hoping for a break, a little bit of miracle, a little bit of luck. Maybe a lottery ticket found in a bush or something, because nothing is going well for them. Exnid piles through. It's Kismet in the kill feed one more time, and they are in.
Falcons are cashing checks and breaking mechs right now. Inside the hill, nearly 100-point lead now on the Hasi, desperately trying to field themselves a break. Eric Boom around the outside of fences, damage to the wall from Aluka. He's just playing his life. Hops in for the contest. Don't give anything for free. Force out Project Notorious. Make them take these fights. Make them pull it from you.
I'm trying to stay alive here. Knows he's lost his teammates. Knows he needs to get on this rotation, but this has been the story of it. It's basically Operation Get Cammy some help, to be honest with you. Project Notorious just not really firing on all cylinders as the Bulldog chews down on the bones of Project Notorious over and over again. Big fly out, Aluka showing his worth as a new player in this team, as well as it's close to lethal range for the Falcons.
Salium all the way around, has some help. Back into the front, Exnid with the MPC, double kill again. 197 and counting, 40 seconds. That puts you in about 10 seconds from putting this game away. So if you get the rest of this time, Project Notorious, they are going to be fielding themselves a matchup versus the Surge very quickly.
Oh, well, that swim didn't go well. And for Notorious, I suppose you can say they didn't get 100-point clubs, and that's probably one of the biggest highlights you can have onto this one. This has been a bit of a battery. Solium checking for any little fishes down into the water as we look for our next set of rotations, but unless somebody disconnects, I don't see the comeback for Project Notorious.
And as we get that last rotation, last set of hills here, you feel 20 seconds is all the Falcons need. It would be a 150-point swing if Project Notorious can accomplish a comeback like this, and it would shatter the walls of EWC if that happened.
Celium's on a 5 sprees. I was going to say it's not likely. Subi finds 2, though. Trying to jump back into this point. We would need 3 perfect bounces just to bring this game back into contest. P1 not being gone yet, as both teams still looking for that positioning around. Kismet looking for another kill. Eric Boom will take it. And the Falcons are finding the points onto P1 here, but I don't know. I've sold the dream before. I've sold the massive comebacks. This would have to be generational.
15 seconds. You can still win here. Exnid doesn't really want to hop on. He's just looking to keep the kills in favor of Falcons, but 4 go down. You're going to have the rotation. You'll have the bodies there. All 4 players alive. Snoopy, he does not want to die on the exit here and give even the chance of a spawn out. 2:39. It's only 11 seconds, and here comes the Hellstorm from Kismet.
Information. That's all this will get. Everybody's inside. Here comes the call to Falcons. Right, this is where they are. This is where you can pint, and this is what is open. Make a move and let's get it. And Kismet threads a needle, finds Eric Boom already. That's the first domino. Now the rest of the team come in. Celium, that's the second domino. Kismet is going to go up the stairs, finds another one with Exnid, and now they're into the point, and Celium will grab the last, and it's Project Notorious on the outside. 5 seconds to go. It's a headbutt opportunity, but it is against them, and Falcons find their series here at EWC.
Falcons crowd in full form. Celebratory cheers for the Falcons showing up in their first match of EWC on the road to conquer yet another championship title. This organization is rising at just the right time of the year. The best Falcons roster we've had in the CDL, and they're looking poised.
Well, well, well. We asked for a benchmark. There were some moments from Notorious, but the Falcons here at EWC have set pace that they did just 3 weeks ago and showed us this is no fluke. We'll keep on moving.
Unbelievable showing, ladies and gentlemen. The Falcons going to be moving on. Seymour and Bryce. What a great cast, man. And I think looking back, unfortunately, Hacienda HP was not very close at all. I mean, that was another stomp. But that overload, man, it was tight. There's glimpses of greatness from this Project Notorious team, but they've got a lot of work to do. Still got to get 2 wins before they get their second loss.
I mean, I think that there's just a lot of macro that's looking good for some of these challenger teams, but when it comes down to mixing that in with a lot of these mechanical plays, it's why these players are in the CDL. It's why you can see like Exnid making some plays, Kismet when he is 99 Kiz. It's hard to play up against that. As good as you can play fundamental COD, when you put in what is the X factor that some of these CDL teams can bring, it's hard to shut that down, and eventually the opportunity is going to present itself. As soon as it does for the Falcons, they take control of those maps. That overload definitely could have been a Project Notorious map, but it's why the Falcons are so good. They walk away with it. They just looked like the better team in the end.
Yeah, they have a bit more star power, frankly. Kismet started at 10-4, ends up like 1.5, 1.6 KDA. Same with Aluka. He ends up that high as well. And a couple players from Notorious were down at like 0.6s, 0.65s.
Yeah.
I don't know, Bryce. It just felt like started to fall off momentum. The wheels came off the bus.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like I said, it was Project Help Cammy, please. Like, it's just no kills being found on the map here as the Bulldog was picking gristle out of his teeth. Like, it's kind of insane. I mean, Aluka really showed, though, that was probably his best map as well here. Yep. Just overshined by Kismet going through. But yeah, everything from the rotations to the holds, you can't win the gunfights. It's all going to fall apart pretty quickly when that does happen. But good for the Falcons.
Yeah.
Project Notorious, try again later.
Yeah, I mean, biggest question now, let's take a look back at the Falcons on this entirety of this match. Is this a good look for the Falcons or a little bit of a rocky start, but they got things at the end of it?
I think it's good. I mean, yeah, the S&D falls, but I think for a lot of the teams that have shown up to EWC, the S&Ds have been close. There's anywhere that the challenger teams will be looking as good as CDL teams, it's going to be in those map 2s, in those map 5s. I mean, you can see the test on a Fringe that there was a lot of preparation that went into that for Project Notorious, and they just executed on those defensive rounds. Couple of 1v1s as well, and that would have been a quicker one for Project Notorious. I think it just highlights that when you get MC in a 1 versus 1, you could trust him to close out. Luca's looking good for the squad. Yet again, I think that you're just seeing the Falcons continue to ride this wave of consistency off of champs into EWC. And yeah, I mean, that's a win for them that I think a lot of people should be happy about.
It's a great shot. Looking back on these highlights, though, throughout the course of this match, it all started at the very beginning, hard point. This one a bit closer, a little bit more back and forth, Bryce. Ultimately, the Falcons were able to hold, and that P4 was the difference maker, but this felt a little bit better for Notorious. There was maybe a glimpse of greatness for them, and when we got into S&D, it was defense all day, back and forth. Defense win over and over again, trading wins until the very end, all the way up into round 10. Seymour, any big pop-off moments from individuals on S&D, or just generally this is a Project Notorious playbook that looked better?
I think that Project Notorious had just such a good read on these defensive rounds. The throws that they were making onto each bomb site. As soon as they saw that you had a player from Falcons, find that first blood, there was an adjustment right away. You see Johnny towards the end, that 2 versus 1 that he made happen. Like, that is just Johnny kind of hitting a flow state at a moment where he can recognize an opportunity and just pop off for the play. I mean, he just notices an opening, you take it, and I think for Johnny, that is exactly what is good to see.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Now, end of the day, still a big move for some of these players to make to hopefully step up in a big way moving forward. And then I think as we started to move forward through this match here, Seymour, as well, biggest question for me as we got back into Hardpoint was, could Project Notorious turn things around and step up after a close loss in Overload? This really got away from them. And again, I asked the question, was there something that was a miss? And we'll go to Bryce actually on this. Is there something that was a miss here for Project Notorious, or the Falcons really just step up and finally find their flow?
Well, they weren't winning the gunfights, if I'm being honest with you. They were being slammed in a lot of these ones as it goes through here. Positioning does make a bit of a big major for it. Realistically, I think the Falcons were a bit better in their chemistry this time around. They were finding some good pinches going through over and over again, and hey, if there's one thing that the Falcons do like, it's that passion, it's that continuous flowing gameplay, and they got that done this time.
Yeah, they certainly did. Everything was fantastic for the Falcons, and because it was fantastic for them, we've got a fantastic interview for you here in the booth. We've got the man, the myth, the literal legend, Aluka, on the way to making yourself a legend. How does it feel to get a win in Game 1?
I think it feels really good. I don't want to
be kind of funny, but which camera am I looking at again?
Honestly, any of them, but the one straight ahead. It
All right,
works.
thank you. I think it's good. I think we were, I wouldn't say scared, but like, I think this is one of our hardest matches because we didn't know how to play against B7, to be honest. It's easier to play against people like in the league because like we're scrimming against them and you know who you're playing against. We obviously like prepared for ourselves for them, but still I think it was one of the harder matches, and I'm looking forward for the next one today.
And I think that there's a big change coming into EWC for you as the player. I mean, you get Clayster able to talk to you during maps. I want to know what it's like from your team integrating the coach. Like, what is it like having Clayster being able to talk to you during the match and play?
I mean, we all know Clayster is him. I don't want to lie and say this guy's not the fucking best coach ever. I think he's doing a good job. He's letting us talk when we talk, but if we don't talk enough, he's gonna like jump in kind of and help us. We already like prepared ourselves obviously for it, and we did it in scrims as well, which worked really good. I think he's most of the help in overload, like telling us like who's missing and counting names for us, and yeah, I think that's it.
I love it.
Talk me through the S&D. The S&D, it seemed a little sporadic at points. You guys weren't quite able to maybe get the information. You were expecting some points when it came down to crunch moments. I mean, a lot of your rounds ended up being clutched up by some of your teammates here, and it seems like you almost struggled to find the right trades at times against Project Notorious. What happened?
I think we prepared ourselves for the S&D against them. We watched a lot of bot. They just played really, really like slow.
Yeah.
Like on those pushes, they didn't give us a single kill. We just always had to like fight for it. I think we clutched up, and only for those clutches we got 4 rounds. But I think our weakness was our sniper. We were 2 stacked on the sniper kinda, which is 1 man less in a kind of way.
Yeah.
Which you could tell from the view, I think. And I think we're good in S&D in the coming matches, but we gotta step up on that for sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was just one of those ones where, I mean, obviously we kind of saw XD and they played around it. Like they were just giving him nothing on that minimap as well. He was trying to grab Eric Boom top red for about 10 minutes.
I mean, he was not peeking me. He was jumping around like a bunny. I'm like, bro, can you peek as well somehow, bro? But it's okay.
Is there like somebody that you want to play during the tournament? Like after champs, I mean, you get top 3. Like who are you looking at to play this weekend and take down?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to play against FaZe, bro. I want to get my get back against them. Same with Optic, but more FaZe. Yeah, I think it's FaZe.
That's a good answer.
Listen, I think one of the questions I've had for a while is, how does it feel to be a Falcon, man? I mean, this is fairly recent compared to a lot of other players. Like, a big burden on your shoulders, or rest easy, you've got a fantastic team?
I think it's a pleasure, bro. Like, I'm honest when I'm saying I have 2 fucking insane IGLs on my team. I mean, I don't know, is there someone better than MC and Kiss? I don't think so. And then I got Suit, which is my really good friend. In general, the whole staff, the whole team is just a pleasure, I swear. Like, I love it so much.
That's awesome, man. Well, congratulations again. One match done. Got to go get another win to qualify. We'll see you out there, and good luck in future matches.
Thank you so much. Have a good one, boys.
Thank you.
Cheers. That's Aluka with Team Falcons. Obviously, a standout performance, especially in the last map. But in general, the Falcons played phenomenal throughout the course of our first match. Take down one of our challengers teams. And, of course, Project Notorious not out yet. Got to lose twice. Let's take a look at that overall rankings, our bracket, to take a look at where all the teams are currently at. You can see the Falcons having won their matchup. We also see, Seymour, that on the other stream, they were done for a while. I'm not going to lie. It was a stomp over there. The Heretics get a 3-0.
I don't want to be the one to kind of talk up the Heretics right now. And we haven't really seen the Heretics play very well all year long. But I had some inside intel that everything was going right for the Heretics leading into EWC. Like, this is the best that Heretics have looked leading into a tournament. So to see them take down the Surge, I don't think a lot of people are going to be surprised about that with how history has gone throughout the season so far. But it's the way they got it done. I had it up on my side here while we were watching that series, and they dominated the Surge. Like, you had Rancor looking like BO6 Rookie of the Year Rancor.
Yeah, it was a big match, and they stomped Surge. And with that does mean that Surge will be playing Project Notorious at the end of our day today. So some decider matches that are really important for some of these teams. Again, you have to win 2 before you lose 2. Bryce, any big predictions for the top side of that? Heretics and the Falcons going head-to-head? That'll be happening a little bit later.
Oh, that's going to be a great game. That genuinely is going to be a very good game coming forward. Who wins it? I mean, the Heretics have looked decent recently. Obviously, I kind of give it to the Falcons a little bit. Their performance there was good. Kismet looks fantastic. I don't know who's kind of been holding him back all year, but it seems like this role change has suited him down to the ground, and that is what exactly you want to see coming into the late stage of the season.
I love it. Maybe a warm-up game for the Falcons. We'll see a lot more from them later, but for now, folks, we'll be right back in just a moment for our next matchup with a couple different teams.
Hi guys, I'm Arian and we're Cloud9 New York and we're going to be making our perfect baguette. As you know, baguettes are massive in France, part of the Parisian culture, and we're going to show you guys how to make the right one. We have to decide whether or not we're having pickles in the baguette or not. I'm pickles.
I'm pickles. No pickles.
No pickles.
It gives you like a little spice. It gives you a little like, you know what I mean?
I think a little.
It's good. It tastes good.
No pickles.
Yeah,
Get it out. Get it out. We eat pickles, you're weird. Like out of here, I think we need everything. I'm thinking butter base.
Everything.
We'll put we'll put cheese on top, and then we'll do the meat.
And this is bread cheese meat. This is bread cheese meat.
No, we need to have both of these in there too. And
No,
the vinegar
no,
on top.
no tomatoes.
Okay,
bro.
listen, this
No
is like,
tomatoes.
bro, lettuce is just like for fun. Like if you want to be healthy, like it doesn't taste like nothing. It literally tastes like nothing. It tastes like nothing. There's no point in having lettuce in there.
Alright, let's
lettuce is
start.
literally just
Can we just start making
No.
Alright, so we're gonna need. Is it
Chef's
open?
kiss.
Okay, it's open.
Okay, you got this.
I can tell you never made a sandwich in your life.
Alright, so I'm thinking
butter base.
butter base.
Butter. Yeah, butter.
Everyone agrees with that, right?
Yeah, and a little bit of pesto.
Pesto, I would put it on the bottom a bit, but I think the butter like smooths it out first.
Yeah, you're right. A lot to him might be.
Both?
I like that.
Like, let me like
Yeah.
show you guys.
I liked it. That's it. That's enough.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
No,
You
That's
need
it.
all
That's
over
it.
The meat?
No, what about cheese?
No cheese. Cheese first.
Cheese?
No, what? Are you crazy? The cheese is supposed to be on top of the meat for, and then
No,
if it
it's not
melts.
cheeseburger, man. It's not melting, bro.
Bro,
It's a sandwich.
you actually might be fried. All right, what's
Okay,
type of
then
cheese?
What
though?
kind of cheese? Because we got two kinds here.
What is that,
I'm thinking the
Swiss?
left side.
Do both. That looks disgusting.
To do both.
That one on the right looks good.
Or like stack it on top of each
Wait,
other.
did you wash your hands before this?
Yeah,
Make sure, bro.
definitely.
He's lying.
Hygiene 101.
Definitely.
He's lying right now.
Bang, bang.
Why does the cheese in Europe look so colorless? Like, why does it look dead? Like, bro, that cheese is literally see-through. I can see the board through the cheese.
What kind of meat do you want? Just as much meat as
It's
possible.
the same meat. Yeah. I need like 7 pieces.
What is this meat? Do we know?
God,
We put this on top. No, balsamic vinaigrette. We put it on top. I think we should add lettuce and tomatoes.
No, no tomatoes.
no
tomatoes.
tomatoes.
No tomatoes. Lettuce,
No,
bro.
because we
Just
already
put
have
lettuce.
Just put lettuce.
Just put lettuce.
With this? Put that as an aesthetic. It looks good.
Vinaigrette?
Yes.
Yep. Never tasted that.
Bro, you put 2 pieces of lettuce on, bro?
Nice little vinaigrette on top.
Bro, this is like European sizing. Bro,
Hey,
Ari
like,
has
is
done,
vinaigrette like soy sauce?
Nah,
Or what
not
is
for-
it? Like, what
No,
does it taste like?
it's like it's
What do you
like
mean? You've never had vinegar?
Vinegar?
I'm gonna close it up, guys. So this is our baguette invention. I think we should have tomatoes. It's
Oh
really
my god,
sad,
I'm already
no
hungry.
color.
Why is the cheese
Why is
wrapped
the cheese
over the
like-
bun?
Yeah, I don't know.
Bro.
We could have folded that over there like that.
Yep.
Who takes the
Take a
bite?
bite,
here?
Aaron.
Ned, you want to take a bite?
I'll take a bite.
Take a bite.
I'll take a
I'll take a
mean
couple.
bite.
Edge, please make sure you take a good bite. Like, try to get as much as possible.
One out
Give
of
it a
10.
1 out of 10.
The pesto is gonna be the best bit.
1 out of 10.
Is that good, Ned?
That's pretty good, bro.
Okay.
Maybe a 9 because I'm hungry.
I think I made a good baguette.
Jordan, take a bite.
No.
No.
What you mean not?
What do you mean, no? Take a bite in the middle.
No.
You can obviously tell it's a good sandwich by the way he's eating it.
Thank you. That's us making our perfect baguette. Out of 10, just give us a number. What would you rate it?
Imagine that with a pickle though.
A good 9 out of 10.
Yep.
That's us from Cloud9 with the perfect baguette.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
me. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back, Black Ops 7 here at EWC 2026. The Bravo stream's been a banger thus far. The Falcons just took a victory, but it's time for the Carolina Royal Ravens to step back onto the stage after unfortunately getting obliterated on the other side of it. It is a decider match. It's a chance for them to potentially take down the Pit. So we got a lot to talk about in this game's about to kick off. Seymour, I'm going straight to you, my man. We don't have to go into predictions. Talk to me about these rosters because things did not go their way in their first matches.
This Carolina team, it's really hard to talk well about this squad. I think that the whole season, as soon as you took Exceed in, looked good in the online stages at the start of the year, but translating that to LAN has been a difficult point. I mean, you missed out on champs. You just got beaten down by Koi. Koi, a team that nobody would expect to have 2 bad tournaments in a row. That's how everybody expected it to go. So for Carolina Royal Ravens, just how do you finally find something on LAN today?
Seed, Lurch, Trakes, Nox. Unfortunately, yeah, 3-0. Koi winning that pretty handedly, Bryce. We watched it. Didn't really see any glimpses of hope either. Things changed today. Do you hit the VOD review? Do you go back to the lab? What's going on?
I think you just try and play the best you possibly can. It's a bit late right now to try and to make any changes.
True.
That's right. You only had 8 months to work this one out. But no, I think coming into it, it'll be an interesting game for both sides. I mean, this is kind of the case in point of do or die literally for these two teams. You've got the L's on the board. You need a W on the board at the very least. For the Ravens, could they be the first CDL team out of this? For P7, could they be the first challenger team to fall?
Well,
the Pit looked good versus FaZe yesterday. I mean, it was a 3-0, but like that was a close 3-0 against our world champions. So, I mean, against Carolina Royal Ravens, I mean, you see them here. They're a little bit of a disaster piece right now. You bring Trakes in. Nox stepped in for Standy for that last stage in Major 4. And yesterday, it wasn't even the 2 new guys that had the bad series. It was your vets in Exceed and the rookie in Lurks who were really underperforming, which was the biggest surprise.
Yeah, I think you were looking at some stats from before. I think I saw like a 0.6 KDA coming through, like some really frustrating moments. Maybe for potentially just Lurks in particular, who could have stepped up in a big way for this roster. It feels like a diamond in the rough situation. It's like we're well into the rough, so far into the rough that I'm using maybe more than a wedge to get out of it. But there could be a diamond in there. They've got a little bit of star power. If they pop off, there's a chance they could take down a Challengers roster that arguably had an okay day yesterday, Bryce. They still got 3-0'd, but it was the defending champions of our CDL side of things of FaZe.
Yes, it's difficult. I think the Pit are good. Problem is they're also 16th seed. They had to get here through the LCQ. Yeah. Their performance throughout the year has been better online than it has been at LAN. And I think they'll, I mean, that's statistics. They can't argue with it, really. The issue for me is going to be is that this feels like one of those games that you're like, oh, they should really do very well in it, and then they just might not. The Ravens are not a bad team when it comes to this level of competition. It could trip them up. I think this might be a close game between the two of them. We have seen a wonderful P7 resurgence just because Linz has been bringing the pace with them.
Yeah, in reference to kind of like that point, this is a trap game for the Pit. Because Carolina, as much as they are at the bottom of the standings for the CDL, it's still the CDL in comparison to challengers. So as good as the Pit looked yesterday, it's still something that you do not want to overlook the Ravens at all for these 4. And to highlight that, I think that there's a couple players that really need to have a good game today. One being F-Dot in the respawns. I think yesterday he was a little stiff, especially out the gates in that Scar hardpoint versus FaZe. Mythics as well. I mean, he is the guy who, if Mythics is not performing for the Pit lose. So it's got to be on those two to have a good series today.
A big burden of responsibility. Going back to the Ravens for a moment, what's the mode they really need to step up on? I mean, they went 4-2 in S&D to kick things off against Koi. and then they lost in round 11. So is that an ice in the veins type moment, or is that, hey, they got a little lucky at the beginning?
I would say the biggest issue for S&D would be the fact that the Pit are very good at it. That's like the biggest issue is the Pit are good at S&D. Like, that's their bread and butter. If you're going to say where would they be winning this kind of series, through the S&Ds. And for me, obviously, that means that P7 would be better at the respawns, but for the Ravens, you've absolutely got to lock in there.
Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game about to get started. Let's see what this match has for us. Casters, take it away.
All right, let's get into this one. Should be a good time. A lot of people curious about how this one will go. Like, I think you summed it up quite well, Seymour. Bottom of the CDL, top of challengers, and who comes out on top? There are people out there right now that are talking about this is the game that we could see the challenger teams finally get some wins onto the board here, because none of our qualified teams yet have done so.
Like, let's be honest, Bryce. If Carolina or Cloud9 lose to a challengers team, I'm not sure many people would bat an eye. I think that that is something that a lot of people would be like, yeah, like that is where the challenger teams probably could strike here in EWC. So, like, for a lot of these guys sitting in the Royal Ravens jerseys, like, this is something you don't want to lose right now. You want to prove the public and the community wrong, that you deserve to be in this position. And for a lot of these people, it's a weird position to be in, because for Nox, you stepped in for Standy. You didn't perform like you did when you were playing for Falcons Academy, and you're also not, you know, you're a native English-speaking player. So it's like you're kind of building into a situation with a roster environment that you're still learning. And then you have Trakes, who fell short with the Heretics. He's the first to go for Real. And a lot of people were like, okay, Trakes should be in the league. Here he is. He's back on Royal Ravens. He's back on a team that's been playing in the CDL all year long. He's got to play good right now.
Well, if you don't, there's no other opportunity to. It'll be the end of the Black Ops 7 year for you. So this is it. That's the stakes. Win this game or play no more until the next title drops. For one of these sides, they'll be loading into this map for the very last time. That's what this is. They're on the lower side of these group brackets as well. They've already lost one. They need their win one just to get into that third. But elimination beckons.
With the Pit too. I mean, one of these four players has been to the league, Linz. And he's a late addition as well. I mean, for exceptional gaming, wasn't the greatest year for the French roster with Linz at the head of it. And he's one of those guys that you come in for Henry, and it's a very similar role. He plays an unforgiving role for this team. Yesterday versus FaZe, Linz was showing why he was a CDL player. He was fantastic in that matchup, being the one to really light the way at a lot of those times, and I think that I was really impressed with the way that he was playing for the squad.
Now, I'm going to bring something up here. Something that may have flown under the radar of some people. The Pit signed a coach just this week. Steve Vortex is going to be behind these players. They are trying to stack the deck in advance for them. And hey, I'm even going to leak something now. I don't know if it's publicly known. There have been organizations in the CDL trying to pick up Steve Vortex in recent memory for coaching. Not a bad kind of stat for him. He has brought teams to, you know, challenger wins over and over again here. But I think that's just kind of worth mentioning, as this could be the Pit's last game, so I've got to get it in now.
And for the series, it looks like we're going to be going to that Scar hardpoint yet again to start off this best of 5, which, I mean, that's going to feel good for the Pit, because all through the LCQ, like, Scar was their go-to outside of that den. So they get their chance. They played up against FaZe yesterday. It was a 250 to, I think, 171 loss. They were neck and neck with FaZe at one point on this map. It comes again for what we've been talking about, these challenger teams to really play up to CDL squads. It comes in the form of that slaying. FDOT had a slow start. Zahari had a slow start to that map 1 versus FaZe. You look at going into the series now versus Carolina Royal Ravens. It's not FaZe. It's going to make you have a little bit more confidence going into this first map. You already got the nerves from playing on main stage off of your chest. So you go into another day, you're on elimination. Yes, you look towards these players to step up in that slaying factor, and if they can do that, I think that this is going to be a good look for the pit.
Oh, I thought we were about to load in then, but we are just having some adjustments as we go through. Obviously, these two teams will be feeling all of the pressure here. So any delay is just going to exacerbate that as they happen to get into it, but we will see. Seymour, what do you think of the maps?
Well, we got Scar Map 1, Gridlock Map 2, Scar Map 3, Frequency Map 4. I'd love to see a Frequency. And then a Gridlock Map 5. So across this, I think the best places to look at for the pit would be both of your Scars. 2 maps that they played quite often in the LCQ. And then where you look towards Carolina Royal Ravens to step up in the Search and Destroys and win those S&Ds, Bryce. Fortunately for them, Gridlock being that second map, that is exactly where the pit were playing in that LCQ as well.
Now, I don't know if this happened on A stream, but it will be definitely the first for B stream that this game also means that the key gets crushed. Something unique here at EWC. Those that are sitting in front of them, if you were watching the LCQ, we saw them, the pit sign live for theirs and gain that key, which gave them access to this tournament. It's how it works. That key allows you to play in, but if you crash out of this event, that key is taken to a crushing machine by the enemy team and is broken beyond repair. And obviously that it symbolizes your inability to compete any longer.
I like what they said when they were walking through the trophy grounds of EWC earlier, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. You don't want to be one of those teams that drops out early. You don't want to be one of those teams that has to hand over that key before anybody else. Is the first team that we will be sending home from EWC 2026. And a moment for an LCQ team, a team that had to battle their way through an extra tournament than anybody else to make it this far. To go past anybody else would be a dream for these 4 players, and how tumultuous of a year it has been for all 4 of them. Like you said, I mean, their land placings, I think the best land placing that we had for P7 was all the way back in Texas, where they were top 4 in the Challengers Elite, or the Challengers Open. So to go through the entire year struggling to place, coming out here, this would be insane.
Yeah. Obviously, with the rules of this competition, they are playing under the pit this time around, but this is the old P7 roster. It's an interesting one. They have been in Paris for a while, waiting for this tournament to get through. Obviously, went through the LCQ in a land setting, and now doing it one more time. I believe we have a short technical pause as this one does continue moving through here, but I have a question actually while we're waiting. It's something that occurred to me when we were talking about the keys. I mean, at some point over the last 3 years, some unlucky player has definitely dropped at one somewhere and just been absolutely aghast at this key they worked so hard to earn. It's just like, oh my goodness, because they are. I mean, that is a metal key, a very precious, very good-looking key that does get destroyed in the crusher at the end here, but just got to be careful with it.
Yeah.
Just make sure you're paying attention to where your key is.
Well, you even see the guy who like hands over the key at the end to be crushed. He's wearing gloves.
Yeah.
It's prestigious. Like, you don't want to drop it. I mean, that's why they put it, I think, in the like the holders, the plates.
Yeah.
Just so that you don't drop that key, because it was crafted with precision and care.
That's why they don't give it to us. We're not allowed any.
I don't think you ever should hold the key, Bryce.
I shouldn't, but these teams have earned them. And now the fight is to keep them. Names etched in. And shortly, one will be destroyed. But instead of the negative, let's look towards the positive here. Can these two teams now make it from this position? They're on what they call the lower half of a GSL bracket, or a double elimination bracket for some of you. Essentially, you've got to win 2 before you lose 2. Both of these teams have already lost 1. So even a win here will just put them back in contention for their last and 3rd game of this group. How far do they make it into this tournament, though, if they do get into the bracket? These are 2 of the underdog teams for many people's predictions, so they can only go upwards in a lot of people's eyes.
I just keep thinking, like, through the LCQ, this could have been so many teams. Torn played so well, Bush played so well, but for the Pit to walk away on top was just absolutely unreal storylines for these guys. And I mean, if you could go past any team and avoid elimination here, like that, you are on the house money right now. So you win this, you play the loser of G2 versus Gentlemates for qualification to get outside of this. I mean, that is a tough match just in general. G2 looked great yesterday. Gentlemates looked great yesterday. Gentlemates have home ground advantage as well. So I think if you are looking to qualify outside of this GSL bracket, Bryce, this is a game that you do not want to let go the distance. You want to look confident, you want to look comfortable, and you want to get it done quickly as you can.
Well, for that to happen, these players have got to agree that the settings are okay. So let's find out. I mean, it's all smiles on the side of the Ravens right now. Getting ready to lock in, getting ready to go down to it, but it is still a little bit relaxed. Obviously, as this continues, we will bring you any and all updates as they do start to come through here, and we will find out exactly what is the issue and when it will be resolved. But for an update, Seymour, what you got?
FaZe on the main stage. If you're watching Bravo, which honestly, Bravo is pretty cool. FaZe are on main, playing up against Koi. 1-0 going into the search and destroy. So Koi, I gotta say too, for this Koi team yesterday, it looked so darn good. And for Insight to be playing as good as he was yesterday versus this Ravens team, nobody would have saw it coming. He literally was silencing the haters.
Oh yeah, that's the other side of this bracket. Essentially, that's who's playing. But as it continues, technically one of these two will be playing one of these, depending on how that game goes. So it might be Koi going through, and well, never mind. No more talking about a game that is happening on a different stream. That is the fist bumps of destiny. That is the lock-in. It is the universal symbol for that map is starting to load. As everybody focuses and gets ready.
There's a lot to talk about across this bracket. It was a tough bracket to draw if you're any of these guys. It's just underneath you, Cloud9 omit your challengers champions. They played up against the likes of Gentlemates, and man, it looks good as well. So see how you can rise to the occasion right now if you're the Pit looking to cement your legacy in EWC. We got Scar Hardpoint teams loaded in. Let's see what they got to offer us, Bryce.
Oh, it all comes down to this. 200 scrims, 10,000 gunfights. But for one team, it will be no more. As we set this alight so far onto Scar. Right now, Drake's just trying to find them, and he finds the first there onto Linz as they do go back and forth into it. Ravens in control right now.
Yeah, the gate's good too for Trakes and Nox. Two newest additions to this roster. Nox on 4 in a row. Really paving way for this early time. 20-5 off the break. The Pit have yet to cut their way through these lines. You can see another 3 go down in the feed. And Larks is just going to take what they get and start this early rotation.
Tiny bit of scrap time available here, but this is not going well so far for the Pit. They're just not able to really get this moving as quickly as they can. Main man Mythics, who has been maybe the player from this squad in most people's mouths moving into it, because he has been magnificent and they need him here once again. Exito finds a magical 2. I thought he was done after the first. He's onto his own 3 straight. Gets back into the point here as both teams looking to stack.
It was a bad day for McSeed on day number 1. He himself was negative 11 on the day, a 0.81. In the hard point, it was a 0.52. So to see him out the gates like this, that is a good look from the veteran of Carolina. And he's got the young guns behind him, looking to break back into this P2 for the last 15 seconds. The Pit earning a lot of time off this. To lose out F-Docs and Mythics. You're going to lose out onto this rotation, but hold on to the lead.
Oh, Linz managed to find one that I didn't think he would grab, but you are right. The rotation is weighing on us all. Oh, Lucifer really shooting straight him whenever we see him. Difficult break though, but they find 3, and now Exceed knows he's in a lot of trouble. Going to go down as well. That is a perfect break from the Pit. They have just bullied their way in.
And that's something that they struggled with in the LCQ was this P3 break, but making it look easy to get this time to hold that lead. 46 and counting. Still 36 seconds. Shrakes over the top. He's looking for the break himself. Harry in the hill. He's overwhelmed. Now you're looking for that plane wing control. Lurks is going to be the first one there. What a shot from Felix. F-Dot rips him. That's going to get Lings back into this time with 20 seconds that you'd love to get.
Got to fight their way through as well here. Lucifer's looking to try and push into it, but he's the first one that falls. You've got Exceed as well, looking to go out this late little rotation as he gets into it as well. They're not going to know he's here. Easy 2 for Exceed. Takes a scrap time away from the pit and puts them in the furthest possible position for P4.
He broke P3 immediately. P4, different tasks just in general. Long rope being run by Harry. And he's going to actually catch Nox to the back of Bo. Linz has gotten all the way to top blue, and he has been unnoticed. F-Dot takes care of everybody else. So this is quite literally a surprise play from Linz. Exceed has no idea. Spawns are going to be broken, and so will the hill.
Looking for the last, and Linz knows. Grabs him as well. 33 seconds to go here. They're being pushed right out. It's Lucifer who is trying to catch them off the spawn all the way out towards mid-map. Doesn't manage to delay them too long here, and now that respawn is going to have to be close to try to get these bodies back into this point in time.
Harry slides on down. Good nade in the front. Linz helps out. 3 dead. 3 in a row for Linz. 13 and 9 in this game. And talk about the time here. 92 to 50. Ravens on the back foot. Another early rotation. But this time the pit will be here to fight for these back spawns right away. And it doesn't look like Lurks is in position. He's got Exceed to back him up. Lurks looking to collect these kills. Lock down this lane. Only player to worry about is going to be F-Dotted. Oh, he's going to make some noise in the hill. And what is that spawn from Mythics?
Well, so far, so good for Mythics. If he can hold it to the rest of his team, they've got a decent lead going through into this. The rest of them now trying to get the advantage. They know the closest spawn is always going to be beneficial here at P4. Trakes tries to find something, but the trade is not enough for him. And they're now in the driving seat once again. The pit should be picking up the points. Knocks out towards the back, though. Has caused some issues. The spawn has flipped.
And they're in yet again. What is that? Linz sliding right under. Holding the back spawns. Carolina Royal Ravens not translating time like they should be. Heading into the second set of rotation, it has been nothing but the pit on Scar Hardpoint. Another 3 down. It's Harry this time on 4 in a row. He's going to kick up that scrap time at Old. And as we go towards the new hill once again, it is Carolina looking for map control. You get the spawn out for player 7. Trakes in the back line. Mythics will trade it, but enough damage was done. And you do get the break in for Royal Ravens. They need this time.
Always the key here around P1. Break blue, and you've got a good opportunity to break that hill back upon them here. Fight going through. Lurks has already taken a little bit of a wall bang, and now he's in trouble. Linz going high. Eventually does get caught, and Lurks has just not been hit, so he gets the regen as well. Stays alive. Eventually taken down by Lucifer, but it is an absolute slugfest going on.
And you got to call it right now, too, because it was a great start between both Trakes and Nox, but Trakes has slowed down considerably. And Nox just has not been translating these kills into the objective. Lurks as well. 6 seconds in the hill, 11 seconds, 15 for Exceed. The only player that's really been playing for the objective has been Trakes, and he hasn't been able to stay alive in the hill. So you really need to revamp your entire setup going to the second set.
Oh, with this rotation going down, it's advantage to Carolina Royal Ravens. They had the opportunity to hold it down to begin with, but a couple of kills going through has put them onto the back foot. And Exceed's to try and drill. Last time he was great here. He found 3. He needs to do so again. Reinforcements coming through. Trakes can find Lucifer. Exceed into the point, but it's a slow one as Efted onto the flank can only find one himself. And the Ravens have the better position, but nobody into the point.
You need to collect this time. Finally, you get Exceed into the hard point. After over the top, what can he do? Flies his way through, but only good for the 2 seconds there. Exceed still soaking up this hard point time. He's going to go down to a nade from Harry. And again, that is just time that you'd love to keep away if you're the pit. So heading into this third rotation, it looks like the pit are going to get that early wrap F-Dot here before anybody else. But he's going to be found by Drake, so it's a race to see who can get the setup.
Wow, this is a big fight. Nox is going to find that one straight out of the gate here now. Last time around, The Ravens let this go very, very easily. Already 2 going down from them as well. Nox holds them off, but Lucifer finds him and almost turns and burns onto Trakes. Advantage for the Pit. They do have the better position, but they are going to be outnumbered on this first fight. But Lind wins, and therefore it's going to go back and forth.
Nox on the wing. Nice shots from Mythics. Ravens turning this into time. Finally going to cross that 100-point marker. It's a 56-point difference. 30 seconds off this hill. That if you get the rest of it, you are right back into this game. So everybody looking to lock down that plane wing. Lucifer around the back. He's going to tag team this with Mythics. And another big win from Harry. That is so devastating for the Ravens. And unlike last time, it seems like this is going to be the Pit with the early setup to P4. Royal Ravens knocking on that door, though.
They're already hit. They've got the numbers as well as Lurks finds 2. They're in. They're now moving towards it. Watch these spawns as they come through. It's P2 for the Pit. They're trying to get out towards the back here as quickly as possible. It's all the way out towards P5, though, for Carolina Royal Ravens, so the Pit won't feel too aggrieved.
3 dead again. Spawn in the back for Nox. He's just looking to play his life, but under investigation from the Rast. And how is he still here? Nox finally goes down, but he buys enough time that Ravens are looking to break this one from the front. Lurks, unfortunately, not going to be ready for that early spawn from F-Dot. You got 2 players challenging the back. F-Dot in trouble now. How long can he live? Not long enough. 3 go down. It's just Harry in the hill, but that is enough. This is crazy.
Lucifer, NPC spitting howitzers there into the hill, and now they're still going. They're feeling the full force of the Pit on a run here as they keep on burning. And they are winning the trades good enough. This score is getting out of control. 80 points to the Pit. As we go back into P5, the Ravens will be here first. Opportunity to grab themselves some much needed time.
This has got to be a complete 180 right now. 194 to 112. Ravens just have not been able to buy themselves a hold, and it's just been because of this guy right here, Mythics, continuously breathing down your neck. Another win up top. 3 dead for the Ravens. You got to get something here out of Nox towards the back line, but Lurks will fall. Players close. Nox up top green. Looking to buy his team time.
And they are fighting from the back foot here. The Ravens are doing a really good job of keeping this pressure up and not allowing the setup to come through. Even from that back spawn, they've just been continuously jumping into these fights as Nox finds 2 as well. He's 35 and 29, Nox. How are they this far behind when he's been playing like this?
It's just the time, man. He's got 17 seconds. Lurks has 24, and it's just Trakes who's playing around this hill. 70-point lead heading into the 3rd set of hills. The Pit in full form. Now looking to lead this series if they can put it away here and now. Royal Ravens gonna have the first setup, and you can see some routes being run over towards the back of Boat, but they know exactly where Mythics is.
Well, blue is always the key. They've held it this time around. More players trying to get into it. Big gunfight from Lin, so open up the middle of the map here. The problem again is going to be, this is the setup you want. The Carolina Royal Ravens will close down both, try and force you through that mid choke point. If you can break blue, that is the way to go, and it looks like that has been done. Mythics has found the kills here. It should start allowing the Pit back out of this trap, but unfortunately it's been closed again.
Closed, shut, signed, and sealed. Couple routes being run here from the Pit. They're going to slow things down, try to work for some positioning over towards blue. It doesn't look like the Royal Ravens are too bothered by it at all. They're just trying to look for these transitional kills. Exceed not going to win the fight versus F-Dot. You get the trade from Lurks, though, and he's going to be the only one here. Close spawn from Exceed. Can he get here in time?
This game's got an awful lot closer. What a P1 from the Ravens. Held them down though. P2 slowly but surely slipping towards the Pit here on the outside for this one. It wasn't great for them last time, the Ravens. They're going to need to fight for this one tooth and nail. There's going to be 3. Trakes wants the last, looking for Lucifer, who slides to safety in a second.
The biggest issue for these challenger teams in Hardpoint has been the closing moments. We see a lot of teams get to a position where they can close the game, but they haven't been able to get it done. Royal Ravens have built themselves back up. They're starting to look better. This is not a time for the Pit to slow down.
Well, still going for it one more time here. Trake's going to look at the kills here. Lin's down towards the bottom. Going to just try and stay alive. Actually, Lin's goes for that Chow as well. 15 seconds to go. It'll put the Pit in a very good position. But now, this is important. F-Dot looking for the kills that are around this one. I don't think he's found the timing. Exceed will get him, and Exceed finds 2. That is a rotation for the Ravens. And now they have an opportunity.
You get your setup, but we know how good that the break has been from the pit. This has got to be absolute perfection from Carolina. And you've already lost Nox. Trakes is going to be there to help out. You get the back green spawns, but you got to be worried about this play through mid.
Trakes finds one. Efdot will get one back as well, but this is just one by one. There is no continuation of trade. It is the worst possible position on this map now for the pit. Breaking out of this one is always hard.
If they get the rest of this time, it's going to be a tie game. Efdot, he's going to go into a mission to flip these spawns. You know that Carolina can't win off this hill. You can, but you do not want to put all your eggs into one basket. It looks like Efdot, he's going to be in a position to block, and he actually pulls a spawn for Linz.
They managed to get players in towards the back here. But the Ravens are determined to make this an absolute showdown at P4. Mythics finds 2, only 2. Spawn still very much in contention. You can see those parallels coming through for both sides. Fighting for Lucifer. It's going to be first in now for the pit.
10 seconds.
For the Ravens, it's running. They have to get here in time. Straight through the front door, they're looking for it. Mythics will be the first blocker, but already 2 kills going down. 2 seconds to go, and the pit should have the first hard points.
Close in contention at the end. The sweat is gone. You get it done. You close it out there. 20-point game at the end, and the Carolina Royal Ravens, they built themselves an opportunity to fight for that challenge. They just couldn't complete the comeback. The pit feeling good in the hard point. You get your Scar hard point, a map that we saw you go to quite a bit throughout this tournament so far. Couldn't ask for anything more out of the boys. They kick things off, and that is going to be a really good place to start for this squad to build off of.
Well, if you're a pit fan, then you probably are experiencing a very specific condition. For you Americans and Canadians of my colleagues, I'm sorry, but you're not going to understand this one, but that was squeaky bum time for the pit going forward into it. It is a very difficult thing to watch if you are a fan of them, because they came very close to throwing it away.
I don't want to be Copy in that position. I'm sure that that was one of the most stressful situations he's been in his tenure of being in Call of Duty. I talked to him too yesterday. He's like, I can't believe I'm seeing my logo up on the main stage of EWC. But what a moment it would be to see his team take his org to EWC and win a series versus Royal Ravens. I think the Ravens started to figure it out towards the end there. I mean, the biggest issue this team has is the fact that they just cannot translate these kills into time. And for a lot of these players, it is selfish in the way that they play this hard points. When you see the numbers from everybody except Trakes, and they were like less than 30 seconds in the hill going into like the 4th hill in the second set. Like, that is just not what you like to see from a team of this caliber when they're trying to hit their full potential at the end of the year.
Well, you can be slaying, but you've also got to be playing. Points means prizes, and while it's always beneficial to be slaying quite heavily, because it does open up the map, it does give you the opportunities to score. You can drop 40, you can drop 45, you can drop 50 if you want to, but if you don't get 250, it doesn't really matter.
No? It's good math.
We'll see.
And Bryce, I know you saw this team a lot during the LCQ. You watched a lot of Gridlock from the pit. Like, and it wasn't even like close game or like blowouts from the pit. There were a lot of close games here. Like, what was the big thing from the pit that, like, why do they like this map so much?
Well, they're normally actually pretty good at retakes. So I say that while bearing in mind that I actually saw them do a completely different retake on the bomb side against FaZe yesterday that lost on that S&D, but they're just very good at controlling the tempo. Linz has managed to find gaps over and over again on this map, and it kind of opens it up a lot for them. They let Efdot sit sometimes on that island, helps get some control. They play off that information for most of the time. But they is, and always has been, the pit are very confident on their S&D prowess. It's where they've always said, this is where we should be able to take teams. This is where we should be able to get something going. Could have taken FaZe down. They lost to 3 versus 4 yesterday in this exact map, and I'm not bitter about it at all.
Not at all. Not even a little bit. You should have seen him in the green room. But yeah, I mean, I think there's just a moment where the Pit need to look themselves, and that loss versus FaZe, that's just going to shake it off. I think you saw a little bit of lack of confidence in that last round 11 versus FaZe. It's not going to be the same versus a team like Carolina Royal Ravens, and they showed that winning this map number 1. So putting it away is the first step. Following it up is the next out of the Pit. So going into it, who's going to step up here from the Pit? Carolina shifted over to them because we have been gassing the Pit to the high heavens. And Carolina, they need a little bit of gas on their side. This guy on screen is who I look at to change the look of the Ravens. I mean, he was fantastic when he had his tenure in the bush. I mean, throughout stage 4 of the Challengers Elite, like, this guy was unstoppable. Everybody was saying that he was one of our Rookie of the Years, rightfully so. It was a change of course for the entire season when he dropped back down into Challengers, but he did not skip a beat when he was playing for the Bush. I'm happy to see him get another chance with the Royal Ravens, but it's just now that you have this chance, he's got to show up in a map like Gridlock and really perform for them.
Wow. We spoke about pressure before this series at length. I tell you something, after a map 1 loss, it only gets worse. The ever on-creeping tide of despair, lapping at the walls of that mental fortitude they are now going to need. Carolina Royal Ravens. Lose 2 more maps and you are done for the year.
Big head-to-head's going to be Mythics versus Lurks on those opening duels. Because one thing we saw versus the LCQ, even yesterday versus FaZe, that Mythics is so good at pulling these first bloods for the team. I think that's why he is kind of drawing that success for P7, now the Pit, over the course of Challengers, is that Mythics is the guy to pick things up out the gates, win those opening duels. And for Carolina Royal Ravens, Lurks is the only person in my mind that is going to be taking that challenge and contesting it. So not just Trakes in terms of the overall performance of Carolina, but Lurks off these opening initial duels is going to be detrimental to the outcome of Carolina here.
Well, let's see. Looks like the players are locked. Looks like the game is loaded. Let's find out how this one works.
Not a Gridlock. It's a raid.
You read it wrong?
No, I did not read it wrong. But this kind of changes everything for the Royal Ravens, considering that yesterday versus Koi, they were leading this map 4-1. They bought a little bit towards the end. There's no reason that they can't watch over that VOD, make some changes going into day 2, and look a little bit better here versus the Pit.
Oh, Nox trying to thread this one, and, well, massive advantage right now for the Ravens. Should be an easy pickup. There's one. Not going to be the 2, but the trade is good enough, and the Ravens strike back.
One guy on a raid yesterday that was just unkillable at the start of that map was Caden Exceed.
Also, I'll let you off, Seymour. I have it's been the official veto list that we were given, and they put Gridlock twice, so...
Hey. Just not wrong here. Just a little flipped around on what we get for this map too. But this is actually such a good thing for the Royal Ravens, because at the start of the hardpoint, they looked like lost puppies. At the end of the hardpoint, they look locked in and geared up to take that Scar. So winning that opening round, you can definitely see that they are playing at their best. So what do they got now on the defensive take? They have drawn a line through mid. You got a player in Nox who is trying to hold that space in mid. And Pit have made no moves to either bomb site.
They're a bit lost. Oh, big aggression of the Ravens moving through the middle here. This is all map control. No information grabbed here from the Pit either yet. Did they see anybody? It'll be laundry control for the Pit. Information is lacking. Here comes the hit. Already into a defensive position. F-Dot and Lucifer are trying to cover each other. Positions on this map have actually flipped. The teams are on the other side. F-Dot will find Exceed though. There's the first. Lucifer's trying to get it, but that smoke's already gone down as Trakes gets away. They are worried about the players. They don't know where they are yet. You can see that the Pit have kind of stalled.
24 seconds. Bomb's not down. 4v3. Trakes is right there Bomb's going to be stretched there. Trace has no idea. As soon as it's there, you're going to get that pop-up chow. Finds Linz.
Oh, almost gets it. When it comes to Trace coming through, and oh, it's Lucifer to get the last two. Nothing about that was pretty, but it was also not bad.
I thought he was about to rip him off that heady. Trace, it's unfortunate that he wasn't able to see the bomb getting planted there. As soon as it goes down, though, you get your kill. You almost find a second. The damage was done. You just don't translate it into the round win, unfortunately, if you're the Royal Ravens. But for the Pit, you keep it close. And down to a nail-biter in terms of time. I mean, you're planting the bomb with 20 seconds left. If you go down, the round is down. The fact that they pull that one off is going to really show the grit out of these players to keep it down to the wire.
Under the gun here, Lucifer. Pulling the information through. Mythic's finally coming to back him up here. The push is developing. The Ravens making a push, but it's going to be Lucifer the first. And oh, F-Dot, the worst possible timing. Exceed. Buy yourself a lottery ticket, mate, because your luck is pretty good so far. There we go, though, not that time. Been cursed, 2 versus 4. Goes down to the trades, and Linz will find his last two. Advantage of the Pit.
Back-to-back rounds, first blood translating into a 2-1 lead. Back-to-back first blood for the Pit, and they are just looking fantastic out the opening duels there. F-Dot, yeah, I mean, you maybe don't get the initial chow from Exceed that you want. Timing not on your side, but you get that second chance, you get it done, and Linz going to be cleaning up that round. Great assistance from the rest of the team. And you know that the guy behind them in Vortex, like, this is S&D prowess behind you that is working you through these rounds one by one. You know he's been studying. You know he knows what this Royal Ravens team wants to do before they know what to do. So, good looks coming up from the pits in the early game.
Slowly but surely making their way now. Massive from the Ravens. Split for the Pit. This could go badly. I mean, Lurks has just been stun checked, but I think he got away with it. Right towards the middle there. Linz has made a move. Finds Nox. And now another big gun fired, and Lucifer will win that one. 2 versus 4. All of a sudden, it's not looking pretty for the Ravens.
Lurks and Exceed. Looking to chase this one down. Would have loved to get that kill versus F-Dot, but instead, everybody from the Pit are just gone. You leave them behind, and as soon as you cross the pillars, Harry's going to be watching it. Exceed gets one for the road. 1 versus 3. Would be a 1v4. Bomb planted at B. Post plant enacted.
Where are we going? Exceed. Clutching up a 1 versus 3 at this point would be almost breathtaking, and I'm not talking Keanu Reeves. This would be something if he could make it, but already been found, and there's a crossfire. Down you go.
3 rounds in a row. Things starting to build up for the Pit. And they do not look shaken at all. Calm, cool, composed. And that is such a good call late in the round. As soon as you get those initial kills over towards the A bomb site, you notice that Lurks is chasing F-Dot. Exceed gives his red dot away too. You hightail it back out of there, and Lurks on the chase, just getting completely sidelined from those pool steps. And you can see the depth of this Pit team really shining on this raid. 3-1. Carolina, you need to make some immediate changes here. This is getting out of hand.
Drakes. 1 bullet, or a whisper, or a stray wasp would have taken him down there. Here comes the push again. They tried this last time, the Ravens. They lost out that first blood to Lucifer, who'll be trying to drill them one more time, but there's too many guns against him. Decides to stay alive.
Trace gonna hop that bomb. They got the information that pool steps needs to be taken care of. Trace with the first blood in the smoke. Trade from Lucifer, and it looks like Pit pump the brakes, get away from it. You might want to play for the retake.
Oh, Drake's actually throwing that nade back. Oh, almost gets caught. The Pit are stacked 3 deep here at the stairs, but they've decided they've given up maybe too much map control and will now spread back out.
The longer you take here, if you're the Ravens, the worse it gets for you. Bomb still leading over towards B. Getting a lot of information through mid. You need to see that bomb rotate. There's only 18 seconds.
Oh, Exceed grabs him. Must have been super weak going through it. Gets one though. Goes to Lucifer for the do. And now it's Mythics. 1v1.
7 seconds.
He's looking for him. He is looking for him. Where is he going to go here? Mythics is decided to get out of it, and he tries to call it correctly. Not that time. 4-1. That round doesn't end with a bang. Doesn't even end with a whimper. It just ends with a runaway.
Some tough indecision there from the Royal Ravens. As soon as Linz gets that first blood and you have the smoke down, you notice that he gets away and the pitch is completely disengaged. You got to go for that plan. You just got to trust your team to have your back there. You know that pull steps has been cleared. Just lay the rock. But instead, you hold your time for way too long, and the pit are able to get so much information on where this is being played. Lurks off the initial first blood. Car bomb Mythics plugging the gates. Outside of Laundry, Lurks, though, needs to make some moves.
Still mixing it up, and they're curious about this control. What have they seen? Who have they got? What are the names we are tracking? Mythics looking to clear this out as they go for a bit more laundry control. There's already one gone down, and F-Dot says, all right, I've got him. Don't worry, mate. Now Mythics looking for it. F-Dot gets away for it. He goes for it at the same time. It's good, but the trade is not good enough as F-Dot just runs them ragged. Teammates baiting out for him there, and they just led them to a slaughter. That's team play.
And we're just getting no team play from the Ravens at all. I mean, as soon as that nade kill comes out from Lurks, like, you just cannot be full sending yourself onto the ring. You know you've given up A, but you just haven't been able to fully clear that space. And Mythics getting the timing to trade it. You just continue to give Pit opportunities for them to hold a lead in this search and destroy. You build yourself back into that hard point. You looked like you could have stolen it away. Search and destroy. This has been a different story just entirely. The Ravens have had no contest in this map.
They certainly haven't. Well, the Ravens have tried this several times. Hasn't gone well. This time they will get the bomb down. Pit will be aware of this any second now, and they'll have to try to move into position. The difference this time around, though, is that the Ravens are in a much better setup for it.
Yeah, all four players from the Ravens going to be built over towards the bedroom. Nobody on the flank yet from the pit, so it is going to be a big bang from mid-pool steps.
Linz has got close, though. Nox is under a lot of pressure here. He knows he's got to try and do something, but there's a double nade from Exceed. Plays into the pool. It's not going to be good enough. And now Lucifer in a 1 versus 3. He'll try and take a gunfight, but it's not going to happen. The Ravens this time, post-plant immaculate.
Post-plant. And just back to the fundies on a raid. Play for the bomb site, play for the plants, get that post-plant set up, deny anybody from flanking through bedroom, and allow your nades to do the talking there for Exceed. What a well-cooked nade inside that smoke, where everybody from the pit just thought they could just weasel their way into that retake. Other things from the Ravens, finally putting another round down. 2-5 we go. And it is a long road to build yourself back, but it is one step at a time, 1 foot in front of the other.
Oh, F-Dot under a lot of pressure, somehow alive with 5 health. His teammates have got a kill. Oh my goodness. That should have been a kill. F-Dot should have gone down. But now a 4 versus 2 for the Ravens, a disaster.
1 minute. Pit have full control of B. And Exceed is going to read this corner. Oh, he snaps on F-Dot. There's your call back. Nox on the other side just has to stay alive and wait for Exceed. Instead, Linz goes down. Lucifer's going to find him. Exceed yet again in the clutch, 1v2.
Exceed is on a 4 streak. He needs to make that 6 to keep them in this S&D. Unfortunately, Lucifer with a great shoulder is causing him all kinds of problem. He's trying to take this fight on, and they are burning time. Nobody really giving him time of day. Oh, it's frustrating, and eventually they get into him. And down they go, the pit 2-0 up now against the Ravens.
And there is a crowd behind them cheering on our LCQ winners.
I can't hear exactly what they're chanting, but it's something. And for now, there is a lead A significant lead here for the Pit EU. LCQ winners, EMEA Challenger players, and now potential upsets. We will find out though if that comes to pass. Before we do that, we will be back in a few minutes with Overload.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Well, welcome back. The Pit versus the Carolina Royal Ravens, and the Pit start up 2-0. Finally, a Challengers team that could put up a good fight against some of our bottom CDL teams. Coach Seymour Bryce, great cash, gentlemen, for the first two. The Pit, though, they start out pretty hot. Ravens were able to claw their way back into AHP. S&D, though, not even kind of close, Seymour.
No, not one bit. And it's surprising, too, because when you look down to the stats of this game, Ravens won 4 out of the 8 First Bloods in those rounds. So the fact that they're just not able to translate it, I mean, there are some serious, deeper issues for this team that is just not being able to translate into rounds 1. And we saw it in the hard point, too, at that time.
Let's work backwards, though, because I think the S&D really tells the story, Bryce. Chemistry issues? Is this a, hey, you're just getting outgunned? It feels like the team isn't playing together.
I mean, the Pit are just a better S&D team. I said it coming into the series. Yep. I knew they were a better S&D team. It's what their bread and butter is, right? Even against, if I want to throw it back to talking about the games against Omit, which, was coming up as well, they even said themselves, we need to take the S&Ds. We're better on the S&Ds. The respawns will be, difficult against a team like Omit back in the EMEA Challengers stage, right?
Yeah.
Pit believe in themselves on the S&D. It keeps on playing out that way. Could have beaten FaZe yesterday, but we won't go back over that one again. And yeah, they look like a better team. They are winning the trades. They are having a better time. Some of the Ravens' moves onto this map don't seem coordinated by the same team.
It's no surprise either. How many times do we get to the end of the year of Challengers going into our postseason tournaments? So we talk about some of these Challenger teams that have stuck it out through the entire season.
Yeah.
Like 3 out of the 4 of these guys, they played Major 1 together.
Yeah.
So that is completely different than the Royal Ravens have had. They've been showing different rosters at different stages. So, I mean, to look at the Pit and say they're a more complete team, that is no surprise.
Well, let's go back then to our first map, Scar Hardpoint. It looked like it was going to be a blowout. I think it was the first almost full 2 rotations, complete control by the Pit, and then things started turning around for the Ravens. Any notice of why, or was it just, hey, we pieced it together?
I mean, it's exactly kind of what we were highlighting in some of those rotations, is that you were finding kills if you're the Ravens. Those kills just weren't translating into hill time. As soon as they started kind of putting 1+1 together, you find 2, you find the answer, and they start to claw their way back into that game. Like, there were opportunities for the Ravens where I think they should have had a lot better of a game from the start than they did.
I'm pretty sure Nox had 50, and they still lose that one, Bryce.
It's one of the ones that you kind of go through over and over again. It was a great comeback from the Ravens, but that's kind of how that map plays. There are certain positions, like on P1, if you're spawning top side, it's not great. You got to break blue to get back into it. P2 can become a money hill if you defeat the first couple of pushes. P3, as we all know, is horrible. If you spawn out back P5 on P3, you basically know you're giving up 30 seconds because you have to run a gauntlet of nightmares, right? kind of happened to the pit there towards the end, and it was very stressful.
Yeah.
Getting that spawn out towards the back of P4 saved them because the trades were just flowing like water.
Yeah, it was 240, 230, I think, going into that last point, and then they end up taking the 10 seconds. Eyes forward, though. It's 2-0 currently. It's a best of 5. I mean, this is literally your last chance if you're the Ravens to stay in this competition. So as we move towards Overload, towards Scar, gentlemen, take it away. Who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be a 3-0 the other way? Whoo, baby, I'm ready.
You are, we are, everybody watching at home is as well. Seymour, I made a rule up earlier in the day that by and large, I feel like CDL teams are better at Overload than Challenger players. I feel like the level of competition of Overload in the CDL just elevates all of their games. It's like the rising tide rises all ships. I still kind of feel that way. I still do think that this may be the most difficult game for the pit.
Yeah, I think I agree with you in that same sense. I think the only counter argument I would have is that the pit played exceptionally well versus FaZe yesterday in Overload, and it was a map that they could have stolen off of FaZe. And for the Royal Ravens, in that same sense, I mean, some of these players didn't play a full, complete season in the CDL. So when you turn those reps into Overload, I mean, you look that there are some holes in the side of Royal Ravens that have been truly disruptive to the outcome of a lot of these games. So I agree with you. I think that CDL teams will be better at Overload. This CDL team, though, I am not too sure that they can get it done. I mean, you look at Overload to kickstart a reverse sweep versus the pit. The pit have given you absolutely nothing since those last couple of hills on that hard point, so you get absolutely beaten out of the search and destroy. It's just, how do you recover now if you're Royal Ravens?
Well, let's see. Let's find out. First flurry's going through here, and actually, while we're on the subject, we'll give a bit of a shout to F-Dot, because I think during the LCQ he was not happy with his performance, but from what I've seen of him so far, certainly stepped it up for the squad now they need him.
3-1 out the gates for Trakes. Nox finally going to find his. Nobody making a play for the ball just yet, and Pitt somehow able to reclaim this space through mid. So still trying to work off these early gunfights. Raven's going to play through market. One player to worry about is going to be Linz on the side. That's going to delay the push for the ball. Drops it down into the middle of the map while everybody from the pit work off spawn.
Into these first couple of kills going through here, and at the moment it does seem that the Ravens are putting the pressure on to the pit. Nox, big kill to make here, and now this is going to be moving. This one should actually be in. I don't think they're going to be able to stop it, and they will not be able to. An absolute slaughter as the Ravens finally have the momentum swing in their favor.
There's a little lack of fluidity out of Royal Ravens for that initial push. I mean, the kills were there, and again, you just were leaving the ball behind, but setting up for the exact perfect push that you can ask. There's no answer from the pit there. They are getting spawn trapped at the moment, so you need to start to see some of these players work in some of their magic. It has been a tough go at the start of this game, and the Royal Ravens now working their way through plane to see if they can get the second attacking side started.
On a couple of kills here, they might think about moving that EMP. Exceed in a little bit of trouble. More players coming to go and get him here, but Exceed in a good position, but eventually goes down. That's going to be 3. Lurk's the last one alive. He should be traded out, though, and there they go. Move this fast. The spawn is going to be close as well. The pit are now trying to get in position. They've got to win a couple of gunfights. Trakes finds one. Exceed and Trakes and Linz. And last but not least, they cannot get it done.
You see the way that Trakes just played that. I mean, he put his body between the player and the goal zone, stuffed him with the NPC, and the hipfire was able to deny the pit of tying this game up. Wonderful defense from the Royal Ravens. Chance there from the pit that you would love to get back, but now for the counterattack. It's working its way. Exceed leading. He's alone now. Yeah, he's not going to be alive for very long. Look on the other side. Pit, they found their way into green.
Oh, Linz gets a big first kill there as well. I think this is good. There is everything going through here as well. They've got to be careful. I don't think he's going to delay it. You don't delay it in that position, but this is going to be a relay. The Ravens are sitting onto the EMP. Everybody from the pit is now moving to try and shut this down before it develops. Can they find these last 2 players? Nox is a problem. There's one for Nox.
it's just a moment for the Ravens where I like to see their proactivity. But they work a little bit too far forward. They forget that the Pit have that rotation behind them in red. And they do not have somebody watching that flank quick enough. The Pit able to deny any chance of a counter cap. Trake's trying to work his way through here. He's going to grab the ball up top. Nice pistol shots coming out from Trake's. 3 dead. It's a wide open goal. And the Ravens are going to take their lead again.
Got that one straight in, and there is screaming happening right now. The fans are going a little bit wild over towards that stage.
I think that's Nox.
I don't think it was. Very well, gentlemen there screaming right by the fans at the moment. Obviously a big Ravens fan. And they are going berserk though. Lurks is just moving forward with it as well. That's going to be 3 as the 5-3 goes well. The Pit are being taken apart here on this.
Those are the Royal Raven fans turning up in troves right now. Trake's up top, blue. 60 seconds left. Ravens, chance to end this in regulation for the first half. If they can get one more capture, and Lurks is starting to come alive. Not able to get past Mythics. He's on 3 in a row, and that's going to allow for the Pit to now work out of their spawn, see if they can take some map control. 40 seconds left in this round.
They are moving again here. This feels like it's going to go 4-1. I don't really see it stopping here. A little bit of a goal line stop. They managed to get it done, and Linz finds Lurks. Still trying to stay alive. He's getting it out of here. For the Pit, getting this to a 2-3 would be pretty magical, but for Linz, he's also thinking about maybe just burning this timeout. Don't give them another opportunity to score. They are slowly but surely getting there. Linz is in a bit of trouble now. Does manage to find another one here. It's a pistol for him with a 4 streak.
I mean, this is a situation where if you can get player number 4 top green, you can maybe block this one out for an A-zone push. Exceed on the side. He's going to go down. Linz still holding on to it. 2 dead, but no! Walks out in front of Trakes. No chance for a second capture out of the Pit at the end of the half. It is 3-1 for the Royal Ravens. Bryce, your rule is looking to stay true. The CDL team just steps ahead of the Pit right now.
Well, let's see. I said before it, I just felt like maybe this was the Ravens' map to take. So far, so good. The Pit just never really got flowing. A lot of that fighting was in their own spawn. They'll be aggrieved that they did not use that opportunity to try to get something back. They almost had it at the end.
You got to think about it too, in like the form of a reverse sweep. That hard point at the end was scary for the Pit. And although the Search and Destroy was one-sided, you still don't feel confident that if you go into a Game 5 right now as a challenger team with a lot of pressure on you to perform, with reverse sweep on your shoulders, you might break.
That would be a horrible way to end the year. Can't believe you're cursing them like that, Seymour, but I'm sure they'll forgive you in time. Linz now scoops. For the Pit here, they are on the most precarious position. Mythics is trying to do everything he can here. Can't get it as well, but Trakes now coming to reinforce, and that's huge from Trakes. There was an opportunity there for the Pit to get it through, but that is still alive. Lucifer cannot find his gunfight that he needs to get onto the second.
It's a live ball, and Trakes reset the count, so still a chance here to collect it. Reset once more, Linz on the cross. He can't get past 3 players here. Lurks holding them off. Ball picked up again. Ravens keeping it alive in their spawn. Here comes Mythics around the back, and nobody's going to be watching it. The turnaround is not enough. 2 dead. Lurks again, the only one there. It's 4 gone. And the Pit should find their second.
And they might be looking for a relay here. It's not an easy thing to do. The Ravens will just be spawning up continuously over and over again, but it's not really going to matter as they clean house. Only Lucifer now is going to be up on the map here for the Pit. They call in the Hellstorm as well. They grab them off the respawn here. That's a nightmare scenario.
But that's the thing, though. You're using the Hellstorm just to get out of your spawn, where that could have been a tool that leads to a 4th capture instead. You're just vying to get map control off the back of it. So for the Pit overall, that is a win. If you find these next wave of kills, then you can start building into tying this game up.
1 score. For the Ravens, that one score means everything. They let this slip, they are done. Breaks. Doesn't see Linz. Linz, somehow, fantastic camouflage, just laying on the floor in the middle of the open. Don't know how it worked, but it worked good enough. Benefit from the pit here this time is they're really trying to push back the Ravens into their spawn like happened to them in that first half.
I think about what this game could do if FDOT starts to find some value in slaying. 14 and 28, and it's a 1-point game. Getting a lot out of Linz and Harry right now. Ball still down outside of green this time. That rotation starting to turn now into a counter cap, and it's Mythics with it in his hand. He's alone in this endeavor. And unfortunately, you have no idea, but Lurks is on the flank quickly.
Oh, there's a team kill as well. This is about to be a cap, I think, for the Ravens. This has all gone terribly, terribly wrong. They try to take it the long way. They try to get something going here as well, but the Ravens will get one back into it very, very quickly. And now it's 4-2. That all fell apart so quickly.
1 minute, 35 seconds. Ball's going to spawn over towards red. You got Linz on the front line. Mythics looking to reinforce this push, but the two others off the respawn. Very disconnected from this offensive attempt. Harry through the middle of the map. There goes Nox. He's still got another player to worry about. It's Trakes. Linz is going to be watching the play. He takes him down. Exceed up top. Finds nothing. And it's a 1-point game yet again.
A minute 13 to go. The Ravens still holding a lead. Here comes the fight in towards it. It's going to be Trakes who goes onto that flank. Very important for them to get it done. And oh, he goes down. It comes to nothing. They've still got players in towards the spawn here as well. Linz needs to try and open this door up for them, but Lurks will shut down this push at least momentarily.
Linz here, not able to get anything out of kills. Mythics for the trade, back and forth. A second for Mythics. But it's still 43 seconds for the pit that desperately need another capture to tie things up. Ravens keeping the pressure on. Not letting the pit walk away with this one easily. They're going to have to turn up nuclear style. 30 seconds left in this game. Linz on the slide out. It's 3-10 again.
EMP moving, player on the flank as well. They're going to try and grab this and go. Mythics looking for out towards the back here. FDOT managed to grab Exceed. EMP now floating into the wind. FDOT goes down as well, though. They don't secure their kills. They're going all wrong for them. And now Trakes trying to get forward. He needs to block for the teammates. For the pit, they need to grab this EMP. You could go either way, but you go in, you get the game. And this is going to map 4.
The dagger for the Ravens. And the crowd is letting the pit know that Carolina doesn't stand alone in this battle. They fly together in Paris. The road is not over. The job is not done. And the key will not be crushed in 3.
A lifeline for the Ravens. An opportunity at the get back. Better all the way through on the overload. They punished the pit, they put them into the spawn, they caused issues, it was pressure in abundance. And it just meant that the pit never really had that many opportunities.
When they did get those opportunities, they delivered. But every single time that you had a player overextending out of the Ravens, it was quick times. I mean, you could see that's like the difference in overload that you're talking about, is the pacing that you get out of that player overextending. In the moment where you were looking to deny that play out to A for Ravens to take their lead by 2, it was just a slow rotation from FDOT. He was not able to catch it in time. It's just the difference between what is denying the pit of these offensive attempts and where the Ravens are kind of getting away with some of these plays. So quick as ever, fast tempo. The Ravens keep themselves alive. And as close as it looks in the scoreline, I'm right there with you. It just looked like they led that comfortably the entire go.
Well, sometimes I'm right. Did say I kind of favored the Ravens a little bit for that one, and that's how it kind of worked out in the end. Going into the next hard point, though, very much up to grabs here. I don't think this will be a walkover. A map 5 does feel about right for this time of day.
Now, what are you saying to the Ravens to follow up this win and see if you can force a map 5? What are you, if you're Brian Saints, giving to this team right now?
Oh, probably something from Braveheart combined with Independence Day, you know, something magical, mystical, maybe even spiritual if we're being honest, but at the end of the day, this is it. You only have one opportunity, one chance. You either go out as one of the first teams to leave Paris, leave EWC and leave Black Ops 7 behind, or you rise to the occasion and live to fight at least for another day.
Their Independence Day. Map 4 coming up for these guys. Hard points on the docket. Carolina looked a lot better towards the end of that SCAR, so see what they could do as we go into this next one. But elsewhere on the main stage, it was FaZe taking down Koi, so the world champions solidified themselves a spot in the bracket, the solo single elimination bracket that we will be seeing tomorrow here at EWC. Everybody else fighting for their spot there as well. Koi, their road gets a little bit longer. But you expect nothing from the world champions other than perfection right now.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much how it's going to go. Now it's looking like we are getting to another point to load in. Everybody seems pretty locked, so nobody's going anywhere. It's always a bonus. Team's getting ready for it. Just maybe trying to take a moment to breathe. We get into it. There are the fist bumps. That means map's loading. That means the time is nigh. The Pit EU versus the Carolina Royal Ravens go into map 4. Is this the last map? Well, we go to a magical map 5.
Magical map 5 for a chance to reverse sweep. We have seen some devastating things through Call of Duty. Through competitive Call of Duty over the course of many, many years. Bryce, I'm sure you've had your share of stories, but to lose EWC in a reverse sweep fashion, that's what the Pit are trying to avoid. We go to Frequency, the first time that we get Frequency at EWC. Let's see what these teams have to give us.
Well, so far so good. The Ravens first in. First couple of points going through, but yeah, I mean, this is a late addition to the map pool, which means we haven't seen a ton of it this year. Fortunately, being a very old and favorite map that we do have at least some idea of how it's going to play out, but right now, this P1 has been won by the Royal Ravens, and they are taking it for all the points they can grab.
There's a couple players here that probably never played Frequency at a competitive level. So, hey, still learning for a couple of them, and Royal Ravens, they look like they have had it under wraps. The big thing for Frequency, for a lot of people that may not be as educated in it back home, is that P2, P3, that's going to be your money hills. Really hard to break these back spawns, really hard to break through the front. And looked like that was a little bit of an issue from the Ravens side of things. They just stop in their tracks. We get the reset and Exceed talking to the referees right now, trying to sort whatever technical difficulties we have.
Well, hey, we got to see it, so we're going to see it again. You know, let's take the positives from that one.
Do you have any Frequency stories?
I don't know what you mean by Frequency stories. I mean, probably the most famous Frequency story in Call of Duty history is Dylan COD and his takeover.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's not really my story.
The Slack.
It's his story.
The Slack Slam.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a wondrous map for historic Call of Duty. There have certainly been moments and magic made on Frequency that goes through. I do just remember even loading into it, I was just sitting there thinking Shot Punch, like, how kind of prevalent that used to be. And the NPC does remind me a little bit of the MSMC. Somewhat similar aesthetics, not perfectly so, but
would have been the SOG at the time.
Would have been the SOG, actually. I've gone even further back there. That's my apologies. But yeah, it's just one of those maps that should flow well. I, for one, I said this before the tournament came through. In my opinion, I like Colossus. It's one of my favorite maps, actually, in terms of hardpoint. But for the health of Call of Duty Esports, for what we should be aspiring to do over and over again throughout the year for multiple reasons, between keeping it fresh for the fans, keeping it fresh for the players, and introducing something new to kind of gaze our eyeballs upon. Any map change that works in competitive should be swapped in. In an ideal world, I would do that kind of change between each split, essentially giving us like 4 parts of the year where things can adapt, improve, and change. So, for me, this map coming into it is always going to be a good thing. Whether or not we see it a lot this weekend, I don't know. Players tend not to venture into the unknown if they can help it.
No, I think that we've been pretty lucky, too, for Black Ops 7. We have had numerous map pool changes over, I think, every single stage. You know, we had Plaza. That was a fun one. Plaza Search and Destroy. Start of the year, I can't even remember what the map pool was like at the start of the year. For frequency being added in, yeah, this is a classic. This is one that a lot of people have been waiting to see join back into the competitive map rotation for Call of Duty. Arsenal's another one a lot of people are looking forward to, and I think that that would be one that would play so good in a game like this, but we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer till we see stuff like that. Fist bumps coming out from both sides. Take 2 as we're loading into map 4 of this series once again. For anybody that might be joining in a little bit late right now, Carolina Royal Ravens down 0-2 after losing the hard point, the search. Take the overload, head into frequency to see if they can continue the reverse sweep against the pit, who have them against the ropes.
Well, let's see. Not a great start from the pit on that last foray into this map, but maybe the reset brings a fresh perspective and definitely different gunfights. But here we go. Once more into it. Map 4. The pit versus the Carolina Royal Ravens into this P1 this time around. Will it be any different? And, well, yes, it will be. Oh, they've learned very, very quickly there as well, as this is advantage now to the pit.
Hey, maybe it was the pit that was having some tech issues off the start there, because it was perfect out of the gates for the Royal Ravens. Now, Carolina looking for the break, and Mythics is already on the flank again. That is the frequency that we've been waiting for. Expect these flanks to be quick and ruthless.
Mythics not going to the 5, but he will go down. Time being bled, the pit just staying alive under this P1 effort, now looking for another flank. He's going to go down before he can do any more damage here. The Ravens now flying in for it as well, as Linz finds 2, and this remains in the hands of the pit as they grab all of this time.
Golly. 38, 40 seconds here. I mean, you get 45 uncontested seconds off of P1 for a hardpoint map, and that is desperately now proving to force Royal Ravens into a rotation now to P2, where they're gonna have to break through the front. Here comes the nades, the shots land, and they waste no time at getting their way in.
Kill's still looking, kill's still going. All good for the Ravens though. They're in a better position here to try and hold this door. It's a very close choke point as it goes through. Lucifer does get Trakes here, and now there's kill coming in from Mythics potentially. No, he misses Exceed. Eventually does manage to grab him here, staying alive, but he's got no health to keep that trade running. The Ravens still sitting pretty.
Nades over the top, no trophies to block them. Here comes F-Dot with the MPC in his hands. Slides around the table, nobody's home. Nox finds a knife kill onto Harry. That's gonna keep Exceed inside. 45 uncontested off of P1. Only 4 seconds from the pit on that P2 rotation. Royal Ravens do enough to tie this back up.
Could be just a monumental rotation battle, as not everyone that practiced on breaking yet here so far. The Ravens only going to be 11 points off as we go into this next hill. It will be in control of the pit to begin with here, but they're going to try and look to get bodies in to reinforce. Lucifer's already going for this flank. It's become a bit of an issue already. Looking for it at the same time. Linz is now going to strike. He's looking for his second, but he's going in too many different directions, and this is just an absolute mess.
Like, that is a major miss from the pit on that early rotation. Harry's flank turns into absolutely nothing, and you give up those spawns, and now you need F-Dot to make an impact from back here. Deep spawn from the Ravens. Did he get the information? Here come the pit. As the contest is in, F-Dot finds the break. You still got bodies here. Knocks in for the contest. It's his turn to chop you up, and it's mincemeat in the hill.
They're looking for it again. Mythics finds 2. This is messy. This is gritty. Everybody just flying in and finding gaps over and over again. Nobody confident in the setups. Nobody able to cut down the lines yet. But it is the Ravens who are ahead.
53-71 heading into P4. This one a lot more open than the other 3 hills. Gonna be tough to take it and turn it into time if you're not controlling top mid. So that's gonna be the focus of the pit. Let Linz do his work on the inside, and so far so good on 4 in a row.
No mid control here at the moment here, but Trakes will take down Linz, who overchows to push this lane out. Here comes the Ravens. They're hitting this with numbers. They've got up top. They've got all the way through it as well, but FDOT already finds 2. Exceed manages to get back here. That's a massive chow from FDOT. Exceed knew exactly what was coming, and only Linz can fight back.
He gets nothing. Just the 1. Not enough to break. Trophy system. See you later. Oh, Sib, you can't join this game. Tie game, 15 seconds left. As the pit trailing. After getting 45 seconds on P1, they've nearly been shut out. It's a trade of time in P3, P4. 3 seconds gonna separate these 2 teams heading back into P1. Trakes was the first one there. It's just gonna be Nox alone with Exceed finally getting there in time. Lucifer not gonna track him down. Carolina in first.
Exceed is playing better than everybody else on this map so far. Over and over again, I'm seeing him making the right moves, winning the right gunfights. But here it goes down to it one more time. Trades in abundance. This time the Ravens will have control, and it is a nightmare to break it. Their lead is getting bigger and bigger as time ticks eternal. Linz looking for the first goal, not going to happen. You just cannot find these players in these corners, in these gaps here onto this map, and that's what is the problem going to be. Even with the trade coming through from Mythics, they get rebuffed again.
I mean, I think Exceeded might be the only one in the lobby who used to play Frequency in BO4. Maybe Harry. Without that, he is showing his veterancy on this map mode combo. Good time from the Royal Ravens. You got Nox over to New. He's just going to look to play his life. Backs up, finds his 1, turns it into 2. Only issue is, the rest of Carolina are so far away from this one that Pit will get their setup.
Nox now trying to just take this player down and cut down the angles as well, and that's good enough. Lucifer will fall. Here come the players. They've gone out towards the back to cut this one through as well. The Pit are about to come under pressure. They're not going to win all of these gunfights. They can't. And this is going to be, again, the Ravens running rampant as they break back in.
Sheer force, sheer will, and tenacity to get their way back into it. 30 seconds, Pit. Don't want to give this away. So one more hit through the front. All 3 players there. The nade's going to chop them up. Mythics has to do it all, but it all is not enough there. 20 seconds. Ravens are in.
And they keep doing this. They keep finding the right rotations and the right holds. It has not been looking good for the Pit. They are trying to trade out against them here, but every time you just think they've got it, it's not quite enough. Scrap time for Lucifer. That's all it's going to be with his 3.
And you're seeing a little bit of a reinforcement back over towards P2. But they're losing the race. It's going to be a foot race, quite literally. Linz has to cut off these kills. Slides around. Good for 2. Can you get more out of Harry? You do. He's on 4 in a row. Not able to beat Exceed. But everybody else is going to have to set up.
They're just trying to keep this as clean as they possibly can. The first time we've seen the Pit with a real good hold apart from P1. Just keep on trying to keep the pressure there. Make sure that nobody pushes through that P1 too easily. Keep it mixed up. Try to push them back into these choke points. And at the moment, the Ravens have got a toe in. They've got 2 kills as well. They're flying forward. Linz fights back against it as Mythics just dumps his magazine through a doorway. And eventually that's taken away. The Ravens for scrap time.
Only 15 seconds given there to the Pit. Ravens doing a fantastic job at keeping these hills contested. P4. This is where the Pit were nearly able to tie things up in the first set of hills. Down by 30. Well, Ravens looking to hold on, and I can hear Nox getting loud on that main stage. He is firing up for his squad.
Again, the Ravens just always seem to be a slight step ahead. About a 35-point game here. 33 if you want to be super accurate, but right now, that feels like a bridge too far. The Pit have just not been able to get that length of time they need on any of these hills. They keep splitting.
So you need that setup. And you got FDOT top mid. He's just watching for anybody that wants to feed over the side. Linz pushes forward. You lose him. Team kill from Lurks, but he's still able to keep this one even. 2 versus 2 for the hill. Harry with the trophy, lane prone. He's taken away from it. It's only FDOT. He's got to go big. It's an 8-second game. You do enough to make it close here, but you're not able to flip that lead just yet.
And they're setting up. The Pit do not want to be the second into P1. I know they lost a lot of time here on that last rotation, so they're trying to be in a good position for this one. Here comes the setup from everybody. Piling into the door, trying to get into it as well. Mythics go down. Linz will find his own too. He's been super aggressive so far into this game, and it's maybe just keeping them on to this pace and tempo.
Yeah, just keeping the battle going. Long flank from Exceed. He is going all the way around P3, and nobody's watching it right now.
Oh, does this pay out? They're looking for him. I think they might have found him as well. Exceed does get caught. Mythics has counted the numbers. He's worked out that somebody was missing. Somebody must be going long, and they get it. Drake's is just running. Drake's is just going. He's just keeping alive as he finds 3 into this point. A break from the Ravens after so long. It might be another split hill.
That's why you bring him onto your team. Trakes to the pop-off towards the end. Lurks and Exceed following things up, and it's Exceed for 3. Holding on to the hill. 17 seconds of time. It's going to amass 200 points. Royal Ravens have the rotation. They have the lead, and they're looking to take the game.
And this is just a raw game. Everybody constantly mixing it up as we bounce from point to point. P2 has not been good for the pit either. This is going to be difficult. They are already in lethal range here, the Ravens. A big hole ends it.
He's going to get caught there. He is in no man's land. 3-on-3 for the time, but everybody inside the hill wins their battle. It's only Harry. Nobody's going to challenge him.
It's so good. It's so good here for the Ravens. They'll take all of this time. They don't care about it. Lucifer has to cut through his teammate. Makes that trade kind of irrelevant. Linz will get one more in here. Drake's just trying to just spit and get back out of it. Exceed comes in for it as well. Oh, it's a massive 2 by Lucifer to try and keep them into this game. He's on a 5. Eventually will fall again. The reinforcements of the Ravens are close. They are piling in at the same time. This is barely holding on for the pit.
They can't win it here anymore. Even though you're going to battle your way back in, it's going to be a rotation over towards P3. First one's in. The pits down 182 to 242. Going into this rotation, Harry's got to back up. He's got to hold the line.
Oh, he goes down straight away. The Ravens are now on the cusp of taking this to a map 5, of doing even more as it goes through. It's so difficult to hold. Already they're piling onto the outside. Lurks will get that one of the Mythics. They are now back into the point. The Ravens looking to end it here. They have the better position.
Linz has to contest this one. Only 6 seconds is all they need to take this one to a map 5.
Oh, there they go, but already going to be a trade going through. Mythics now has to chow. It's 5 seconds. He's looking for it. Nox is spitting through the doorway. Mythics grabs it as well. They push him out towards the back spawn. Barely holding on. Fingertips lost somewhere in that battle.
It's not done yet, though. They're right here for the break again, Bryce.
Oh, and that's already a nade. That's already going to be done. That's going to be a wipe, and that's going to be a map 5. We continue. A potential reverse sweep now on the cards here.
Carolina picking up some fans, picking up some pace, and picking up some map wins on land. Reverse sweep on the cards, map 5 written up. We are not done yet. No keys to be crushed. But Bryce, one map and somebody's going home.
Yeah, and what a map it was. At no point during that did I really believe in the pit. Just never a case where they looked like they were in control. Exceed was here, he was there, he was everywhere. And how we continue. I did say the pit rely on their S&D, and they are going to have to rely on it now.
They may have been looking like Chris Lair at times too. No shot punch needed on a map like this. Opening things up, you look at Exceed to be the one to really rewrite the story for the Royal Ravens after he was the initial player brought into this team to turn them into something new. So far, I mean, that story hasn't been the greatest thing written on the season, but you're looking to end on a high note here at EWC. Reverse sweeping the pit would be your start at just staying alive. So you get it done on the frequency. You force us to another search and destroy. This is your chance.
Well, here we go. These two teams have fought in the trenches. They have fought this gauntlet so far. Only one map remains. Is it going to be the Ravens? Is it going to be the pit? Which one books their flight home early? No business class for you. We will find out right after this.
ドキしようよ準備開脚早もう止まらないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EWC. We are on the cusp of something amazing. A map 5, where one team has their dreams, their hopes, and their key to this tournament crushed. And they are out of this competition and out of the Black Ops 7 year. The other team continues forward with a chance of glory. Just one map. Just one game of search. Potentially 11 rounds is all that stands between them. And how that story ends.
The pit started things off 250 to 230 Scar Hardpoint. 6-2 Raid Search and Destroy. The Ravens slowly building themselves back in 4-3 in the overload. You go to frequency, you clutch up at the end, Exceed having himself a heater of a map. And that's got to sink into these four right here for the pit. You come through the LCQ. You've battled your way through such a hard road to conquer the glory to earn EWC. Can you take another?
Oh, here we go, back and forth for it as well, as F-Dot finds one. Not going to be the second, though. Good trade coming in. Lindsay's flying in for it at the same time. Can't manage to find it. Mythics will find Nox. The smoke has caused issues. Lynn's still screaming forward. He's going to go down again here. Everybody throwing lives into it at the same time. Lucifer's going to go down to Trakes, and now a 1 versus 2.
Mythics is round. And he's completely behind this one. They think he's on the other side. Bomb is down, and they don't know. Suddenly you turn. Mythic's going to be seen. He grabs the bomb, trying to get away, trying to heal up.
Mythic's looking for this one. Trying to look for the region. Finds his first, though. Looking for the timing. Knows where he's going to be, and looks for the gunfight. I think Trakes is weaker, and he is! Mythic's to the clutch! Keeping that round for the pit.
I swear I've seen him do that one too many times on Gridlock. Mythics is just that good. He is that guy. 1v2, puts it away, and it's just the fashion that he got it done. To stay alive, to regain health, and isolate both players, to know that he's got to challenge that one prone, getting those initial shots down. That is just a level of micro you can't teach.
58 health, but he got Trakes weaker in that fight. And that is outrageous. What a start for Mythics. 3-0 now. Here comes the pressure. The Ravens moving towards B with numbers. This is going to be a bit of a bang out here. Already, Lucifer gets one. Linz is looking to try and get this one back for him. Sees one, but gets cut down by Lurks. Oh, it's a little too slow.
I said before, it's the head-to-head. Lurks versus Mythics. Who's going to go bigger? This round, it's Lurks. He's got 3. On pace for the ace. And he spots Mythics as well. He's just going to give it up. Around the back. There it is. The round answered for Royal Ravens. A quick one.
Good answer. Linz was hoping to be the difference maker, but just did not grab everything as Lurks pirouetted away. Yeah, Mythics just got caught. Wasn't a 4 streak, no longer. Going well for the Ravens, actually. You got to remember, Mythics had to clutch in that first round for it to even be a possibility. So 1-1 is actually a bit of a boon here to the pit.
Yeah, but you watched the LCQ. That was quite literally Gridlock search for this team. Can Mythics clutch up? Can Linz find a first blood? Like, that's the story for this team to find success on this map mode combo.
Fire and Thunder. These two teams want these chows, but only if it benefits them.
Wrap over to B, wide open. Bomb late on the rotation.
Real late.
There's going to be time for Royal Ravens to trek back across. Once they know that A is completely wide open, nobody's home.
Oh, a call has been made.
I thought they were going to wrap it back. They're going all the way through. This could be a re-wrap from the pit, but instead they're going to set up.
F-Dot will be under the gun here. Oh, the timing is bad for him. Really, really bad. He could have caught so many players, but now he's gone down. Advantage here to the Ravens. Oh, there's a player. Wait a second. Mythics. He's mythical. He's magical, but only going to get one. The Trey's still going back into a 2 versus 2. Oh, and Lin's up towards the top. Grabs it against Succeed. Dunked on from height, and Lucifer will grab the final.
They don't make it easy. They don't make it clean. Mythics, what discipline to set yourself up in that corner. I thought they were going to check him. Well, you get yours, you do your damage. Harry follows you up, and Lin's flying at them to finish off that round. What could have been off a minor blunder from F-Dot, but that's the way the cookie crumbles on Gridlock when you give up free plants like that. Without at least stalling things out. It's a gamble from the Royal Ravens, re-clearing through the spawn of the attackers. It is only attacking round so far on the opening 3. It's going to be another hit to A.
Already going through as well. Mythics, he's trying to get that first blood, but there's too many against him. The nades help him out, though. Goes down to a 3 versus 3. The smoke out is making this chaos. Trakes again is being a problem. The Ravens find their way out of that, and somehow that nade did not do as much damage as I expected.
Bomb going down, 2v2. Retake in through small. Sorry, 2v3, so numbers advantage for the Royal Ravens as they set up in showers.
Oh, XC gets F-Dot as well, and Lucifer finds himself under the gun. Not going to be an easy clutch this, as they probably won't give him time of day, and down he falls. Ravens tie it up.
Exceed again. Locking things down for the team. 2-2 off the attacking rounds. First blood for F-Dot won't turn into the rounds. It is a good call from the Royal Ravens just to pick up that pace. Bang out over towards A, see if you can bully your way through. As soon as you do, get that bomb down with numbers. It is near impossible to retake from the defensive side. Even with nades in hand, the pit, they had none of them. So we'll see where they go back off the attack here. Bryce, it's going to be a 4 hit from the defense at A.
Yep, Overwatch. We've seen anything quite yet, though. This is a lot going through here, but Trakes, no first blood this time. But will be the cause of it.
You go over towards B here. It is wide open. F-Dot, he is swapped over to the M15, but instead, he's just going to take some space here. And realistically, if F-Dot can just find anything, that would be huge.
That throws all of the pit's plans into the wind. All squared up here. Ravens are probably expecting that rotation was coming through after last time around. Six might want to take out that trophy, but I'm guessing he's waiting until that bomb is down.
They're wrapping through mid. They're going through the side door. Linz has to see this. He gets the information. He's going to back up. They're going to play the opposite side.
Oh, and they get caught. Exceed with perfect timing. And now they're in trouble. Now they've got to try and defend here against superior numbers. Already going to go down. They've been wallbanged against it at the same time, and that is a breakdown.
That is just bad timing on the post plant. Linz gets the information. Everybody's hightailing it onto the other side. Somebody's got to be watching that fast hit. You know that Ravens were hot in your tail. Instead, you just give free shots to the defenders on the retake, and they dismantle the post plant 3v3. We see it here from Linz. He kicks things off. F-Dot nearly a chance to continue to lay down that pressure. Takes a little bit of time to get that bomb plant or figure out where you want to go. If you're the pit, you decide on the open site. You just cannot get anything more after that. So defensive round for Carolina Royal Ravens. The first one to split the difference here. They take their lead. First time on Gridlock. Back on the attack. It's going to be an A hit.
All bodies in. The Ravens looking to extend this lead as much as possible. Smoke's already going to be down. A is now going out as well. They might go for this fast plant to come through for it, but this is a very typical hit from the pit. They try and get through already. They've managed to get it. A little bit of trades going down into their favor here. Now Lurks in a 1 versus 2. That is a play that I've seen the pit make over and over again. They're very confident in it, and that was shaky, but good enough.
Good enough to get it done. Ties us back up. Defense for defense. And the Pit, they match fire with fire. And I don't hate the call to go for a fast plant at A. I think that if you're able to get that bomb down and fight for the back end of Showers, you got a really good setup there if you're the Royal Ravens, especially if somebody's holding on to a trophy. But the fact that Exceed is the first one to die, you don't get that bomb plant, it really just forces you to react forward. And that is exactly what the subs of the Pit are trying to do. Create some chaos, control it, force you to make mistakes. And that one ties us up.
Here goes nothing. Back and forth. They're checking of information. Ravens seemed pretty convinced that was going over towards this, but they've said it's time to roll the dice. Do we go for this one out towards the end here? Nave's now going out again. Smoke's going to go down. This means chaos. They go for this retake. F-Dot's like they're coming. They're already in. They're in the smoke. They're in our dreams, our nightmares. And here comes the hit. Everybody piling through. There is bullets and traitors whipping through the wind as Lux finds it back. F-Dot finds his second. Nox and Lins. It's all chaos all the time. Exceeded a 1 versus 2. He takes a bit of damage. And this might be over here. Lucifer won't give him time of day. And that's done.
Back to back for the Pits, and you see the difference of when that bomb goes down compared to when you were scrambling for control on that A bomb site. All 4 players left there to play off of those trades. You go back and forth into the 2 versus 1, and there is no way for you to get back into that A site. It is truly, truly an ironclad wall there from the Pit on that offensive post plant. So taking back their lead 2 rounds in a row. They get their attacking round back into the driving seat to see if they can take match point.
Bit of a split here from the Ravens. F-Dot on Overwatch. Sees one, does not grab it though. Has taken the shot, so he's sniping for the rest of it. Smoke going out as well here. Here comes a flank and they've got bomb!
It's so fast. I didn't even see it coming there. And neither did the Ravens. Harry's mid-map too. This is a complete and utter blunder from the Ravens.
See, looking for one here. Will be traded down, and it comes down and Nox in a 1 versus 4. And they will just play with him all day. It is now match point for the Pit. Series point for the Pit. And for the Ravens, the only Pit they are looking at is despair, as that key might be crushed.
As much as this is going to be a really difficult map for the Pit, facing a reverse sweep, Royal Ravens at the same time a little inexperienced under the pressure some of these players will have at playing at a level like this. Nox, first EWC. Trakes, Lurks, first EWC. Royal Ravens looking to rise to the occasion. They need to go 3 in a row if they want to clutch up.
I have a feeling here that they might be trying to get Lins to get this bomb down so they can grab a Hellstorm. It's going to be difficult to do so. Mythic's already seen somebody in here. Everybody's in this area. Oh, F-Dot gets the first blood though. They're looking for it as well, but that's going to be a big trade. The Ravens staying alive here. And now a 1 versus 2 for Lucifer.
Lins gets his kill. Is that going to be the streak for the Pit? Would be big for the next couple of rounds if Harry doesn't clutch this one up. Bomb is down. 60 seconds.
Bomb. Boot. They don't know where Lucifer is, but they're playing as a duo, and they're going to get timing onto him as well. Down he goes. The Ravens stay alive for 1 more round.
This is so tense. Seven first bloods for the Pit. 2 first bloods for the Royal Ravens. Round 10 being drawn up now. And it has been nothing but clutch after clutch for the Ravens, keeping this one active, keeping this one a contest in map 5. If they can force a round 11, the Pit will be sweating. Does Lins have the streak is what I'm going to be looking for here.
I don't think so. I don't think he got it. They're going to contest though. Here comes the push. Everybody into A, apart from one. F-Dot will be late to this fight, but Lins might be the first. They're looking for it as well. A bit of a trade coming through. Lins finds it at the same time, and now it's down to 2 versus 2 in the Pit. And Mythic finds it, and now he's alive and alone. He needs his reinforcements. F-Dot is coming as quickly as he can.
And it's all down to Trakes. He's making the fast rotation. B is wide open. He's got the bomb. The new pickup for the Royal Ravens. Can he keep them in EWC?
So much has been said of this man, but whatever has been will be, but this will be remembered. Hero or not. 1 versus 2 to keep you in the competition. A check. 27 seconds to go. No information yet. But here comes the first. Trace grabs it. Looks for the second as well, but it's no good. What it is goodbye, Ravens. You are gone from EWC. The Pit are victorious this time, and they will continue.
That means the world to a team fighting through the LCQ, earning their spot at EWC. No qualification through champs. They built this roster. They built this opportunity. And they will not let you shatter it.
Oh, it was a fight. A fight to the very bitter end here, and Traix won the first. The trade was a little slow, but it still worked. But not a heart was beating at that moment, not a breath, not caught in the throat. As everybody collectively clenched. That was a gunfight.
That was a grueler. And Coach, welcome back to the desk. What did you think of that?
What a series, man. Not only is the first time we get to see frequency in the map pool, out of either stage, by the way, but it's also the first time that we go to map 5 in a match. What a banger. The first time we're also sending a team home. Carolina Royal Ravens out of here, Seymour. What a match in total, but of course, talking about that S&D, Bryce brought it up from before. The Pit's the better S&D team. They've proved it twice.
I think it really just shows the composure in some of these clutch moments when it comes to the trade battles on Gridlock. How many times did the Pit walk away in a 2 versus 1? They didn't really have to sweat for those clutch moments. And even at the end there, I mean, F-Dot, it was a little bit late for the trade, but he was right there. They were playing hand in hand, and that is the experience of the Pit, really showing that these guys have been playing together all year long.
And it started at the very beginning when Mythics was putting up crazy 1v multiples to kick off the S&D.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, you've said before, realistically, when that team plays that map, I feel like I've seen it a million times. They're normally quite aggressive. You're going to see them go in and try to grab those kills. And they were doing it. It still catches teams off guard because they are confident when they do it. The only issue they ever have is when that confidence goes away. If they hesitate, if they don't play for their best here, basically just send in Mythics and Lurks and then let the other two try to pick up the kills for the trades. And when it works, it's beautiful and it just shatters teams to bits.
I gotta say, I was so impressed in that last map from F-Dot too. I mean, he was pulling out that NPC. He was right there alongside them. There were moments in that A site where F-Dot was getting his hands dirty, whether it was playing for that timing off the nades, allowing Lins to be the first one into that position. It's something that we didn't really see from F-Dot yesterday when they were playing up against FaZe. Today, really present versus Carolina Royal Ravens. And really, I think that is what elevates them over this team, is just having him playing at his best.
Yeah, and technically on paper, you could call this an upset, but when we talked about the match beforehand, I think almost all 3 of us were going for the Pit in this matchup, thinking they could edge out the Ravens, which is exactly what happened. It went all the way to map 5, so obviously a close match, but Challenger's team gets the win.
No, 100%. It kind of went the way I thought it would go, to be honest with you. I didn't expect it to be a clean 3-0. There was the hope of it, but I kind of knew the overload might be a bit of a hiccup in the plan as it went through. The hard point, it was frequency. I've not really seen the Pit play it. It's not been a kind of a map that's been widely shown this year, so we were going in a bit blind, and if anything, it looked like the Pit were a little bit more blind on it than the Ravens were.
Well, they did not look prepared on that map, and I think that that's going to be a learning point from them. I mean, I think the big thing, Nameless was talking about it yesterday on the desk too for the Pit, is that coming into this, after what we saw to the LCQ, their map pool was their issue, and the fact that they're working into frequency, trying to play these different maps, is really important for the Pit.
Well, looking back on all of the highlights, starting things out, Scar Hardpoint, Seymour, right back to you, man. This was what we thought could potentially be a turning point, where once the Ravens went down extremely early, we were like, uh-oh, this could actually be a 3-0 with how they're playing. But the Ravens then showed some signs of hope towards the end. Again, you can see it here. It ends up being, I think, 240-230 going to last point, and then finally the Pit are able to clutch up and answer back. So a fun way to kick things off. But then we go over to Raid.
Yeah, I mean, they got smacked on that raid. They were losing First Bloods. They were losing trades. They were just losing the clutch 1v1s that yesterday Exceed was just carrying this team to those moments. Today, you didn't really get it in the S&D, at least for Raid. Maybe on the Gridlock a little bit different, but the Pit played the Search and Destroy exceptionally well. It's exactly what we expected. And honestly, Bryce, you kind of like just racked up this story, this prediction perfectly. You go to the Overload, and yeah, that is where Royal Ravens and other CDL teams probably will always look the best.
Yeah, it has been the case. Like I said, it's one of those ones where, and it kind of happens all year, you know, you go back, you talk about Control, kind of the same thing happened. It's just kind of how these teams get into their scrims here, and for the CDL level teams, it's always that third game mode that seems to be a little bit better than everybody else. The rest of the game modes are a bit of a toss-up. Sometimes the S&Ds are better in challenges, sometimes they're better in the league, but that kind of a mix of both. Normally it's the third game mode that's a little bit of a tricky when you step up into the big leagues, and I kind of saw it coming. It did happen that way. I'll take credit for it this time.
Well, you can take credit for also shouting out the Pit on their S&D because, again, we see the Pit answer back in kind, have better chemistry, better playmaking, some big clutch plays even when they were down in numbers, and, of course, they were able to close it out, Seymour.
Yeah, I mean, they get it done towards the end, and I think this is a moment that a lot of people will start to respect the challenger teams there. Look at even Vortex in the back popping off. He was a last-minute pickup to coach this team. I'm sure he is just going to elevate their Search and Destroy even more as the series goes on.
I totally agree. A lot of fun watching the Pit, and you'll be able to watch more of them as they survive in this competition. And I'm excited to take a look at the bracket and where they will go next, because the more matches we play, slowly we start knocking people off this graphic, and we have finally knocked off one team. A lot going on over in both streams today, but you can see Carolina Royal Ravens first team out of here. The Pit going to be waiting on their matchup. Looks like between G2 and Gentlemates, so the loser of that matchup will drop down here, and I think that match is going on right now, Bryce.
No, it certainly is. So it should be an interesting game going forward for all of them. Of course, I feel a bit under pressure myself because I don't want to talk too much more about the Pit because they're joining us here. So, well, they've had a good run.
Yeah, no, they certainly have. A quick look at our overall bracket so you know where we're going. But much more importantly, at least right now, we've got to hype up the Pit a bit longer because we've got Linz joining us in the booth. My man, congratulations on not only a match victory, but also a win through LCQs to get here. How does it feel to do both in Paris?
I mean, it feels great. Like, I joined this team 2 weeks ago maybe, played only 2 scrims, played really good, but we going to the LCQ knowing there's like teams that didn't make changes. We played Torn in final, they didn't make changes for like the last 3 months. We knew that was gonna be hard, even more after we lost first round, going to lose a bracket, and then we did it. Believed in it, did it, and winning now against a pro team just feels great.
And I gotta ask too, I mean, just for you yourself, just playing throughout challengers all year long, like where do you feel your growth has shown the most this year in Black Ops 7?
I feel like that's more like being a good teammate and like doing things that like trusting myself that I can like help the team outside of the game. And like I played in the league, so when I come back in challengers, like I'm like I have more experience than more people, even though I'm young. So yeah, just like trying to help my teammates and always like get them in good confidence, you know, hype them up, and do my best.
That's always what you should be doing. So yeah, it's a good lesson to learn here. But they've had some nice positive questions. I'm going to ask you about what went wrong. The overload, not great here. Really struggled to get it going, and then we'll talk about the frequency. But take me through the overload first.
The overload. I mean, you guys said it. Playing overload against a pro team, it's like harder than like the other modes. Like I don't know, they're just always gonna be like most likely better than the challenge team.
Yeah.
So we knew going into that was like a good map for us. Scar. We're up 2-0, so when we just lost it, we're like, that's fine. Just go next, play frequency, and yeah.
And frequency seemed a little bit difficult because we were talking about it before here. It's a new map. Coming onto it, you guys didn't look maybe as practiced as the other side did. They just seem to have a bit tighter on the rotations. Is that something kind of coming into it that you considered when that got through?
Yeah, I mean, since we're in the LCQ, we didn't have like that much time to play on the new patch.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're just gonna try and like see how it goes. Didn't go really that bad since like they have more practice than us. But yeah, it's kind of hard to play like when they have more practice than us.
Yeah.
And I gotta ask too, because I mean, you were up here, you looked at the bracket, you saw who you might play in the next round. I mean, you got Gentlemates as one of those teams. You're a French player. Is that a org that you want to play, or would you rather have G2?
I'll be honest. I want to play against them. If they're playing against somebody else, I'm gonna cheer for them. But I want to beat them.
Yeah.
What happened last year? Yeah, I want to show that like I should be here. You know.
I love it, man. Hey, you've proven so far a lot more to prove. Final thoughts from you. You find yourself in Paris representing not only your new team, but also yourself as a Frenchman. Words to the audience. You had a lot of folks come over there and supporting you. You can speak in French if you'd like.
No, yeah, not saying in English. Yeah, that's great. I was in Paris watching Major 4. I was with the fans watching. I was like, that should be me. Should be me up there. I didn't think that I was going to be back here and they'll be cheering for me now. So yeah, that's great. Merci à tous les fans. Merci beaucoup.
Cheers.
Awesome.
Lens from the pit. They won again and they stay alive in the competition, folks. A great interview and excited to get into our next match. We are not even close to being done here today. Plenty more matches to go. Let's take a quick peek at our next match before we head to break, because we've got another banger on our hands. It's going to be Omit versus Cloud9. Excited to see if yet again another Challengers team can step up and knock down one of the bottom CDL teams.
They coming. Omit are here and they are about to deliver righteous retribution.
They're about to deliver, says Bryce. You're not going to want to miss this matchup. We'll be right back in just a moment.
What's up, guys? My name is Seed. I'm here with Carolina Royal Ravens, and today we're in Paris for EWC. We're here to make baguettes, one of the popular foods in France. We're going to show you guys how we make it the American way. So
big, play big.
Yeah.
A little bit of butter's fine. I'd prefer some mayo if we had it, but you know, beggars can't be
on
choosers.
a baguette?
Yeah, what?
Mayo on a baguette.
A light layer of mayo if
There
you're
you go.
throwing like some ham or some meat on it, dude. Okay. Whatever we're putting on right now, let's stop.
You're going to run out of room. You better stop stacking it.
Oh yeah.
No.
What? Just leave it in, bro.
Okay, I lit it.
Just put all meats in. That's good. Huh?
What?
You gotta finish. You gotta
It's good.
It's good. Now it's good.
Now it's
Too much
good.
meat now.
Now it's good.
I mean, we need cheese.
Okay, now we have cheese. Now we have
What are the two types of cheese?
American? That's got to be Swiss.
That's
That's
gotta
got
be
holes. It's got holes.
I don't think it's American. That is American.
I'm putting this one.
Can I taste test the cheese to like know like which one's which?
That's Swiss cheese. That one I don't got to know. It's got holes on it, bro.
Parmigiano?
Bro, it's got holes. It's got holes in it, bro. It's Swiss.
Unless a rat got into it, bro.
I don't know.
Swiss ain't the only cheese that has holes in it.
Damn.
My God.
Damn.
We're putting
Why
every
am I
single
breaking
cheese
it?
on it.
Yo. I'm gonna need you to chill.
You say
It's a cheese sandwich
You say
now.
American way. The big.
Yeah, that's fair. I would have broken it in half, but all right.
Honestly, for a sandwich like this, you
I would do it for
usually
myself.
don't have to add much more. But yeah, some basil works pickle, for bro, sure. For the final touches. A singular pickle.
Bro,
not for a
you
sandwich
break
like
the leaves
this.
off.
Yeah, I know.
All right,
Break the
y'all are
leaves
just
off.
hating.
Come on.
No, that's good.
That's good.
That's fine.
You're not anything else?
Yeah,
Balsamic.
balsamic, dude.
Okay.
Are we
A
gonna,
little drizzle.
Are we gonna
Just a
eat
little
this?
drizzle. I'll take some. Yeah.
One more? Okay.
Yeah, one more line. Balsamic is strong. You don't gotta go too heavy with it. Oh, that looks perfect. I'm not.
Can we throw a pickle
Oh,
on?
I'm not throwing on a camera. sandwich, but I'll take it myself.
Oh, okay.
Pickles are fire.
To the camera. Take one, bro.
Our creation.
Carolina Royal Ravens,
Perfect
American
baguette.
version.
Yeah, perfect
It's the
baguette.
better version, trust me.
With a singular pickle.
Trust me, fat certified.
I'll take it.
Did you know?
Sure. It was really good, yeah.
Really? All right, guys, this has been Carolina Royal Ravens making our perfect baguette. As you can see, absolutely beautiful. Best in the CDL, best in the world. So thank you, guys. Let us know what you think. Peace.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome into Black Ops 7 here at EWC 2026. We've got Cloud9 versus Omit up and Adam. We're ready to maybe see another upset, another challenger team battling their way through the competition, another elimination match. And we've got a new face on the desk. We've got Enigma rejoining us. He was over there on the A stream having a dang good time. Bryce, of course, returning. Enigma, going to you, my friend. How things been going today over on the other side?
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, we've seen some relatively quick series. We saw a 3-0 and then a 3-1, but if you missed the FaZe Koi series, that 3-1 doesn't really tell the story. An absolutely beautiful back and forth. And Simp really is him in this tournament. My God, that guy's taking over.
Definitely taking over. But over here on the Bravo stream, we've been having a blast, Bryce. And we just saw, of course, the Pit take down the Carolina Royal Ravens. The first of our CDL teams to potentially, or not potentially, it was going to be potentially. Now it's fully out of here. See you later. We potentially look forward to see Cloud9 follow the same fate. Is that the prediction you're going with as we move into this matchup? Challengers teams on top?
Yes, and I actually want to correct you on something you said there. I think actually the favourites in this one are Omit. It's not Cloud9.
There you go.
It's not about CDLBA, but Omit are the favourite in this series, in my opinion, as they should be. Everybody has been waiting for them to accelerate. Against the Dynamites, not so great, but I mean, Dynamites are a very good team themselves.
Well, they look good in map 1. I think that you end up pushing them relatively close, and then you end up with M8 kind of running them over with the ability to close out there. But yeah, C9, they're obviously coming on into this. They're going to be the underdogs, I think. You looked poor against G2, and I think poor is the way we could sum up their season.
Yeah, and I think for those that maybe don't watch the Call of Duty League, here at EWC, it's an even playing field. We got 16 teams. Who knows? We could see Omit win it all. It's certainly possible. Let's talk about Cloud9 and what makes them technically the underdog, even though they're a pro team. Enigma, right back at you. They struggled in their first match. What do they have to do today? Who's the difference maker on this roster?
I think there's a reason you bring Gwyn into this team. I think you're looking to raise the floor in their respawns. He's a guy who's going to take a lot of the hill time. He is relatively solid. And when it comes to search and destroy, we've seen him historically look pretty damn good there. The concerning thing for me is even though he's come into this team to lift them, if anything, he's not hitting that level at all. And also the last time he did play Omit, because he did play them at the Pro-Am, he kind of got body bagged. So I'm a little bit concerned about whether or not the superstar sub is making the impact.
Yeah, it's a good shout. We did see Omid over at the Pro-Am as well, but so it'll be interesting to see this matchup, especially when you think about how Cloud9 performed against G2, which was frankly very poor. It was a stomp. So quickly looking over at Omid and take it away, gentlemen, because they're ready to ball. So Bryce, talk to me about Omid as the players get ready for the game.
This is the team everyone's talking about. Let's be perfectly honest here. There are more eyeballs, there are more wallets opening, there are more checks being made for this team than basically many teams in history. At the moment, these players have not been taken, but I absolute guarantee that those contracts are already being proven. Ethan and DK are showing up. And they need, I mean, here's the funny thing. If you want to be truthful for 1 second, honest for a minute, there's not just money on the line at this tournament, but also potentially how big the contract's going to be for Ethan and DK. But we'll find out. They are the favorites coming into this, but it's a good start from Cloud9.
Certainly is hard out the gates. This, of course, being the opening swings at one another. The trading blows, just to try and gain some space on the map. Momentum in for everything that will be built up from this point forward. And, of course, setting themselves up for potentially that P2 setup once we start to approach these final 20 seconds.
Well, so far, Cloud9 really got something to prove here. Like I said, I think the popular consensus is that they are the underdogs in this fight, which is kind of crazy considering they're the pro team. But so far, so good. That is 30 seconds onto P1 here, and you can't ask for a better start.
No. Delivering as required thus far. There will be sterner tests, no doubt, not just in this map, but of course through the series. And as DK, Ethan, and Aspect find 3 there and start to push out space for this P2 lockdown, DK in the deep back. Cloud9 have a couple of checkboxes to tick here en route across the map.
Got to be careful. All the sacrifice to get into this P2, and that far of a deficit is going to be a bit of a problem if they let it go very, very quickly. Something that is already happening, and my goodness, Cloud9 must have heard us, because this is a roaring start.
Absolutely just slammed through the front door. A team like Omit, you don't expect to be overwhelmed so easily, but guns up and hot right now, especially in Courage. 5-1 to kick things off.
Cloud9 trying to prove everybody wrong, trying to stay alive into this tournament as they keep on moving forward. Right now, Omit not looking like the team in the ascendancy that so many have claimed, but they get back into it. Looking to grab some points back through, but still the trades go into it, and with Cloud9 with a better spawn, they get the advantage.
Play forward here if you're Wevy. That's 3 more dead in the feed, and Cloud9 have certainly not underestimated their opponents. Kicking this one off. Challenger side and the other side, but after everything that we've talked about with them so far, you know the force that you're up against. It's a beautiful rotation through long as well, straight into 3. Great stuff here from Cloud9. Omit need to find some answers. It's probably going to start with Ethan on the south side.
Ethan 1-5 so far, just not what people are expecting from him as well, but as they go into this one, they're going to need to do a little bit better. Wevy already grabbing 2. This is a beating so far. They do manage to get some control here, Omit, for the first time, and maybe, just maybe, they can find their feet here on what has been a very slow start.
As Nezra bouncing around the window will be taken down by his teammate's grenade. A couple of kills that will line up in favor of Omit. So can you walk away with a handful of points towards this back end? And, well, the lion's share is required to close that gap. Cloud9, though, not far away, knocking on the door.
Back into this point here. They're trying to hold it for the rest of this time to get back into this game as long as they can here. DK getting a nice 2 to lock it and looks for the 3rd and will grab it. 13 seconds of scrap. We go over to this next hill by rocks, and hey, it's at least a little bit of brevity from Omit.
The rotation's slow as well for Cloud9. They're a little bit nervous about how far Omit might be pushed out. It turns out you are relatively deep and trying to figure out some sort of hit on the northern side of things. You now start to get those bodies into place, but the line's drawn up. Cloud9 are in position.
That's a big first kill on the Aspect. Looking for the second here on the Denza, and what is going on with Omit? This is slow.
Then just tries to shimmy and shake a little bit. Does well to take 2 to the grave with him, and that will buy time for Denza to squeeze up, get himself into the point, contest this for a moment. But you're completely correct. There is an answer in every single gunfight right now for Cloud9. Nezra 12 and 7, locking things down, and then Omit running on to the end of his gun right now.
Cloud9 doing a wonderful job of just keeping them under wraps here and finding all of the trades that they need. It's only the Aspect who fires back at any point at all. And this is now a 50-point lead. Aspect will find 3. Gives them a little bit of a boon here as they try to grab some scrap time.
Ezra just spots Denza through the mid. Good check away there to allow Ethan to get involved. The man who needs to. 6 and 10. We've talked him up. Calls himself the truth. Really needs to deliver on the statements that he has made through this season. Slow start, but long ways to go yet. Aspect with 2, DK with another. Spawns a little bit all over the place. You do a great job there if you are Omid, just to clear the board through the backside, push all the way out. Cloud9 again in the position of having to rotate a long ways, but last time they just punched straight through the front door.
They try and do it again here. Looking for it at the moment, but already kills going down. This is all good for Cloud9 again. Omid just not putting up any resistance to these breaks so far. As it is double bubble for Cloud9. Points over Omid.
Aspect with 2, Denza and another, and there you go, 4 dead. But we've talked about it already. There's been 2 clean setups for Omid in this matchup thus far. Instantly broken both times. So can you finally put some sort of Iron Curtain in place here? Aspect's going to play for the middle pressure. Beautiful stuff. You have flipped the spawns. You read that Gwyn is through your backside. Rotation's looking pretty good, but then Nezra and Gwyn get active and shot all of that down. So all on Denza to try and be a thorn in the side.
Still chasing, still probably calling out, and I've lost him. Don't know where he's gone here. Checking all the corners, picks the wrong one, and Nezra takes down Denza in that chase. Aspect is firing on all cylinders, but unfortunately the rest of this team are missing a couple of spark plugs because this is getting better for Cloud9.
Gap now up to 60 points. The pro team in the lead. Wouldn't know that they were the underdogs coming into this. They have been in complete control. DK trying to get himself up and active around the point, but again, every single time you see blue in the feed, there is an instant answer from Cloud9. They're happy to play the trade game.
Again, just better on this map here, and the words I said before, I truly believe them, but the Cloud9 didn't care. They are just the better team at the moment. Better trades, better position. Point in the ascendancy. They will grab some scrap time here, Omid, but it is Cloud9 with that back spawn for P2 potentially.
Wevy's 6 in a row here. 1 more for the streak. Guns up and over. Big gunfight. No, it's just going to be shy of the points required. Big kill out of Ethan to shut that down. Again, another setup here at 2. Trying to come into play. So you're not really there. You're trying to get 2 plays off the spawn. Control short. And Courage wins one that he should never have gotten away with.
Stays alive at the same time as well, wherever he tries to break this, but DK's holding. They've got a few players out towards the stack to the front door. At least one is going to be able to get through here. It's Nezra out towards the back, and he manages to break the ankles and get through into it, but Aspect firing back. It's a better spawn here for both of these, and it does mean that Omid will come ahead in these trades.
Ethan just needs to buy time, unfortunately, will suffer damage from the trophy system. You will go at this once more if you are Cloud9. Close spawns for Omid, meaning you have 3 bodies here, outnumbered for the moment until DK can get to position it short. Nezra might go on the back flank here. No, decides to cut back inside.
Good little foray into a comeback here for Omid as, well, they will have that back spawn and lose it as well. Did they get the spawn out? They did. That is unbelievable. Yep. You'll give that up for him as well, but it's only going to be Aspect out here. Fortunately, this man's got shoulders like boulders. He is taking this game for his team so far. He's one of the reasons it's so close.
Unfortunate for Omid. The Cloud9 mistake is there, but not punishing enough. Aspect fell. Does manage to get his boys further up the map at least, but when Nezra's shooting as he has been so far through this map, a difficult foe to shut down. DK with 1 though, manages to get himself through here at circle. And under pressure and drops, so no pressure to really push back on if you are Omid here. Trying to get some sort of presence in the middle of the map. We're already 30 seconds through, Bryce.
Well, they're absolutely beaming them. Cloud9 are demolishing Omid. It was supposed to be Omid, the team that was going to beat pro teams here at this event, but so far, potentially falling at the first hurdle, just not finding anything really against this Cloud9 team. It's only Aspect. The players that we were talking about looking at realistically, DK and Ethan, largely quiet on the front.
Wevy has just been unstoppable. 24 and 15. Feels like he's pushing towards a streak every time we get a look in. And right now, if you are Omid, you are scrambling. Desperately trying to get yourself into some sort of position because this Rocks Hill has not been good for you. Fighting the back goes DK's way. Big 2 from him. Ethan on the other side, you collapse it up the kill box. You need the lion's share of these points, but Wevy calls in the streak.
Here we go. That's coming down as well. The first few will be deflected by any trophy systems into the point, which they should be. But the rest of the team have run away. They've got out of it. Wevy finds 1. He will now try and get this through for a second. Not going to be able to. Cloud9 are back in. They're in a good spot here to try and take this hill away and potentially put this game to bed.
just straight through the front door again. If you are Encourage and Nezra, Encourage now on his own spree. It just feels like right now the hot gun in Cloud9 hands. Remainder of the time here would put you pretty damn close. It's got to be pure perfection from Omit. And I'm looking at Denza 11 and 25. You're the veteran. You're the man that's supposed to be helping these young guns slot into position and feel comfortable out on the map, and it's been anything but.
Oh, that's another wipe. It's only going to be DK who finds one into the trades into this, but he finds a second. All right, DK. But it's still a bad scenario. Cloud9 are only going to be 21 points away.
Aspects can squeeze out here. So often the role for this team, press out away from the point and attempt to provide space. Unfortunately, all your teammates die in the process. So now, despite the three-piece, going to need to get the boys in to help support, flip this hill back out, and the nade, oh, unfortunately, it's a team nade, drops you in a 1v4 on the hill.
And they're in. It's just 18 seconds to get this one done, and just a massive victory against Omid if they can handle it. Denza finds two. Gets himself back on the board after a couple of disappointing gunfights. But make no mistake, this game is coming to a close soon, and I don't think Omid are going to be in the greatest position.
Nezra picks up a ridiculous two-piece, but Aspect answers with three of his own. Breaks 30 now, truly doing everything he can to get his team into the matchup. And it has to happen now, really, because rotations are on, and Cloud9 can see it off here.
With the P1 approaching, it is Cloud9 who will look to just try and grab a couple of points here. Encourage already finds one. Knows to turn, look for the rest of the players, but his teammates are cleaning them up before he can do anything. Aspect is the only player trading here as it goes back and forth between them, but this might end on this P1. Cloud9 have put their foot firmly on the accelerator, and they have burned Omid out of this first map.
Dominance from start to finish if you are Cloud9, for everything that we have said, for everything that we have built this Omid team up to be, and for what they have been through this year. The lights may be feeling a little too bright, whether you're on the Alpha or Bravo stream here in Paris. Yeah, shell-shocked if you are on that side of the stage right now. Again, there's good reason why we've talked up so many of these players. DK, he does have himself a solid map in the end, but it felt like outside of Aspect, there was very little to write home about.
Yeah, that was not what I was expecting. I'm a little bit shocked. I'm a little bit shook, but probably not as much as Omid were, as Cloud9, given their credit, was screaming from the very first hill.
Yeah, they fully understand the pressure that they're under right now. For several of these players, your Gwyn's coming back in. There's an opportunity to prove yourselves, you know. Do you deserve to be in the CDL after so many bites at the cherry? Nezra and Webby, I would say that they've probably been standouts for Cloud9 in what has been a torrid season. Shiny glimmers in the dark. Can they prove that they deserve to be on a better roster next year? This is all the storylines that kind of fold into this from a Cloud9 perspective. But also, I will give them plenty of credit if you are Cloud9, because they were relentless when it came to pressure and hitting things from the front, from the offset. There was no slowing things down, allowing Omid to set up comfortable plays, set up in a defensive structure of any kind. Cloud9 were on them from the get-go. Very much so, matching them pound for pound in terms of pace and pressure that we said all the challengers teams would bring to this tournament. Right now, Cloud9, the pro side, they were delivering far better on that side.
Well, well, well. What a turn-up. Not what we expected, but welcome nonetheless. Cloud9. How does this change perspectives onto it? Because I thought Omid were going to show us finally flex those muscles that everybody had been expecting them to have, but Cloud9 looked fantastic. Gunfights were great, rotations were better, and the comms, we could hear them from here.
Certainly could, and they very much so, giving everything for what could be their last stand in the 2026 season. For many of us glancing towards the future, there are some of those players on that left side of the stage on that Omid roster that have a couple questions to answer. I look to Ethan in particular, who has been stunning since his inception into Challengers. We're going into a search and destroy next, Bryce, and he has been godlike in that mode. Not only if we talk about KD, kills per round, all those things, his opening dual win percentage has been ridiculous. He has been a force to really open up the map from the early stages. If you want to build your way back into this series, it would be great to see him really take the weight off the shoulders of his teammates here and make life considerably easier round by round.
Well, they need something. They've got some veteran staff now behind them, but for Omid, it's basically been one of the big topics of conversation outside of the CDL. I mean, you've got, the talk about Bush, obviously, this year, been fantastic. And on the other side of it has been Omid. We already knew. We were actually not expecting this team to be here. We were expecting their players to have been stolen. That hasn't been the case.
And it's a very valid point. We very much so looked at this roster as something that would be picked apart by the time we got to the late stages of the season. The fact that they all stand together here, a true testament to this roster. However, now you stare down the barrel of being double-rounded in Paris. None of us foresaw that. So, for Ethan, for DK, an opportunity to stand up and show everyone what you're worth. For Denza, an opportunity to lead this line back into a series where your young guns are feeling the pressure. Aspect, it's do what you did in Map 1. He very much so tried to grab the match by the scruff of the neck. It's now attempting to get a hold of the series well and truly by the jugular.
Yeah, this is a really big map between these two teams. If Cloud9 go up 2-0, it could be too much pressure, but already here we go. S&D upon us. Encourage takes down Ethan straight off the brip.
It's one of the things that Ethan can be egregious of, getting a little over-aggressive in those first blood engagements. Encourage welcomes him in to the Lion's Den, finds the first, and Gwyn, well, he'll get an easy second.
Massive advantage now. Look back here, and well, they're going to get one back at least. Nezra will go down, 2 versus 3. Oh, Webby. He's going for a bit of a swim here, and timing will be everything for him as well, and he gets it at the same time. Denza will fall, and now Aspect alone by a rock, and that's all he's got as a friend.
Feels a little bit like a play we've seen many a time this year, Bryce. That whole fly out, bang out from Ethan here on Raid S&D, attempts to get that first blood and get pushed out. It's the one there, it's the Gwyn play, the fact that he gets through for free. Early warning signs here for Omit. And the last time that Gwyn played up against this side in the Pro-Am, suffered considerably. So to see the changes coming through now, this Cloud9 roster and the adjustments made in particular for this side, looking great. But an opportunity to play from the defensive side if you are Omit. Set something up, hopefully Cloud9 trigger it.
Nate's going over the top. Nezra does get tagged. They know somebody's going to be here. The smoke out, and I think Nezra might go for a plant. They're confident over this mid pressure. They've already sent Gwyn into it as well.
Well, the rock will be dropped. You've got Ethan trying to set up something through the mid here. Otherwise, it's just a big hit through Laundry. And you've backed all the way off here if you're Cloud9. You're comfortable with your positioning around this bomb. And the conga line will begin if you're Omit, and Ethan will open it up at least through mid.
Get it back though through 3 versus 3. Fight go down. Wherever you'll find Ethan. And Encourage knows where a player's going to be already, but Denza grabs him down to 2 versus 2 with 22 seconds to go as well. But they don't have the information. Where are these players? Where can I get to? I think he just saw him. Denza is not going to find Gwyn, but Aspect will. 14 seconds in a dream. Wevy alone.
Wevy's got eyes on bomb though, and that will be all she wrote. You can't get to the bomb to defuse in time. So great stuff from the young man. Trigger discipline, held his nerve. And even when Aspect is squeezed up to that bomb, just waited. Is he actually trying to defuse this? If not, I can burn through valuable seconds. A closer round than the first, that is for damn sure, but you still walk away 2 up if you are Cloud9. A great start from them. Honestly, felt like, again, they kind of read exactly what they wanted to do. Smoke goes up into that Laundry window, covers that off. You drop the bomb down, you just back up. Welcome in, Omit. See what you've got for us. Yes, you get that first blood out of Ethan, but other than that, felt like it was a straight through the front door attempt and very little else.
Oh, a lot of trades going through here, but Cloud9 seem pretty confident, especially after they got that mid-control. Adjustments for Omit. Necessary. Here comes the push, though, already. That smoke's going out here, but Gwyn finds Ethan with the first blood. Ethan just not having a fun time.
He's been the linchpin for this team in that first blood department all year long. Denza's just going to get isolated here in Art. And yes, you're giving up the B-bomb site, but you are 2-man up. You are very much so in control of the A side. You know where these opponents are going to play, so let them drop this rock if they shall, and then just play the numbers advantage on the retake.
Oh, this is a bit of timing as well. They don't know where they're going to be. They haven't got a clue.
The hell did we just watch?
Oh, Aspect will find one, though. A little bit of information goes through. DK finds a second. Somehow this is a 2 versus 2.
Surely one that we can't really believe hit inside the venue, but Aspect will now be able to plant this bomb. DK has checked mid, checking L now, will spot the opponents. Aspect has the timing, now he can get away, but what's the setup look like?
I think that bomb was planted the other side. It is. Oh, big gunfight as well. DK, a little bit tagged up here at the same time. Worried about it. There's another tag coming through here. It's a long flank, but I'll tell you something. Pros don't fake, and they certainly don't worry about this going through.
Wow.
Cloud9, ninja defuse. Enough information to get that one done.
What a mental round that is. The fact that you go 2 up if you are Cloud9, relatively simple. You hand 2 lives over for free, but you called it beautifully there, my friend. That bomb is dropped for L side, for Wheelbarrow side, and, well, as soon as eyes are taken off it by Omit, Cloud9 are kind of like, well, if they aren't in money and they aren't in L, then they must chow. None of that ever comes through. Encourage just hops that rock immediately. Up 3. This is simple stuff for the pro side.
Better all around. That bomb's now going down pretty fast here. Cloud9 looking to keep capitalizing on this massive amount of momentum they brought up here, but DK finds the first. Oh, Gwyn's in a great position. There's one from Gwyn. Looks for the second. Gwyn for the win. Spin and take them down. Aspect will bring one back for a 2 versus 2.
You read this in behind you, you should have heard the noise. And Denza, do you actually expect this play to be out on the ledge? All sorts of timings, and Wevy's just going to hold his trigger.
I think this is done. Wevy, they don't know where he's going to be. They'd have to find Gwen as well. Wevy says, thank you very much. Easy. Aspect finds one. Will he find the last? No, he will not. 3 for Gwyn. Cloud9 are running over Omit.
Those of you just tuning in, if you've not been watching Challengers through the year, I promise you, there is good reason we have talked this team into this tournament, this Omit side. This is simple, though, right now for Cloud9. The worst team in the CDL, looking a million miles above the best team out of Challengers. This side, just waltzing out. I mean, I look at this, it's a great nade and setup initially from DK, but you've handed over the entirety of the side. Gunfights like that just can't happen. When slams DK, turns into that 2v2, and after that, you just burn through time.
Can't really do a highlight package for Omit yet. They haven't given us anything, but there's a first blood for them at the very least.
Trying not to plant this press through. The one thing is you have no information on mid other than DK's watch over from Van, but he's pivoting right now. Denza, though, should get the timing. Bomb goes down. You play out through this laundry side if you're amongst this Omit roster. Denza will have point of contact with Nezra.
Trying to get back into it as well. There's a first couple of bullets going down, but it is going to be a trade, and that only benefits Omit. But now it comes down to a 2 versus 2. 30 seconds. Aspect will grab one back. Encourage finds himself in the unenviable position of a 1 versus 2 with a defuse to grab, and, well, they'll play shoulders and peekaboo all day.
DK did well there. Aspect was not in position for a very long time. Stays alive and suffocates Encourage out of the map eventually. So 1 on the board will feel like a mountain to climb right now if you all Omit, but they've done it many a time before. Through challenges, they have been under overwhelming pressure, but not yet swept under the tide. This side could now start to build themselves into this. For me, I think you've got to see more of Ethan. I think opening duels-wise, he's pretty much involved in everything, but often on the wrong side right now. With that, you are losing the player that so often dragged you through these S&Ds inside a series. Round 6.
Straight into the middle. It's a bang out. Everybody's going for it as well. It's just trade after trade. DK finds 2. Nezra and Webby grab their own in reply. But that's now down to a 1 versus 2. DK is on a 4 streak, but he would have to make this 6 if he wants to win. Almost grabs Encourage, but not quite enough. And the carry squares up to him. A little bit reckless.
Surely not.
Why are you challenging?
Lord. DK will actually be ran out here by Webby, but timing all for the Irishman. Rotate out. Spies up over at Laundry. These two won't meet each other for a moment. 45 seconds still on the clock. Webby happy to let the map flip itself for a moment. Now, play out through the backside of Laundry. Could well just be a timing situation. Oh, DK! Oh, that's one to really light a fire under you. Good lord, straight shots indeed. The 1v2 is one thing, but it's the shots. I mean, encourage initially, Charlie. That one's egregious. Feels like you should just slide away. The second gunfight, that's all DK. Brilliance.
I think he was at an angle as well. I mean, we probably will get to see that one again here in the replays, but yeah. DK straight shooting, almost take down Webby in that point as well, by the way. Encourage, I'm not entirely certain where you reach out when DK was shooting like that, but yeah, they were happy. And that's 2 rounds on the bounce. DK here as well on a 6 streak.
We'll just run out in front of him here, let him post up over the top, get one on the board, get you a missile. You can call him from the skies.
Giving up mid-map control. They know something's going down here as well, but there's so many players into the middle here. Goes down to a 3 versus 3. This is dangerous. This is always the most dangerous point when that bomb is being planted here. DK knows there's a player now on the flank as well, and that bomb gets planted, but it's a bit of trouble. Oh, they're going to rely on DK to try and clutch again. They don't find it, and that is going to be 5-2 here for Cloud9.
Great work from Encourage and Wevy over towards Tiki. Essentially set up a kill box there, have each other's trades over. So as there's the swing from the Omit player to attempt to trade his teammate, there's another waiting in the wings, and that just isolates entirely on one side of the bomb site, and you can make it an easy, clean collapse. We can overanalyze it as much as we like to, but it's a case of win the gunfight, gentlemen. Ethan gets that first blood. It's messy from there. Aspect doesn't really get the opportunity, of course, but it's that moment there from Webby, just over the top at money. As soon as the trade attempt comes through on Aspect, it's gobbled up. Omit now 1 round away from going up 2 in this series. How many of you had this on your bingo card? You're up 5-2 in first bloods, by the way, if you're Omit. Not capitalizing on them at all. Giving up lives for free, making easy trades happen. Ethan is getting first bloods. I think all 3 of his kills have been them, but moments like this, where he's just isolated.
Nice, so weak. He's going to go down again here. He's almost trying to chase glory. Advantage Cloud9. Going out towards A here. They've got Gwyn way out towards the back as well. Basically all the control, apart from mid, is theirs. Webby just trying to stay alive now. He knows he doesn't need to chow that. That bomb is going down. Advantage to Cloud9.
Gwyn's in a great position here just to play and cut this off. Yeah, Aspect doesn't check it. Makes this look incredibly comfortable for Cloud9. Oh my lord, it just get nothing. Absolutely nothing out of Cloud9. Ruthless stuff as DK tries to reposition, and that will be all she wrote for this one.
And Cloud9 have just stamped a message onto this game. That message is welcome to the CDL. I don't know if you belong here.
Came onto this desk very confidently, ready to predict a 3-0. I'm glad I didn't say to which name, because dear God, it has not gone the way we expected. Shell-shocked again is probably the phrase I use. I look at these players on the left side of the stage. Utter disbelief on some of those faces. Ethan DK, if you wanted to prove to the world that you do have a place in the league next year, this is your stage. This is your moment. Come and take it.
It's shocking. I said the popular consensus was Omit are a cut above the rest of the Challenger League. Cloud9 have not been performing this year, but they didn't care. They didn't care about the narrative. They didn't care about the game on paper. They didn't care about who thought who should win. They took the matters into their own hand, and now Cloud9 are 1 map away of eliminating Omit from EWC.
How do you feel for those in the back who have done so much to try and support this side? But credit where it's due, Cloud9. You could easily have fallen to the pressure here, to understanding that these boys are trying to literally take your jobs from you. Could let that headline stand up there in front of you, and well, there's been moments where channels like that from Encourage are questionable, but otherwise it's been ruthless. They've played very much so to their strengths against Omit's weaknesses. Moments like that, isolating Ethan. He's their first blood king, has so often set them up for success inside S&Ds, and they've gone, don't worry, brother, we'll just let you into the lion's den, and once we've dealt with you, we'll worry about the rest of your team.
Certainly will. Well, let's find out how this story goes. Overload is coming up next. Who knows who wins? Only time will tell us in just a minute.
キドキしようよ準備快適早もう止まらないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are getting into this next map as the players do retake their seats. But if you are joining us, if you've heard the news and come running, Omid are one map away of being eliminated from EWC in a clean sweep.
I tuned in to a little bit of what's going on in the timeline, a little break there, and Omid are on fraud watch was one of the things I saw. Right now, I'm very concerned to say that is a little bit of the case. We have talked so much about this foursome. What they can do, what they have done, it all means very little. When they step out on that stage, it is they who must deliver. They have the weight on their shoulders. They are the superstars. Right now, looking a little bit like puppies out there, lost under the lights. Very different beast on the other side of the stage. I wouldn't necessarily say a phoenix born from the ashes, but it's a hell of a lot better than whatever it's been for most of the year. The one thing is, you do have, of course, players in behind you, plenty of experience not only in the coaching staff, in Ben Bant, but also Denza. He's faced this situation many a time before and figured out what a reverse sweep looks like. So in that break, have you rallied? Have you put your arms around one another, talked about drawing up the next battle plan? In Overload, this is where C9 have struggled through the year, along with many of their others. But also Gwyn, the last time he played against Omid at that Pro-Am, dropped to 0.54. So, there are tiny glimmers right there to build your way into this series, but it feels like a tall order right now.
Well, well, well. How this one gets to this position, nobody is entirely certain, but Omid will need to show us something on this Overload. Something better than anything they've showed us so far. And maybe one of those things that needs to be shown a little bit better has got to be Ethan. Hottest prospect coming out of Challengers right before this event. Maybe one of the quietest players in this game.
Fully agree. The stock he's looking to take into next year. was at an all-time high off the back of Challengers Champs. Currently watching that plummet. Courage just going to hold the heady here, buy some time as the boys do the work through the mid to retrieve the presence over the device. Aspect does back down enough for the players here at C9 to force him in through the middle.
And the MP is still moving, still active. Will now be 3 players going down here. It will have the ball. Gonna try and punch this one through, though. This might even be a switch. They just don't have the option to punch Dojo right now. And if anything, a little bit compressed there. Lucky to get away with it.
I don't mind the idea of slowing down with the device itself, but you got to get pushed out in some sort of direction. And, well, Webby says, thank you very much for complete control over Dojo's side, and drops 3 in a row. So as the device is retrieved, all on DK to stop this push out the middle. Lovely little 2-piece. It will mean the Rock can be no threat to them for now. Big kill in the back line just to try and clear out the south side from Denza.
Yeah, they're trying to stay alive here for as long as possible. Knows that it's a very important position to play here, but goes down as well. And, well, if that EMP gets scooped, that is away. They've already got players deep. They're leaving it for their next player as well. They go out towards the back to try to get players through, but it's Quinn. Finds the first. Finds the second. Will go down to a third, but I don't think it's going to matter. That's a cross. Oh, what a save by Denza.
Gwyn does incredible work there, to be fair. Pushes all the way through, gives the information, then plays cutoffs. The fact that that hasn't been dropped home can only be attributed to hesitancy from Cloud9. And now all of a sudden, Omit, who have got to figure a couple of things out, have asked Ethan to deliver more, and there is 4 in a row. Pushed all the way through to Patio, but Encourage has 2 of his own. DK now, oh my god! Encourage with 3 to stand tall, 4 on the board. Cloud9 will get pushed out.
Wow. A difficult one. Very much so, as these teams are expert in defense. But Nezra pushing all the way through. It's a big kill from Aspect. Had to be made, had to be good enough as Encourage tries to run the gauntlet. Not going to happen. Maybe a switch coming through. They've already sent Ethan out to find some kills onto the roof side. If he finds a second one, they may commit to this. He doesn't. Players going through the mid here. This is a sporadic push from Omid. No real direction yet.
Yeah, Denza's going to be point man here. Just look at the punch gap through red. Does get 1 at least. Then well, I don't know what that chow was meant to be from Encourage, but it was nowhere near, and Ethan will be there for the trades, but needs support.
Well, has to get to this box before the player gets there, and Gwyn does manage to stop it before he can. Getting very much into the balance, but maybe a more balanced game from Omid this time around. They are at least competing.
The problem is you're going to be overwhelmed here if you're DK. You got 3 to deal with, and well, you actually drop 1, soften up the second, so you'll slow it down enough to get the boys in.
Webby, though, takes down Ethan. DK still alive. They're going to know he's here. EMP is just sitting in no man's land. Nobody really wants to commit to it yet. DK finds 1. Webby gets DK. Aspect flying in with his teammates at the same time. A little bit of pressure now coming through as Cloud9 start to feel the kill feed, and Aspect goes down.
The reset might have saved Omit for a moment there, because the fact that that device goes back into mid lets DK out through couches to drop 1. You are pushed through, though, if you're Nezra. Huge fight from Aspect in the back lines, and Webby will give his position up. He does get tucked inside a Broken, but look at the counterplay, and, well, everything that looked like it might line up all comes crumbling down. Cloud9 will retrieve the device, and off they go through rooftops.
Gwyn already making a move here, but he could be in a bit of a bad position. Down he goes straight away. Maybe 1 or 2 more kills and this could go home, but that is horrible. But it goes to DK in the end. Last player to try and stop it. The rest of them going through. Encourage has done a wonderful job. Goal line stop again. And with 45 seconds left to go, nobody has broken the deadlock.
And Lord, what a goaltender he has proved to be thus far. 2 big ones. Stop Omit having a lead through this. That being said, counter-attacking ball has been the name of the game thus far. And Cloud9 try and drive it forward again. Denza's in the way.
Oh, there's still opportunity. Still very much a chance. Aspect with the first one to try and block here. You can see already Webby is trying to move out towards the middle, but Ethan's going to grab this. And now he's moving. He's managed to get a little bit through. I don't know if he can do this in time. He's going to go around the outside, go over the top, and he's got it! Little bit of movement gets it going.
Lovely example of putting the Omni movement to use there from Ethan. Leaves his opponent guessing, sends him for a hot dog in the end as he opts and overs. You will retrieve the device again, but if anything, you'll be very happy to walk home 1-0 up if you're Omit. Spark a little bit of something inside that side. Tiny bit of belief. You can scale this enormous task in front of you. Chip by chip, brick by brick, and reminder too, huge plays from Encourage really to stop this being a relatively one-sided first half. You did, of course, also have that moment where Cloud9 looked like they were going to drop 1 home. Omit deal with that at the Archers. But otherwise, Omit look the best they have so far through this series.
Is this enough? Is one score enough to get you back into this series, though? Anything can happen in the next 5 minutes, and probably will. But for Omit, finally fighting.
Then again, with one of those chows that you are going to welcome in if you're Cloud9, but look at the flank that's come all the way through from Denza. The problem is it's got to turn into something. He does well in couches to drop in courage. That sets up a kill box now. DK with 2 of his own should be able to squeeze forward, retrieve the device, and off you go through Dojo side.
Oh, they've got bodies, they've got blockers, they've got positioning. Ethan finds one. Not going to find the second, not going to really matter either, though. Everybody commits to this one to get it home, and, well, that's more than good enough. Aspect last alive, and not going to be able to get anything going for the relay, but that is now 2-0 to Omit.
Beautiful work from Denza to set that all up in the early stages, but Omit efficient in the end. Cloud9 trying to get players into places, but Encourage is spotted out and dropped by DK. And now you have the numbers, but Nezra does well on the first.
Aspect gets 2. Oh. Somehow Aspect gets 2. Now potential. One last player out towards the middle will be Quinn. Big win from him. This does make it all even again here. DK is going to try and take a little bit of positioning, but maybe they're going to wrap this. They could go all the way through mid. They have control.
DK is having himself a map on this one, involved in pretty much everything that's been good for Omit. Unfortunately, only involvement for the players in blue is to be dropped in that moment because Cloud9 off to the races. Nezra's going to be point.
Oh, Nezra doesn't find much, but they just managed to get a team kill from them as well, and that is the goal line stop. That has happened very well there for Omit. They get there just in time. They win every single gunfight they need to, and now they want to try and cap themselves, but the spawn for Cloud9 is going to prevent them.
Oh, Encourage, lovely little 2-piece, checks back up. There will be no reach out from Denza. He's just trying to be a thorn here, to slip away, try and stop reinforcements in through the middle. Buy time for Ethan. He's got 2 of his own.
Oh, he's going back and forth here. Ethan is just trying to fight 2 different directions at once, but they win it as well. They get 3 down here, and now Nezra is backing up very, very quickly. Now they're going for a bit of a switch again here. Denza's going to try and grab somebody off of the respawn, but only gets a team kill for his benefit. They are in a good position. They have the blockers going through now. It's going to be Aspect who has to hold the line, and he does. 3-0 to Omit.
It's very well played by Aspect. Puts his body on the line, essentially sponges up the damage. Cloud9 are going to attempt to rally for a counter here. Manages to get squeezed all the way through, but Aspect again. Now you've got to play trade out. Gwyn's over the top of it. Webby should be able to slip through. Puts one on the board. 3-1. 2 minutes 30 to go. For Omit now is arguably slowing the game down. It may benefit you more. You do not want Cloud9 to find gaps, and it has all been counter-attacking play. You do not want to be handing Cloud9 feeds right now. So I don't mind setting up these kind of positions, but Webby's just going to actually cut you apart on the lower side of red.
Very much balanced. Still possible for Cloud9 to annihilate Omit's hopes and dreams at this tournament. There goes a couple of kills. That's cleaned out here. Big kill going over here for DK if he can find it. He cannot. Gwyn wins it. Time ticking now is the best benefit Omit has.
We need to do some counting here because Gwyn's actually on his route through the back. And you haven't seen him for a moment. If you are Omit, should he arrive in through the backside here, it sets up a little bit of a kill box unless Aspect can go big, and that's important too.
Pushing it out, now looking for it at the same time, not able to get it. Courage has got 4 health, and somehow he's still alive for that long. DK eventually grabs him. But right now, for Omit, TDM is the name of the day. Just keep running these trades.
Cloud9 going to look towards a push to the south side of this map. Ethan looking to hold in through the mid, stop any of those reinforcements. Will not have much contact just yet. Then again, they're going to shift the device back, and Aspect, oh my lord! He will get dropped, but Ethan runs into the player with the device. Probably pushed out the wrong side, unfortunately for him, but oh my, Cloud9 nearly just dropped one and handed the game straight over to Omit.
Oh, Nezra just trying to stay alive here, but Aspect finds amazing too, and well, Ethan will grab one as well. Encourage is going to be around the back here, but he's going to be a little bit quicker in case the play get through. Oh, he's going to try and get through! Oh, he was lucky, DK. Turns and burns before anything else can possibly happen, and here comes the EMP again. 38 seconds for Omit. This is really just damage control.
Yeah, simply hold that device. Takes 10 seconds per time to spawn up mathematically. Well, it's pretty much done with, but Omit looking to build confidence into their superstar. And Ethan finds 4 to really seal the deal. Final nail in the coffin, if ever it was needed. We talked about it. It starts with one. Omit putting that on the board here, and all of their players, their superstars, have stood up when needed.
And well, a fight back from Omit. It will not be a clean sweep out of this tournament. Life in that team yet. Cloud9 not able to overcome them on the overload.
Again, it's so much better from DK, from Ethan, the two players that we've built into this tournament as future stars. I go back to some of the teamwork and Denza with that veterancy, and this is where I still look at Ethan and DK, and there's still aspect to a degree as players that if they were to be picked up next year, if they were to be given opportunities, they would want that veterancy on their side because, again, in important moments, he's making important plays to really set up executables out there. Things are clearly in the playbook. Look, we're bogged down in this mid-map fight. Let me hit a flank here. Let me catch a timing. Let me get you into a position where you can start to roam free. For all the gunpowder, all the technical brilliance that you have on this Omit side, knowing when to go, when to put the brakes on, still incredibly important. Cloud9 wasn't an awful map. We'll throw it out there. Some resistance to the Omit victory, but either way, you will now be well aware that Omit, of course, put themselves in that position to begin the reverse sweep. And for everything that we've talked about, dealing with the pressure and stories building up into this tournament, it adds that extra element of pressure onto your shoulders, knowing that, again, this is a challenger side. These are the boys that are rooting to take your livelihood from you next season.
Well, a game in our hand, something that just a little while ago we weren't expecting. And I'm here for it. Is this a reverse sweep? Is this a map 5? Is this anything for the final dying light of Omit? Only time will give us the answer to that one, as still doesn't look like that big of a smiles on the Omit side of the stage. It's more of a relief. It's like, oh God, we can still play.
You're not wrong. Looking over there is an element of nerves, but again, you've got Denz. I look to him, I look to Bance. The coach is obviously much more involved here at the Esports World Cup. Your arms around these young boys. That being said, just a little smile starting to ripple out from Aspect. A couple of words being thrown around from the boys, so a little bit more jovial on that side. They've had to pull off reverse sweeps in tough scenarios before. They have met some of these players through this season and quite simply handed belt to ass at points. So these boys have what it takes. But it is, of course, 2 more maps to go. We will move next to the grid lock hard point. Cloud9 have actually looked pretty solid here since it came into the map rotation, 2-2. I know that's not necessarily a standout stat, but when I compare it to a lot of the other map mode combos, they're quite ugly. So, Cloud9 here. Probably the map that they've looked at in the pool and gone, this is the one we'd be most comfortable on. Of the 5. They'll be hoping to close it in 4. We go back to the overload and kind of what you might try and build on if you are Omit, and it's that push out from Aspect in particular. It's him controlling space. He's not going to play a lot around the objective. You're going to leave that to Denza, and he wants to put DK, Ethan into positions where they can really light up the feed here. We didn't see it from them in map 1. Timeline was calling him out a little bit off the back of map 2 for being underwhelming. Here's your opportunity to show that they're wrong and everything that's been spoken about you on the challenger side lives up to the tale.
Well, let's see. It is never an easy thing to do under this pressure. It is never something you can take for granted, as we did in the first 2 maps of this series. They will have to fight. For Cloud9, they've already proved they can do this. Let's find out how it goes on Gridlock, though. Is it the final flurry of Omit for this year, or of Cloud9 going to let them go map 5?
Yeah, the engagements largely go the way of Omit. Aspect with a lovely little 2-piece there. May missing Courage playing out through your backside. You are actually checking this, but Courage still gets active. Drops 2 quickly enough that Denza's trade relatively ineffectual. Rotation starts here over towards P2 with 20 seconds left on the time. You can see what Omit are preferring. You're going to play in through the connector, and all the kills do go your way. So guns hot to start this off. And the rotation in with 10 seconds to go.
Towards the back here, DK's going to find another one. Going to find another two. DK has been shooting so straight in this series. Now on a 5 streak as they hit this rotation. Now they're looking for even more. DK trying to back up his teammate here at the same time. They know there's a bit of a fight going down here. There's a big couple of kills here from Cloud9. Well, they've done a wonderful job of breaking this. Only Den's going to be left alive, but as they close spawn for Omid, as they will fight back into this.
The concern for Omid here is, again, it's just that hit through the front. All your setup, all your work, it doesn't really matter if you can't just win a damn gunfight. Cloud9 will be here. You are eventually pushed straight back out, and they're just cooking an aid for a little bit long there. Almost gets caught with it in his grip, but DK, Aspect, Denza do enough. Clear it back out. Big 25 seconds here early, just to try and extend the gap out. Make you comfortable for the first time in a hard point in this series.
Good split here from Cloud9. Take the rest of this time and start getting that rotation going through. If they can hold it for this, it will be a good turn of events for them, but they do lose that scrap. They are now going to be first over to the next hill, though, and if they can do that as well, they might be able to grit this back to equal.
Big gunfight in the middle. DK wins against Encourage. Webby, though, will find a big two-piece. Aspect and DK dropped, so it's going to set up in place now if you are Cloud9. Rotations start to come through. You can see what the play is here from Omid. An attempt to just set up from 2 different angles. Play the kill box.
Here we go. Pressure coming through. Ethan to just catch one in the teeth, though. Nothing they can do to it. Webby finds another one, and this is a great hole coming into it. Aspect's outnumbered and outgunned and taken out of the situation. And for Cloud9, 33 seconds onto the clock will put them firmly into the lead.
Yeah, superb ball from Cloud9. That nade just buys you time on one side where you check the other and win the gunfight. So outnumbered but not out-tooled if you are this pro roster. And Nizra with 2, Encourage another. Now we'll take the lead in this matchup. So Omid late on the rotation, heavily punished for it, trying to get ahead at 3.
Here comes the first gunfight on the rotation. Everybody's everywhere. Ethan will find one, though. Looking for them. Aspect will find a second. Nezra will grab Aspect, and Ethan will now go looking for it. And Nezra! What a wonderful bit of wherewithal to make sure that he did not go down here. Nobody confident in their battle lines.
Important fight here. Nezra, 1 away from the spree. But you will get back in if you are Ethan and Aspect. You don't get that kill, so just all gunny from here.
Webby just keeps finding kills that you don't think he's going to make here. Denza is just firing against Encourage straight away. DK trying to back up. Knows he needs to find something. Denza finds a second one as well. Eventually will go down to a nade as guns wouldn't take him out. But everybody piling through. It's more and more going into it. And now you can see it's slowly but surely turning into Cloud9's hands.
An A player as well, just up and over the top of your teammate at the doorway there to support him. Does enough of the work to allow you back in. That being said, Ethan's hitting drive-bys as he slides in, cleans out the point. Scrap time now would tie things back up as we go into our second set of rotations. Razor thin, the margins between these two. It's largely been Nezra and the big plays that he's been making, but every single player contributing to the story of this one thus far.
Now, over towards this P1, the difference is not that big. Bit of a stack coming through. Omid trying to get into a position here as well. Trophies going out at the same time for them. Both teams will have it, but it's a difficult one to break into. Denza's going to try and maybe throw this needle if he can. There goes one, but just outgunned, outplayed, and it's all going to be Cloud9 with its first hold.
Suppression from the grenade so often. It feels like every time Omid get there, they're in bits and pieces. Often succumbing to a ton of flak. And, well, if you do manage to get through that, the stun nade will greet you next. Nearly managed to walk away with 2 if you're Denza. Ethan's there for his own little two-piece, but, well, it's all traded out. Cloud9 will contest this for now. DK, who has been shooting incredibly well through this series, but will be dropped next. And team starting to set up for that P2 rotation. Nezra trying to just sneak past. Break this Omid setup.
Nezra finds a good first one. Looking for a second. He's going to be tagged up, though, as well. They've got to take him out here to just clean the line. And, well, Nezra, over and over again. He's 17 and 10. He's just being a constant thorn in the side of Omid. Keeping this game somewhat always in contest.
Top from the front if you are Cloud9, but this has been your routine through pretty much every hard point that you've had to break thus far. Ethan, lovely little 2. Slows it down. Allows his boys into the fight. And tries to chow with 1, and lovely stuff. Much better. It is a solid hold on the front battle lines for Omid. Feels like the first time in the series we've really begun to talk about that. They're finally starting to heat up here.
Ethan emptying everything he can down the street to try to keep them at arm's length for a second longer. Yeah, it's going to be a commit here for Cloud9 on the rotation. They've got to as well. Aspect, it's a big fight to win. The rest of them now going to try and get into the position. As a lead change comes in, Omit are in the driving seat.
It's a lovely adjustment this from Omit. If we go back to last time, Cloud9 were very early here on the rotation, and as such, Omit was pushed out, snuffed out over and over again, but it doesn't matter if you try and contest it, because Cloud9 have showers on lock.
Last time around, Cloud9 held this wonderfully. But this time, we'll be looking to write a different chapter. Here comes a couple of trades coming through. It's Nejra. He's got 17 health, but it doesn't matter. Finds his second. Ethan flies into this point as well. Finds the kill he needs. Ban! Nejra finally falls, and it will be Omit who smashed their way in.
All about technical gun skill, that one from Ethan. One to write home about as it breaks this wide open again, but that being said, Cloud9 refuse to go away. They dig in deep, and will swing back at this young roster.
Everybody stacked. Everybody now going to try and get through here, but Aspect falls first. Encourage still holding on the outside. Ethan will find one. Looking for his second. Grabs that one as well. Looking for his third. Can't quite get it onto Quinn, who finds two. Whether he'll take down DK. And at the moment, it's a hold, a glorious hold for Cloud9, as that spawn goes to them as well.
Keep standing up tall. Continue to push back against this Omit wave. Ethan's going to play in through the mid here. Lovely little two-piece, and that's Nedger off the board as well. So often the linchpin for Cloud9. In these holds, you have the numbers advantage, but the spawns are close if you are Cloud9.
Well, finally, Ethan seems to be moving. Every time we jump onto his point of view, he is smooth. But this is all going to come down to a couple of big fights here. Look at the players now trying to stack in through the doorways, through the windows, through the stairways. Ethan finds another two. And they're just trying to get this lead back into their hands. Denzel will now push out towards the back. It is a fight to the bitter end as that lead changes again.
Pace is relentless, and it feels like that's about Ethan's 15th multi-kill as he's really started to find his way into this one. 4 in a row, eventually cut down. Aspect trying to play the crossover, won't let anybody else flood through this backside, at least not without a bunch of bullets, and another two-piece on the board. Omit push away, the Cloud9 response, and it's into our third set of rotations. We're split by 25 points.
Oh, hello, Ethan. We'd missed you. We wondered where you had gone, but finally he's moving with purpose. Back into the P1, and there is screaming happening on the stage behind us on every single kill. It is going to be Omit currently in the lead, looking to try and hold for as long as possible.
Nezra just a shimmy and a shake. He slowed down a little bit over these last couple because he's being snuffed out by big plays. Denzel with two more. Webby, though, goes for his own little hero piece. And there's DK to clear the point off. Cloud9 spawn at connector. We'll swing back at this, but nades bombard from the skies.
Oh, so much. Everybody throwing ordnance into this point to try to soften the blow. Here comes the hit. All four piling forward. Gwyn looking for his second. Going to grab it at the same time. Nezra grabs two as well. And Omit have finally been rebuffed off of this P1.
Omit's play from P1 into P2 has been so often drawing up a line at this point, not allowing Cloud9 to rotate in through the backside. You're going to attempt to flip that here if you are the CDL side. Webby's checking up and over. Encourage gets the first. It means you have the numbers, but DK's in through the back.
Gets his first, not going to get his second though. Does go down here, and this time it will be Cloud9 in the driving seat. They have the position onto this P2 already. Denzer is trying to find Encourage, isn't going to. The spawn's going to go a little bit better for Omit in this time. DK finds one. Here comes Ethan through the shop. They're looking to break back in.
Encourage is trying to buy time till his boys play up through the street. Ethan and Co will fly, and another two-piece. Surely not! No, finally cleared out, but enough damage to make DK's trade easy.
Nezra goes down as well. Big hole coming through here. Cannot win it on this one, Omit. But they can certainly put the fright of God straight into Cloud9 if they get all of these points. Here goes. Big fight from Gwyn. He's going to manage to take down DK. Now it gets a little bit crazy onto the point here. Nezra again finding the kills that he needs to find. There's another one going through. It's going to be Ethan this time for his two. He always finds two. But still a fight from Cloud9 as we look towards P3 very soon.
Webby just tries to stay alive for an extra moment. Won't manage to do so. Though an important 10 seconds on over to Omit. Put them about 25 away from winning this. It's this all-important rotation to the showers. Cloud9 have been so good here thus far. Rebuffed Omit at every opportunity, whether they're on rotation or not. And it happens yet again. You'll get locked in.
Cloud9 have just been better here. So many times. They cannot win it onto this point, but they won't want to let a second go. Here comes the push. Two different directions from Omit. They are waiting. This is calculated. Already Webby gets one though. It's broken the back of it, and Coach is going to get a second. Nezra will get a third, and Gwyn gets a fourth. It was calculated, but you got your sums wrong, and now it is all falling to Cloud9. They will retake the lead onto this push. The spawn is still up for grabs.
Every time an answer to the equation is the omit hit here at the Showers, and you do enough in the trades to make it a 2v2. Omit are going to send this again, push this mightily close, because Cloud9, they're edging ever near as well to seeing this series out.
Oh, big hit coming through for a little bit of scrap time. The spawn has gone away from them here, and now Cloud9, they will go out of the lead again. It'll be Omit who grab it with a bit of scrap. No, it's a tied game. Never mind. Everybody get ready to rumble. We're going into P4 with 24 seconds to win.
Huge fight on the backside, looking to lock down those spawns. It's going to be all on Aspect. Webby's going to fly up and high to the right. Aspect does enough of the more bodies. No, you get the close spawns. If you Omit, you'll go back at this Cloud9 hill. Cloud9 needing just 10 more seconds.
Oh, encouraged responsive, but Aspect's trying to get him after this point. Cannot find the second, though. Back at the point here again. DK needs to find it. Can't. Encourage has gone berserk. He's found 4, and that might spell game. They're trying to get back into it. Encourage has got 5. It's knife out. It's guns out. It might be Omit out. They lose here at EWC 3-1 to Cloud9.
And the pro side will rise to their feet as one, and in unison let Omit know they indeed do not belong on the same stage. For all of their efforts, for all of the superstar potential, it is the same old story, the old guard coming on through. Great stuff, really, to stand up when it felt like the guns were getting hot, when it just seemed like Ethan and Co were building their way into this series. They refused to relent to the pressure. It's a case of what could have been instead of what was for the Omit side.
Oh, we said upsets, and well, I think that's an upset for most people. Omit do not get to disrupt their stuff on the stage any longer. Cloud9, doubted but not down. They will continue on their journey in EWC. Omit go out early.
Woo, baby, what a series yet again. Map 4, not a map 5, but it felt like 17 maps, man. I'm on the edge of my seat the entire time watching the crazy action, but it's the other script. It's the other side of the coin that we just saw in the last matchup. Omit's the team we expected to go on a deep run. They are out of this competition, Enigma.
No, we had a lot of conversations up on the desk. It was all a case of could they make it through this group? Well, potentially. We all had them as this underdog side, but with a real sharpness to the sword that they would bring. It was just caught lacking. We saw it in map 1. It's a case of where are your superstars? How are they going to build their way into this tournament? Yes, you faced tough foes in your first match here in Paris, but this was a very different kettle of fish and you just did not deliver.
Yeah, and we saw some pop-off moments from Ethan, of course. He made some nice plays in 1v multiples, but it wasn't the star power from him or any of the others, really, that we expected. We turn our eyes to Cloud9, though. Any stars on their side? Any big pop-off moments or just a more complete team here, Bryce?
Oh, just consistent pop-off moments. It was unbelievable. Just Nezra, Webby, and Encourage was doing great work. It was over and over again. Just great two pieces that were breaking the very back of Omid, and they weren't expecting it. I mean, Ethan came alive in that last hard point, but you can't really just do that in one map. You got to do it in 4 or 5.
Yeah, and it goes down 226 to 226, but Nezra started like 17 and 10, was popping off at the very beginning. Yeah. And you're right, I think it broke the spirits a bit of Omit towards the end.
No, yeah, for sure. I think that rotation again to Showers, because the first set of hills, you get that locked in if you're Cloud9. So Omit trying to adjust with an earlier rotation. That doesn't work. They try to adjust with an even earlier rotation. That doesn't work. Every time repelled away, and Cloud9 just locked that in from there. Didn't even bother too much with massive pressure out towards those back spawns either on the last hill. They said, actually, we fancy our gunny here. We're just going to put all 4 players right on top of the hill and see what you can do. And they couldn't be broken.
Yeah, couldn't be broken, and a big congratulations yet again to Cloud9 because they certainly deserve it. They're still in this competition, at least for a moment, and we see another team fully eliminated, Bryce. Excited to see what Cloud9 can do, or is this just a little bit of a wrinkle in the script that we think Cloud9 won't make it very far?
You know what? I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Cloud9. I think that was a good enough performance that they can certainly mix it out with everybody. Probably one of the best performances they've had all year, realistically, and yeah, great. great trading, great pace, great going forward. The problem is, of course, is that as the tournament goes on, the competition gets harder. How deep Cloud9 go? I would say maybe a little bit further. I wouldn't put any money on them coming top 4.
Hey, you never know, some underdog stories, maybe, Enigma?
I mean, as far as I'm aware, I think they play the Gentlemates next, so no. I would love this to be nice and simple for the mates, of course, here inside of Paris. But I don't know. That is the best performance I've seen from Cloud9, at least in a very long time, if not the entire season. So you never know. It takes one spark to light a fire.
Yeah, and the mates just lost, I believe, 3-0. So they're in a position where they're probably not feeling fantastic. I know that's not great for you, but I think that could be great for Cloud9. They've got a lot of momentum behind them right now after a big win like that. And again, it's this weird story where they kind of were the underdog just because we had so many expectations on Omit. But in truth, they are still the pro team, and the pro team comes out on top. Now, maybe a different story than what we expected. Cloud9, traditionally speaking, albeit with slightly different rosters, has been a great S&D team, or at least a solid one. Here in the hard points, it was a bit of a different story. They stomped early.
No, they certainly did. They came out with a hot hand, and so often as well. The thing is, we talk sometimes about the way these teams are going to play, and we talk about the challenger sides and the pace at which they're willing to play at. I think Cloud9 were happy to meet them. I wonder if Omit play several other sides in the bottom 4 of the CDL that they maybe prefer because they're trying to play a more structured, slower pace, and Omit do have that kind of bang-out play style to them. And Cloud9 said, hang on a minute, we're all challengers players at Porte this year. We know exactly how to match this pound for pound, and they were relentless.
Yeah, and then we were able to swing over into S&D. And again, this is where Cloud9 has had some moments of greatness and had some big surprises, even inside the league. But here at EWC hadn't shown anything yet in S&D. And even into Overload. You know, we had a big conversation in the last match that Overload usually goes to the CL teams, but a total flip of the script.
Yeah. No, I mean, there was some great stuff here from Omit. I mean, you're a little bit worried about their efficiency in the first half. There was some incredible stuff from Encourage in particular to really stand up tall when they needed it most. But otherwise, Omit, they were really good at playing the trade situations, clearing out, giving paths essentially for where that device needed to go.
Yeah, and I'll shout out Dinza here. I was fairly critical of him on the back end. Statistically, really struggled in the first 2 rounds, even on S&D. But when we got an Overload, did finally pop off and had some big moments for the team to help clear some of that space and play the blocker they needed to be to go score some goals. So great job there from Omit. They do pick up the map win. And I think in the wings, I was waiting and watching and saying, hey, this was the moment that Omit finally got some momentum. They're about to pop off. Not the case.
No, I agree with you. I thought that was going to be the moment. I think me and Bryce both expected it to be so. For Cloud9 to maybe see those lights a little bit too bright up there, understand the pressure, maybe start to even read the headlines. They do no such thing. Glorious stuff from them to really stand up when it mattered most.
Yeah, it was really fun watching it from the audience as well, because every single kill on both sides was dead, as loud as it could possibly go. It's unbelievable. Quick look at our overall bracket and where people are landing. Of course, we know that Omit is out, and so is Carolina Royal Ravens. Down at the bottom, though, Cloud9 not done yet. Movistar Koi will actually be their next matchup. So, pretty important one. And with that in mind, we've got Encourage, I believe, joining us here with Cloud9, my friend. Welcome to the booth. Big congratulations. Listen, I think there were a lot of folks that had your opposition on top, and you all just took it.
Yeah.
What do you have to say to the people out there?
I got no hate for anyone, man. I'm just playing the game, just shooting the gun.
I love it, man. Hey, what really worked well for you guys today? Because I think today looked like a totally different team than yesterday.
I think we were just coming in with a lot of vibes and a lot of confidence. Our comms, we were just working on our comms a lot. That's been a main focus point in our scrims, and I think it translated into the game, and it just made us all play better.
I could hear it up here, so I think it's a great idea. Comms sounded great.
For sure, vibes indeed very, very high. But I will ask the question, of course, like, what have you done to develop coming into this? Because you've obviously had extended time off in order to really prep and draw up a playbook, essentially, for this. So what did you do? Let us all know.
Honestly, we did a lot of prep on our breaking strats, like going into the match, and we were also looking at the other team's breaks and just coming up with like ideas and things we could be doing within like the S&D and the hardpoints. So I think that helped us a lot.
Fair enough. Well, I'd like to have this opportunity to apologise. I picked the other side to win over you guys, but yeah, that was not what I was expecting coming into it here as well. Such a hot start, but I'm going to do what I always do and cover the bad map. What happened in the Overload, in your opinion?
In the Overload, I think we just weren't being decisive enough. We were giving them too many opportunities to just like fly at us and just take the ball back from us. And yeah, if we can probably just like, I don't know, we can fix that up easy.
Fair enough. Easy fix. Wonderful.
Easy fix sounds great to me. Encourage, I want to give you a moment because I feel like your roster has some players that have popped off in many ways, but as a cohesive team, obviously work today. Shout out your teammates. Talk to me about those players. What role do they have? Where do you see them?
My teammates are beasts, honestly. Like, Nezra is just flying. Wevy's getting cracked. He's honestly, Isaiah Gwynn, he's like our vet now.
Yeah.
He obviously has like some time in the league, so he's been helping out a lot. So honestly, all my teammates are just very good. And yeah, we played very good today.
I love that you're bringing up Gwyn because obviously he's come into this team and you guys do look very strong coming out of this series, of course, because we all expected a very different script and, well, you guys shut us all up, so well done on that. But I don't think you guys have had many opportunities to sit here and really thank those who have backed you through the year and supported you in through the year and now, of course, standing up tall in Paris for the EWC. What do you have to say to those who have stood by you despite a difficult year?
Shout out to you guys. Obviously, we haven't been doing much this year, if not anything. But hopefully we can make a run at this EWC and yeah.
Fair enough.
Appreciate it. Hey, Cloud9, congrats on the win and courage. Go celebrate, my man. You've got some more matches, though, coming up down the line. Quite a few more matches. So good luck out there.
Thank you.
Cheers. Great interview from Encourage. Very humble and great convo about all of his teammates, man. Gwyn, apparently the right puzzle piece.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked him into this series as he was going to raise your floor a little bit in the respawns. He was going to do a little bit more of the objective work. Would that free up these young guns to kind of go and play a bit more on the front foot? Seems to have worked quite well. Yes, the overload, obviously concerns there, but and then the S&D is like a case of, all right, is he going to bring a bit of veterancy to really shut down opponent's strengths? Certainly seemed to play out that way, whether that was on Gwyn and a couple of these other young guns. I think Nezra and Webby in particular had lovely moments, and despite the loss in the overload, Encourage himself probably stopped that being very ugly. So all four of these players showing a little something.
Everybody's showing something. Ladies and gentlemen, we've only got 2 more matches today over here on the Bravo stream, and we'll be right back in just a moment with the next one. Welcome back, Black Ops 7 here at EWC 2026. The Bravo stream has been a banger thus far, and I gotta say, I am pumped for our next matchup. Our fourth match of the day over here on Bravo stream is Boston Breach versus Team War. Another chance for a challenger team to try to take down one of our bottom CDL rosters.
Yeah, and War looked fantastic yesterday. Took a map off of the Esports World Cup champions that are Optic. So, yeah, there's a lot of firepower on that roster as well. We've built them up a hell of a lot. Me and Seymour obviously cast over the players on this side very recently, and we know the force that they can be. So very excited for this series.
Yeah, I want to talk about Team War here. Actually, Boston Breach first, because this is a roster that has been changing things up throughout the year, and they've been pretty much cold, except at the very end, they started to heat up Seymour. They just didn't make it into champs.
Look, I'm going to be full bias here. This is one of my favorite teams out of the Challengers bracket, and I think that rightfully so. You see how they played versus Optic yesterday. They've earned all the respect taking that S&D away, and it's off of the pickup of Icons that has truly elevated this team to the next level, going into Major 4 Open, going into champs. Like, they look revitalized with Icons on the team. A lot of our focus was on Vic and his performance here in EWC to be that rookie, to be at the forefront of their slaying, but it wasn't even Vic yesterday. It was Mentions, Icon, full takeover, and you love to see it.
No, yeah, it is, and obviously a lovely breakdown there around War and kind of like what they've done. But when you do talk about Breach, it is a case of Afro and Spar, I think, have been the stars for this team when they've needed the most. I think that they're the people that have stepped up. I look across the rest of that roster, and I think there are question marks on some of those pieces and whether or not they're going into next year. You could potentially try and answer some of those in this tournament, of course. But yeah, if I'm looking for anyone to get me through what could be a very tricky team to see off, it's going to be Afro and Spar. They're sitting on your near side. They're the players. That's the dynamic duo staring back at you.
Yeah, I mean, they were the best performers yesterday versus Thieves, but the thing is, it's like, you don't just need those two players. Like, you cannot afford right now to have a poor performance out of Purge and TJ. No. Like, these two players, they just did not step up on the big stage. Now on Bravo, on elimination, you look to see if Breach can fully complete this quadrant and come alive as we head into the Den hardpoint.
That's a clean set of kills initially from Breach. Afro and Spot themselves will queue up for 4. And we'll send War packing, figuring out a break attempt. Icons with a little Semtech will clear Spot out the hill for a moment, but over egregious on the window jump means he's cut down easily enough. Opening 15 seconds over to the Breach, but with 20 left on the hill, look for squads to stop them, set themselves up for that P2 rotation.
Nice shots from TJ out the gates. And he's looking to stay alive. 20 seconds off the Breach. Team War finally going to get a foothold on this hill. You can start to see now Team War flipping things out. They're going to have to look to this rotation. Flames, first one to get a look. Vic trying to make a play for the spawns.
Yeah, major mistake there, by the way. War gets squeezed way too far up. Vic in particular goes all the way through south sides, eventually in Dojo when the spawns flip. So an error early that Boston Breach are likely to punish here. They're going to be set up in a position to hold. And when they do actually get there, they're pretty solid, so I'm told. So Icons, a lot of work to do at couches.
Yeah, Icon's going to be the first one. Flames off the map. Dimensions has to back down. It's only going to be Icons for a chance to break. Breach hold on. They got the back spawns. They're going to be able to relayer into this hill, keep collecting this time as Team War just are so flat out the gates.
Big kill from Vic in the back means that you can now set up to play for those spawns. At the very least, you flip Breach out. At the best, you set up a kill box from the front, but all the gunfights, or at least the majority, go the way of the team in red, with Boston Breach for this series. Now Team War fighting on the wrong side of this hill because the rotation for 3 will begin soon, and you're relatively hemmed in for this backside.
Therefore, Icon still just trying to play distraction. Rotation and new. It's going to be Purge ahead of the case here. Tough start, but trying to be at the forefront of this rotation. TJ has to back down. As the hill opens up, it's going to be Icon fighting in 3 in a row. Afro's nade takes him away, but Team War should get some time off this.
Yeah, definitely need to. Currently down 50. Yes, it's the early stages of the hard point, but you don't want to be looking at the pro team and seeing them send themselves off into the distance. It's time for some of these boys to get hot, and Flames will find 3 in a row.
Break it from Dojo. Spar, double kill. Slide out Flames with the NPC. He's on a 4 spree. See if he can turn it into number 5. Purge says no. Still, though, Team War trying to lock this time down. Much needed time. Spart the last one around, and he drops. So this remaining time should go the way of Team War. Boston can take one more look at it.
whether or not they decide to send here. I think it's drawing up a line in the sand and asking War to cross it, and that kill from Vic onto TJ in the middle should start to sift that defensive line around. Spot's got to check out. Icons is hunting one down here inside of Dojo. And it's a big fight, but Afro does enough.
Gotta break these spawns. Flames dancing around. Just gonna pivot back into the hill. See if they can hold from the inside out. So far, so good. Kills go your way. Only player in the black is Spartan. As he drops, that's 4 dead. Flip those spawns, gentlemen. Here's the lock-in for Team War. Should be looking at a lead change.
It's 4 dead in the feed, and it gets a little bit louder on the stage. Team War starting to feel themselves a bit here. Flames is on 4, and you have 3 in the hands of Vikram. Lock everything down here, but another wave will meet you.
On the outside, Vic swings it. 2 versus 2 inside. Dimension's going to win his, and in the better setup, it's going to be Team War out on top. Still holding down these back spawns, starting to pull away with their lead. Their shot here for the breach. 3 players going to take a look at Old, and all the kills going towards War. Flames, and the damage. Afro gets cleaned up. We head to New.
I love the work from Icons there, even though it's basically a 1-for-1 like trade, because he gets pushed up, he gets that information early and lets War pivot on the back of it. We're going to push through from Dimensions here, trying to get him through the back. Afro is reading this. Big gunfight. Dimensions does enough, though, and if he stays alive, that starts to suddenly turn all the heads of Breach.
Yeah, this is all over the place right now. Team War doing a great job at just spreading their wings. Fights all over the map. Boston Breach in control, but here comes Dimensions. He's going to get cut down. Good assistance from TJ. Urge still inside of this hard point. You just cannot get an eye on these players. And slowly and surely, they are cutting down this lead. Purge on 4. He's going to drop, and now you see the rest of Boston just continuing to surge forward.
Very disciplined play there, actually, from Purge, to be fair. Puts himself on the north side of the pillar, which means he can't be shot from the cutout. And with his teammates not around him for a long period of time, just manages to lock enough time down to get Boston back into this lead. It's all about this rotation for 2, though, and Afro's here early.
Yeah, Afro just looking to be a nuisance. Swings out. How much work can you get done here? Looking for a second one. Reads Dimensions like a book. Knife out. And on the finesse, all he needs to do is buy some time. Spawn out for 3. Dimensions going to be away from this play. 3-on-3 for the hill at the moment. Boston for a chance at an early break.
Yeah, Boston prioritize this backside. Want the spawns, want the hit. 2 through couches, 2 through the back. They're going to overwhelm this war on the players.
TJ has the Hellstorm. Definitely going to be handy for the rest of it. Boston with those back spawns able to break back into P2. You do get Vic spawning in the back, so see what he can do in this position with the NPC. And DJ has no idea. Still snaps on it. Icons for the cleanup. War making this one messy. 30 seconds that you'd love to get here. And it's only Icons going to be alone. 1 by 1. War just continue to try to make this messy. And Dimensions doing a good job at following up his team.
Yeah, lovely work there from Dimensions. Get to 3. Lead will exchange hands once again. The back and forth goes on. The rotation over towards the next hill early. If you are TJ Haley and Afro, the rest of your boys looking to set up here to provide the coverage. TJ Haley's going to be the initial point of contact. He sucks himself off, trying to buy time.
What more can you do here? TJ, it's just damage. But Afro's the next up to bat. He's swinging for the fences. Team kill on the Flames. That's going to leave Dimensions alone on this break. Icons arrives, but it's just split trades right now. Boston down by in and around 10 points. See what they can do from the Dojo side. 3 players here on both sides. Icons again playing from mid. Trophy's going to keep that Semtex away. Icon's going to make his way across towards the tree. There's the break. Team Warren in.
Lovely little bit of work from Icons and Dimensions there. Set up the kill box, and trade all out over the top of each other. And it's enough in the end to have the numbers to then trade it yet again and give themselves the hill time, working as a pack here. If you are Team War, and now you're going to push on through Dojo as well. Icons is already at Dragon, and now Vikram will join him. So for the Boston Breach, scrambling for a moment as you lose all control of the map.
It's another team kill. Purge just gonna have to stay alive. Afro on the rooftops trying to disengage. The way back in, Afro gets the reach in. He's gonna clean up Dimensions over to you. Swings back over to the hill. See what he can find on Flames. Just damage. 3 dead. For the Breach with the spawns to the back. Purge, Spark, they split things. Dimension again, just holding on to this time for Team War. Slowly walking away with a little bit here, a little bit there.
Icons does incredibly well on the initial there. Just throws a shoulder, pops 1 buy time for the rest of the boys to support, but the hit will come again from Breach. Nades galore and a team kill on top. So the Breach are here.
It's all 3 through the front gates. Afro alone. 1v1, and the hipfire is going to land to Afro. 21 and 21, having himself a game right now for the team. He needs the rest to show up, and here they are.
Go yet again here for the scrap time. At this tree hill, Purge nade cooked to perfection. The Chal into dimensions as well, glorious. Not sure if you stick around for the scrap time here. You're going to try and get pushed out, but Vic will catch Spot in amidst that. And the rotation, yet again, just a little bit too late if you are Breach after oversending, but the spawns are absolutely everywhere. I don't know if you read this if you're War.
So much damage from TJ. Might be thinking about investing the streak off spawn. Sparks looking to stay alive. 11 health, and he goes down. And there you see a TJ standing still. Here comes the Hellstorm from the skies. Everybody from Team War now scattering to the inside. Over to couches. It's a crossfire. 3 go down, and you got information where the last is. This is a good usage of the streak for Boston Breach to stabilize.
Because of the layering of the map, Flames is at least able to keep himself alive and apply a little bit of pressure to the hill, but it won't be much more than that for now, as Dimensions is cleaned up next spot with a big 2-piece. Vic does well. Knife out. Starts to run through. That's going to turn the attention and flip the spawns out. So War are in for the next hill, somewhere that they've really struggled to rotate into through this map. But should you get it right here, would put you incredibly close to seeing this map one off.
And now over to New. Breach still trailing around 30 seconds of time. Gonna have to make a quick break, but his solo efforts all across the map. Finally, Afro gonna split that difference, see what he can do from the side. Sparta on the front, he goes down. It's only Afro on the inside on the 1 versus 3. He drops 4 dead. It's clean for Team War.
Yeah, Breach probably thought they'd done enough to clear out these backside spawns there, at least get some sort of pressure on and off. But you will get all in if you're War. 4 in a row for Nem. He's pushed so far out through this rooftop side. Make it 5, a handful for him. Lovely stuff. And the Breach have no answers just yet.
Spawns in the back. Vic, he knows this. And the attention from the rest of Team War, they are well aware of the positioning of Spark back here. Too much to deal with. Still walks away for the kill. Here's Dimensions at the top. Dunks on him. Hellstorm acquired for Dimensions. 20 seconds. He can't win it here, but War pulling away.
And with every single kill, that stage gets just a little bit louder. Nemi on 7. Pistol in hand now. Surely not. Is dropped. Spot with the 2. Breaks in for a moment, and it will be enough to send us on to that next hill. The rotation's early for Breach, but it's got to be pure perfection from here because War are knocking on the door.
166 to 243. Dimensions already going to call in that Hellstorm. Everybody stops in their tracks. And this could be the end game. Play through the middle of the map for Spart. He's looking for Vic. Pot on his tail, and a dance around. Flame's going to open it up. Purge is going to be found out by the Hellstorm. 3 dead. It's only Afro here. Icons shuts him down, and that's going to be Team War walking away with the first.
Gets loud on the stage here in Paris. The challenger side will get it done against the pro side. Very much so look like they've got their tail between their legs, muted off the back of map 1. Great stuff from Team War. Despite issues with P2 over and over again that they had, they still managed to walk away with a solid lead in the end. Shows that there was room for improvement even yet. All the pressure, all the application. Go back to that P4 in particular in the late stages, the way in which they played around one another. I called it a wolf pack, just trading up and over the top of each other time and time again. You always felt like they had the numbers advantage in the fight, and if that was ever lacking, and a couple of players standing incredibly tall, Nemi in particular going on a 7 spree in the end to really drive the dagger home.
I gotta say, I'm so impressed with the way the Team War are playing their P2s, P4s as well, the big money kills on a map like Den. And every time that Boston Breach were the first ones to rotate over to P2, it's just one by one solo efforts, multi-kills from Nemi, from Vic, Icons, just continuing to keep the contest in, keep that game close. You pull away on the big ones, P3, P4, that's where you started to see Team War separate things. And you can see the setups were pristine. Not even Afro can make some changes. And a big highlight for what we were looking for Boston Breach. We knew what we'd get between Afro and Spart. Another fantastic map between them for Purge TJ. It's just continuing to look like a pain point.
Yeah, it's really tough to read at times. It feels like this is the consistent scoreboard that we get to witness with this Boston Breach team. And while, of course, the numbers do not tell everything, there's a ton of context behind those. There's very little impactfully coming out of those two either right now, it feels. I think the Purge had a couple of really good moments in terms of soaking up hill time at stages and slowing the War progress. But other than that, very little to write home about. But again, for these 4 young men on the other side, The story that we have about this roster, for those of you who haven't been tuning into Challengers, came together very late in the season. They were with Rispy instead of Icons for a period. There has been a core to this group for some time, but that change to bring in Icons seems to have leveled them up to a whole new stature and peaked at the right time of the season. And now, well, take a lovely one up in this series against the pro side, and we're all questioning, what is their ceiling? How far could they go?
That's the case with things like this. We didn't get to see them really at the Pro-Am. So this is like your next chance to prove yourself against CDL teams. I mean, you just look at Icons, for example, as a player. He's played for the Stallions. You know, he started the year off with that Cabal roster that looked like they were just elevating themselves ahead of every other challenger team that we had. And even though that team wasn't able to replicate things under the banner of Stallions, he now goes to Team War. And with Flames coming back after a break from BO6, he is truly pulling the potential out of a lot of these young guns in challengers. Vic being one of them, also great in Dimensions and his year through the Huntsman, for example. Big names, big oars that they played together with. And now under the banner of Team War, I mean, this is one of the most storied challengers rosters or organizations that we do have.
No, it most certainly is. I know that Kevin and the rest of the crew will be very happy to see their banner up there on the lights. Of course, taking that map one away from the breach. It feels like a very well-balanced roster as well, because we talk about Hardpoint. They do play very selflessly for one another. Icons is a fantastic example. That kind of player is going to push out for space, play for the right things, or just set his team up for success. But then we also talk about S&D. You've got two of the best S&D players in Challengers through this year waiting on that side of the stage, and that's where we're headed for map 2.
Yeah, and I think that's where the worry is for Boston Breach, because although Boston's been a fantastic search and destroy team through this season, I think that's one thing that they look at in this series to really battle against Team War. That makes it even more difficult for Boston when you're like, okay, we got to win our 2s, we got to get to map 5, and then steal this one away from Team War to make sure that we see ourselves further into this GSL bracket. Like, that is where you look at Purge, and you need him to be that playmaker out the gates. If he can win these opening duels, really highlight the start of these rounds for Boston Breach, shut down a player like Vic, that's a huge head-to-head.
Well, Boston through the year in the CDL have been awful, quite frankly, when it comes to the first blood department. So they're so often managing to turn the tide of that to make them a decent S&D team. And here on Fringe, they do have a positive record at the very least, so that's something to look at here that you get into the map pool. Offensively, also, a lot of struggles for this team. It's their retakes in particular that make them quite a solid side here in this mode. They're happy to give up the bomb site and then simply play around exits and kind of set up a trap to retake that site. But again, I look at this War roster and the depth of talent they have in Search and Destroy, and I think, well, this was largely going to be the linchpin that you built on through this. This was going to be the crux to your game plan. Could we take the S&Ds, Neslo the series, maybe? I don't that they were considering they were walking away with a hell of a lot of map 1s, but the fact you've got it here against Breach, fantastic opportunity to really continue to walk through this series now.
I sat down with Flames back in Major 4 ahead of Paris the first time that we were here. And he said, he's like, if we win our map 1, we should win the series. And that's something I think you look at now against Boston Breach, see if they have the composure to put it away. But again, just like Bryce has always iterated when he's on the desk, is that it's one thing when you're talking about other challenger teams. It's another thing when you're looking at these CDL teams. Because again, think about the way that we put, Omit on a pedestal against Cloud9. They couldn't take down Cloud9. We've had our gripes with that squad. And Boston Breach, you'd still give Boston a little bit of an edge over that C9 roster. So when we're trying to figure out the power rankings between these teams, with the challenger teams now playing against the CDL, you still got to respect that Boston Breach should be the better team here going into the Search and Destroy. And not to mention, yesterday, Afro had a 1.5 in that Search and Destroy versus the Thieves.
Well, Bryce has a saying that he absolutely loves, which is, are we really surprised at the professional teams with places to play and, salaries that let them play endlessly and build out incredibly deep playbooks are better than the challenger sides? The answer is often no, of course. You are completely correct to bring up the point that, yes, War are a ridiculously good S&D team, and we're looking at some of these players as superstars in that mode. It is, of course, a very different task dealing with this Breach side in front of them. You look at just some of these players who've built careers off the back of their S&D prowess at times. So they'll understand the depth of their play, but of course got Shawnee in the back there who'll be helping them with the comms. Letting them know right now, boys, this is how you want to play around this. We've studied for some of these teams coming in case we would meet them in the lower side of this bracket. We probably knew that you were likely to walk into this situation playing Thieves in that first series, so you should have had enough tape to really know what you're up against.
You know, I hate to say it, but Bryce has a lot of really good quotes.
I don't want to gas Bryce up. That guy, as much as I love him to death, I don't want to be walking back and filling in with gas, all right? Like, that guy needs, you know, keep humble through this week.
And another thing, just like at the core heart of being a fan of Call of Duty, look at some of these coaches we have on the stage. I mean, we advanced early. Now we got Marky B against Shawnee. Like, come on. We come into, you know, watching competitive Call of Duty. These guys paved the way for a lot of these players.
For sure.
Now to see them standing behind some of these young players and these young guns, I mean, that has got to bring some confidence to these players, a little bit of depth to their strategy that not a lot of people will really understand the impact that they're bringing, but especially Marky B now being integrated into this war roster, who we're looking at ways to elevate themselves to the next level, to beat the CDL teams. This guy's going to know how to get that done.
Yeah, a lot of it as well. Of course, we talk about playbooks, we talk about everything else. It is that mentality side, that belief in yourself. You know, you lose that map one if you breach. It's a case of, you know, listening to Shawnee, and very few people could stand as tall as Construction Shawnee in the early stages of MW, and he is that kind of player to, like, really, okay, I'm never overwhelmed, I'm never out of the odds. But let's get off and underway. Here in map 2, it's an aggressive push on the defensive side from War as they push all the way through towards Tin here on the A side.
That's going to back Boston away from Tin. A lot of information being gathered from TJ on the way to the B bomb site. Do we see that bomb quick wrap? Would be the right call to make, and Boston, they just need to get the go-ahead from TJ that that's a possibility.
Just happy to slow it down here if you had a breach. Let this map reset itself a little. Plenty of positioning gained. If you are TJ Haley and Purge, nades won't connect, but will give you a signal warning. A flare in the skies that this war side is rotating over.
All goes down. TJ gets caught in the exit. Vic draws first blood for the search and destroy. Vic, though, going to be traded out, and the bomb has made its way into the B site. Icons keeping the front foot forward for Team War. 3 versus 2. They give it up. Now you look to see what Boston can do at a disadvantage.
Me just going to buy time. Got to make a decision right now. If you're playing around this bomb, and, well, Spot makes that call all by his lonesome. Purge will drop one, but surely you're not pulling off a 1v3 in the moment.
Wait, 2 seconds.
No?
Gotta back up. Oh.
For a half second there, Spot had the timing. Either way, really don't think that you expected that push coming through from War there. That was incredibly aggressive, very brave and bold through A. And because of needing to back off if you're Boston, you just burn through so much time in the end. Very much so squeezed into a pocket.
You lose first blood. War should have walked away with that round. They do so in a little bit of a sticky situation. See that back, TJ getting caught really kicks things off, but it's just the way that they play. Just like the engage in towards A, they get that kill onto Spark, drop that bomb, and they just back up, play at that numbers advantage. Really healthy round from Team War. Now looking to barrel their way over towards B with the bomb. Be looking for a quick plan.
Stun should push Purge back. And yep. See you looking over. Me too.
These operators. TJ dancing. That potential first blood information. That barn has been breached. So, bomb's going to sit there. 47 seconds. Lots of time for Team War to decide what they want to do with it.
Well, the initial trades go down. Icons and Afro. We'll see in the next one. Bomb will now be moved forward, but you haven't cleared enough here. How the hell Vic stays alive, I don't know. You get the coverage in, but Purge there for 2.
Dimension's not going to be able to clutch up and force the 1 versus 1. Breach with the quick answer back, even after losing that early trade into Barn. You just don't let that bomb go down, and that is great patience from Breach, not to give up that plan. Just keep them in a little bit of a contested stalemate.
Not for sure he didn't hand anything over. I was also very surprised by the timing of War's push. It felt like they hadn't checked enough things there to really decide to send that bomb on forward. It felt like you still had a lot of unknowns around you, but either way, Breach, yes, you're right. Great patience in the end. Just take their time, pick apart whatever War we're trying to achieve here. 5-1 start from Purge, by the way. Disgusting stuff. We've asked him to grow into this series. A hell of a way to do it through the first 2 rounds.
Gotta give respect when it is due, and Purge is at the forefront right now of the breach. TJ at the forefront of the attack. He snuck his way into bricks. Here's the go-ahead, and mentions, oh, how does he win that?
Gets out cleanly as well, which means numbers disadvantage for Breach. Again, so bad in these opening duels. Typically, their record is ugly. Isolated fights like that, not going to help them.
And he's repositioned perfectly. You lose Vic, but mentions easily going to be able to pop up, trade that. Numbers still. Or War in the second. Afro playing on the outside in windows. Mentions going for the challenge. He, again, just is forcing the attention towards him because it's Icons on the flank that's looking to put you into a 1 versus 2. Afro has to isolate, but instead he's trapped. And Team War easily break that down.
The teamwork there is stunning, by the way. Dimensions tucks himself behind those barrels. As soon as Vickham loses that fight, pops up, gets the instant trade, then just knows his teammate needs time to get across the map from the other side from trains in order to help him out. So he just throws a shoulder, pops a shot, dips out, buys time, allows Icons to collapse in, clear everything out. This teamwork that we talk about, this wolf pack that they are, never more obvious than right there.
It's even just giving up your life for that damage, 4 dimensions to make those plays, just to keep numbers in your advantage. This Team War roster, they are something else in the S&Ds. 3 first bloods as well, 2-1 lead. Boston Breach gonna have to reply. And on the defense, they are heavily gonna stack over towards A and mid. EJ just outside of tools. It's another B hit. Stun's gonna get this one. You got the information. DJ in trouble. First blood for Nem again. Just looking to stay alive.
Colin's just gonna check here. Does the right thing. Essentially throws a shoulder. Just baits a little bit out for Breach, and they will rip shots off. Gives up a lot of information. Look at Afro. He's arriving at spots. Found one cleanly.
Couldn't ask for a better kill there. Look at Spark's positioning. You still have a player unchecked. That's Vic. Do you read this? Where's the communication? Flame's gonna get caught in the rotation. Vic trades it. 2v2. Spark left alone. Able to continue to keep Team War on the back foot. Bomb down. Vic gonna have to make the clutch play, and with the reposition, Spark does it all.
Massive round from him. Gets himself into a lovely place to cover the cross. Drops the initial. From there, keeps himself elusive. When you try and get that rotation out, if you are Team War, because of his positioning, Spots there's clearing up again, and lovely shots in the final fight there. But 4 first bloods currently for War. Yeah, we sit tied in the S&D.
It's funny because it's like when you are so terrible at opening duels, your next statistic is
I see where you're
how
going.
well can you win a round after losing that first step. So for Boston, it's got to be up there.
It certainly has. I don't think anyone tracks conversion on a losing first blood round, but if you did, Breach might be pretty good at it.
3 in a row for Spark. On board with him right away. Purge has snuck all the way down mid. First blood finally for the Breach. Bomb leading to B. It's wide open for the plant.
Yeah, warning signs there from War. Is Breach getting all that positioning early. Definitely a gap in the setup. Definitely a missed set of information, whether it's off the back of the nades or what, we won't know, but 2v3 for the bomb site, 35 seconds on the clock.
Icons brings it into 2v2. Flames now on the pinch. Good damage, can't lock it down. On the escape, still trying to chase these players. Flames finds Spartan. While it happens, Icons finishes the job onto Afro. Another clean retake from Team War off the back of Aiden Icons and his 6-2 performance.
So confused about what the Breach setup was supposed to be there. We obviously get one in court. We get one pushed back through trains. But I feel like you never really put yourself in a spot to lock this down. You get this one here from Icons above, and there's... I'm not sure where you were supposed to be holding down. Either way, it won't matter. War with a lovely retake after losing the first blood as well. First blood seemingly matter very little inside this map right now. We'll take that lead again. Boston did get pushed up all the way through and get that first blood there. The fact that you lose that round, kind of insane. Maybe they are just better when they have a post up. Don't know what to do when they get themselves in an advantageous position. TJ Haley, by the way, on a donut. Afro on a breadstick. Certainly not feasting if you are these two players. And you're going to get that first blood again if you're War, and then just back it off, play the numbers. Big.
Off the first blood, he's found his way into A. There's going to be a flank from Spart. Nobody's reading this. It's only damage. It turns into nothing. And Flames finds TJ 1 versus 4. Flames goes down. It's Afro alone in Team War again. Crumbling the side of Boston round by round. Marching through the search.
Now, I was about to curse Vikram's name if he'd been caught out in that position. It felt a little over egregious, but does very well in the end to keep himself alive and then be a real thorn in the side with Boston Breach trying desperately to rotate away. He's there, stops them getting out. The rest of the boys are there to play cleanup, so lovely stuff from Team War. And, well, Breach rocking off the back of several rounds now where they just have not looked comfortable, whether on offense or defense. And again, looking at TJ, gotta find a way to get him into the game.
Yeah, he's gotta be the one to step up for Breach. Hey, there is no second chance after this. You don't want your key to be crushed. You don't want to give up against Team War.
Slower, passive play from Breach this time. Trying to welcome War in off the back of some aggression. War will not give it to them, so it is burning through yet more time. Breach must pick a game plan and execute soon. Otherwise, this will feel like deja vu on one of those early rounds.
DJ caught another first blood. Team War now looking to pinch onto Spart. Icons with a follow-up, continuing to keep this one 3 versus 2. 3 in a row, make it 4 in a row for Icons. Afro goes down. Purge last alive, 1v2. He's on the flank, 30 seconds left. Not a lot of time to make it happen. But you will have the chance. Flames takes the fight. The damage is done. And Team War on map point.
Yeah, great stuff from War there. Again, Breach just trying to come out the gate slowly, let War run onto them, hoping to just cut them down in their path. Almost expecting a play that we saw in the first round. No such thing happens. War just wait, bide their time. It's a disciplined decision-making. It's maturity in the moment. If you're War, you simply lay in wait, burn through the time, force Breach to make the play, and it never comes through. Again, offensive issues for this Breach side. The first blood's currently 6-1.
Dude,
War looking to close this out. Icons is on a 4.
I mean, Purge needs some help, man. 10-5. He is truly trying his best. TJ, a little bit of trouble. He's going to back on down. Middle of the map. Icons was being watched. Smoke goes down. TJ just looking to get lost. It's a pivot from Team War.
Trying to just get out here. War not happy with this push through the mid. Smoke grenade and trophies do their work. Preemptive calls that pay out. I'm trying to squeeze through trains. Should they get this bomb down quickly, Breach don't really have the players in position for this. It's tetchy, it's nervy. There have been retakes in this very map from Breach here. And Purge has bomb control, but the bomb will drop.
Look at Dimensions. He is hitting the Giga flank right now. All attention towards the bombs, and Dimension's gonna pull that first blood. Icons the second one. Boston Breacher falling apart. 30 seconds left for 2v4, and Vic's just gonna break it down. Purge drops, and that's Team War up 2-0 in the series.
Stunning stuff from the Challenger side. We have talked the talk about them when it comes to the search and destroy. So many talents on that side. They understand the mode so inherently, so naturally dominant there. But it's all about walking the walk up on the stage against the CDL side. And my God, they did it comfortably. 7-1 in the Bloods. Didn't give Breach an ounce of pressure when it came to those offenses. Very much so let them work their way into their own troubles. You get away with 1 or 2 moments, sure, but otherwise it was clean. And you go to that final round. You get in through mid. Yes, you're forced to back off, but it's drop the smoke, drop the trophy. Okay, we've got the information. We're going to rotate through train. But actually, we've got to play for this. We're going to let Dimensions arrive in through the backside of this attempted retake because we know that's what Breach is playing for, and it splinters them entirely apart.
There's just levels to it that Team War are exposing you on. This is a squad that really praises themselves on their search and destroy performance. Yesterday, they go round 11 versus Optic Gaming, a team that is at the top echelon of Call of Duty. And you might think that maybe Optic are having a little bit of a slow start to their tournament. No, Team War are just that good at Search. And you see how class Boston Breach are through this entire map number 2 when it comes down to not just the opening duels, but the conversions from opening duels 1 into rounds put away. They do a great job at just continuously keeping you on the back foot, continuously playing from a disadvantage. And when you got players like the Mentions and Icons playing like this, it just seems like you can never win.
The thing is, well, we come into this map and we said, okay, what's the situation with Breach when it comes to their S&D? Well, they're bad at opening duels. We just got more evidence of that. They're awful on the offense. More evidence of that. What they do like to do is play defensive retakes. So Team War, clearly having done their studying, went, okay, what we're going to do then is simply wait for them to try and do that. We could also continue to overanalyze it as much as we like, but TJ Haley goes 0-8, and that is incredibly ugly.
Yeah, that's yucky. 11-6 though at Purge.
I've not heard the word yucky ever. That's brilliant.
I mean, we want Purge to be playing well here, and that's kind of like player we highlight in the S&D. The thing is, yesterday, the guy who was really the standout for Breach was Afro, so, you know, it's not the case of, you know, maybe an underperformance from TJ, but Afro really, really slowing down from what we saw. And Dimensions also was just unstoppable in those opening duels. 5 first bloods. So it was great to see them step up from Team War. Big things happening. Challengers team on top. 2-0 we go. With the overload coming up very, very shortly. We'll see you very soon.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back, COD fans. We got a banger here for Team War. 2-0 up over the Boston Breach, looking to crush another CDL's team key on this day of EWC. Boston Breach on the other side need a pick-me-up heading into this overload. And that's one thing I think they can really hold over Team War will be the overload. This is a team that yesterday they looked fantastic against the Thieves. Definitely thought that they could steal this one away. Hopefully they can bring that same energy into this match.
I agree. I mean, you gotta bring something, right? You're fighting for your careers at this point. Let's face it, all 4 players on the right-hand side of that stage will understand that those are facing them are looking to literally take their contracts for next year. So you gotta figure out something and do it right now. Because otherwise you are bouncing straight out of this tournament. And for how good they looked yesterday in the overload against Thieves, that is valid. but this is now staring down the barrel. 2-0 underneath wall. And while we wouldn't necessarily say that they're fantastic at overload, either side really, in this, you are, of course, running with plenty of wind in your sails, all the momentum with the challenger team. They know the task in front of them. One more map, and you've completed the upset.
We saw a lot from Team War in the Challenger Finals when it came down to their overloads, taking on the likes of Omit, pushing them the distance in this game mode. Boston Breach cannot overlook the fact that they are being hunted right now by these Spartans. So going into this map number 3, it's not like we need to eventually see these players step up. It's like you need to play well going into this third map, and there's no more chances. This is it. No. You lose here, you're out of EWC, you're out of the running, and there's going to be a lot of question marks on what next season looks like.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the motto here for Esports World Cup, everything's earned, nothing is given. Because you currently stand as a Pro League side does not mean you're automatically handed that right next year. The players looking at you right now, again, desperately wanting to earn their place inside the league. We look at this overload. We're going to Den. Not a great record here if you are Breach. It is 8-13 through the season. Of course, you've had iterations of this roster, but it's not necessarily improved since this version of the side came together. Let's get kicked off and underway then. Map 3 for all the marbles. If you are Team War, can Breach reply in this series? Kicking off with 2 kills from TJ Haley. That's more than he managed in the S&D in the entirety. But the trade fest continues, and that device will be dropped smack bang in the middle of the map. But Team War with all the presence of Vikram on 3.
Vikram on 4 to start this one off. Afro on the other side looking to mirror that. He won't be able to get it done. Ball remains neutral, resets. And this is one for Team War that you are happy to slow down right now. On the back end, you don't want to get spawn trapped. TJ up top, he is just keeping the attention away from it because Afro looking to pinch around the side of Dojo. He's got the opening. There goes the ball. First stop for Boston.
Yeah, great stuff there from Afro. I mean, there's a lot of pressure through the middle of the map anyhow. Breach do a great job overwhelming there, and as pieces scramble, trying to decide which side you must defend. Afro plays point guard, clears everything out. That being said, War answer with 3 of their own to stop the rally cap. Icons and Flames currently sitting on donuts. They've got to...
Oh, Afro.
I was about, yeah, if we find a way to get involved in this. Afro gets in through the back. Dimensions does enough to recover and will now try and scurry his way through the rooftops.
TJ's going to get caught through throne room, just looking to put some pressure on those spawning players. Ball rotates back over to Dojo. And you can see Boston Breach there scurrying to set up this defensive positioning. Sport's going to have to wrap through P2. You do have the flank coming out from Icons. He strikes on a Purge. TJ on the front line. Double chow out. And TJ finds 1. That's enough to hold it. Flames on 8 HP. He won't be able to find anything more. Successful stoppage from Boston. Now looking for the counter.
Purge going to push all the way out here towards red. Just looking to provide space. Fortunately, his teammates fall. That means Cutout's going to be given up. So all the work he does here just needs to buy time. Actually, he might have just completely missed that Icons is moving on through this outside. You will get a check back now, but Vikram, great work from the top.
Where do we go with this ball? Reach back over to 10. Icons meets you. 3 in a row. And Afro just picks it up, goes to the other side. Flames 1-6 start to this game. Not feeling good about this gunfight. And Afro puts him down. Raids back and forth. Nowhere to go with this objective. And here comes Team War. Last up's going to be the ball carrier. Afro drops. Everybody's spawning in Narnia. And as Icons cuts you off, there's the tie-up. Team War suffocates you on your side of the map.
Breach just hold the device for as long as they can, shifting it back and forth and to and fro. Eventually end up dropping it right at their own damn doorstep. War, great work to hunt down the Furton's Wolfpack multiple times through this series. They sniffed blood there, and they sensed it and stole home with the opportunity.
This is going to be a weird one from Boston Breach because you got Purge so far pushed up past enemy lines. They don't know he's there, but Purge doesn't know he's let 2 players through. And in Dojo, there's going to be some important gunfights for the Boston Breach. Flames knows it. He cuts them both down. When you thought you were pulling a quick one there, Purge not even able to find anything in the spawn.
DJ flies forward, but Dimensions has the answer. Cook nade now to welcome the second wave, and it's glorious at the feet of Afro. Keeps him up. You've got Vikram in. Ooh, through the back as well. He want that one back, but great work by Spot just to stay alive. Trade Fest over the top. Device is dropped on Icons to hold the line for a moment. Won't get there, won't do enough. And look at the play coming in from Purge here. Just stopping that defensive wave.
3 players in for the defense. Trophies down. Here's the slide out. Ball down, and Flames is going to cut Afro out of the equation. Spark traded out. Looks like Team War going to hold on. Vikram cleaning up that last remaining player, and you can see that TJ trying to overextend behind this play, but the ball, where does it go? It's all the way around from TJ. He's going to have no impact here. Afro gets caught, and TJ needs to pick up the pace.
Gotta buy time here. You gotta let Dimensions get active on this. He's pushed all the way through. He's trying to control those spawns. The problem is the device arguably on the opposite of where you want it to be. And in fact, his Dimensions so far out that actually he's not gonna be involved at all. Breach can send this. Vikram to hold the line.
Oh, the stick! What a toss. And TJ, first line of defense through 10. He picks it up. 14 seconds. Looking to proc that overtime play. Dimensions on the pinch. TJ in trouble. Just needs to hold on long enough to see if he can finish that round through either his death or a capture. TJ still alive. We got overtime.
Breach happens to just take the free hit here. No risks. 3 dead. Squeeze through Dojo's side. There'll be 2 players to meet them. You do get the spawn in. Spot's trying to play cutoffs on this though.
One more chance here for Boston to pull ahead. 15 seconds. Team nade. And TJ finds a second one. Spark's looking to slip through. Flames isn't going to expect it. And here they come. Afro on the other side, paving way for TJ. 2-1 for Boston.
Great decision making there from the Breach. Recognize the timer, bring it into play. If we just hold this device, we'll get a hit at this where we have 0 risk. Spot gets pushed through. There's the unfortunate issue of a team nade for Team War, but after that, it's all about where have we found the gaps. Because Spot's so far forward in red, you understand, you can actually just send this straight through the middle, through the hull of Team War, and take the lead at the halftime marker. An important moment to do so. That completely changes the talk right now, the game plan, heading in through the second half. Drawn up, maybe a little bit more passive coming out of these gates, but for War now, you've really got to find a way to drive forward.
It's not like Boston are, playing from behind here. Like, there's so many opportunities where you can see TJ trying to make those plays, Purge trying to make those plays. Everybody is overextending, looking to open up a route for this ball. It's just a lot of time. Team War shut you down, clutched up, and that is where that stalemate really stemmed from. Some beautiful defensive plays from Team War, although he got some work to do now. Down 1-2. You're not really getting the best game out of Flames right now.
He's got to find a way to get active. That AR's got to start locking down some of these long lanes that exist here at the den. It's a mess in the middle. You've punched the gap if you're Vikram. Unfortunately, the rest of your boys aren't going to arrive with you. And eventually you're smothered out yourself. Icons looking to play the cutout. Will be here to stop Afro making progress. Looking to buy time, but doesn't do enough.
Afro with the ball. 2 lead blockers. A beautiful nade from Spart over the corner. No trophies. Lots of damage. Here comes Boston looking for number 3. Pistol for Afro. Guns him. Icon's in trouble. There's the 3rd.
Glorious stuff. Team War defensive setups. Attempts to scramble over. Talked about the nade. Talked about a lot of the ways in which you stop War getting themselves into position. Makes light work of it. Afro ain't done yet. 5 in a row now.
Here's the rally.
For the young man. Next device coming. And you've got a Hellstorm to boot. Breach turning the screw on this one.
And this is where you can just see that separation again, an overload between a CDL team and a challenger team. Afro just knows when to stop, play for the trades, and allow for that rally to come through. Beautiful tempo from Boston Breach, using their carrier to lead the charge. A counter cap from Team War. They're going to be able to bring this back into a 2-point game. So at least they got something to latch onto and a lot of time to make this happen.
Incredible reposition from Afro there, by the way. Just as the device looks to spawn up in the middle, it felt like War had themselves a great setup around it. He gets ahead of that curve, just drops in through the backside near towards Couches, and stops War in their tracks. That being said, device will still sit in the middle of the map, very neutral for now. Still got a long ways to go inside this second half. And the gap of 2 will feel surmountable for War Again, I'm looking at Flames. 12 and 19 right now. Can you drive this one home?
Here comes
and help
TJ.
your side?
On the flank, Afro flies out. Not going to be able to stop that carrier. 3 now for Team War. Whittling down that lead. Hellstorm has made no impact. It hasn't even been thought about right now. And all of that effort, Andy, has gone to the wayside. We are back to where we started at that half, and there is still so much game to be played.
Fantastic matchup this between these two teams. Really enjoying this one. Spot will drop icons, but you don't read the next inside of Dojo. That's Vicar and Flames getting active. And now you've got the device in hand again. It's all on to Purge. You drop the first, you get the support in from TJ Haley. And try and press back out.
Purge, the corner. Whoa, wipes him. Again, the Trade Fest from Icons. He's not going to let you pass mid-map. First teammates off spawn. Icons looking for a second one. Sparks the NPC out. And with this ball spawning up over towards 10, you get a good clearance of 2 down. Afro might look to drop the hammer, but 3 go down for the breach. Mentions now is a chance to block this one out.
Purge is going to be the man lying in wait. Got to buy time. The stun out is glorious. I'm actually not sure if that was a team stun, but either way, Purge will be able to back off. You've got the device and you're rotating away if you wall.
Yeah, they're going to try to wrap this one. Vic on the lead. You got nobody cutting out through servers, so it's really just Vic you got to worry about, and Vic does the heavy lifting. We're looking at the tie game. Here comes the device, and Vic goes crazy.
Incredible decision-making from War. The comms incredibly clean in the side. And right now, those sound like screams on the other side of the stage. Afro going to call in the rod from the sky. Buys time with it.
It's too late.
But to very little impact. And now you're scrambling if you're Breach to get some sort of setup in place, because once War clear out TJ here, they have a lot of bodies to start to surge forward through the rooftops.
Spark needs to make a play here. He's just going to be hiding. Vic on 4 in a row. Waiting in the shadows. Who's going to bite? Spark over the top. There it is. Number 5. Afro trades it, but here comes the rest of War. Icons in the window. A split kill feed. 30 seconds. Where do we separate here? This is just continuous trades.
He sends himself forward. Breach considering another play here that plays into the timer. A free hit. A setup. Afro won't be able to give him a gap. Can't afford to drop this right at your doorstep again here. And no answer. Nothing. 30 seconds left on the clock. So a free attempt if you're TJ, and you do have one blocking in Afro.
This is where Boston needs to show their grit. If you lose here, it doesn't matter. We go to overtime. Regulation draw. Boston on elimination point. This is it.
If any of you coming into today are new to Call of Duty on the Bravo stream, then God bless you and welcome in first of all. But the way this works from this point, teams will get a timer in which they score in this opening half. So if one scheme picks the ball up, drops it in within 2 minutes, we then get a second half where the opposing team have 2 minutes to answer with their own score. If you don't, you lose. But essentially, it's a weird situation this first half, I feel. If the timer stretches out incredibly long, you're almost in a better position if you let the other team put it home, I feel. But neither side are going to be necessarily worried about that right now. It's about scooping this device and running it home as quickly as possible in the first.
See if you can speedrun it. Go down. TJ gonna grab the ball right away. Picks it up, wraps back. You're just gonna let Afro do his thing. 30 and 23. Tip of the spear for the squad. On the other side, it's Virgil Dimensions. Shouldn't have won that, but he's gonna turn it into a double kill. Pistol out, flying away. And TJ drops the ball.
Dude, Dimensions just went nuclear. Insane stuff. Big fight happening over towards Broken. Trying to create a gap. Never comes through. Icons then traded. Flames pops an 8 up and over the top. We'll let him now back off. Potentially looking towards a rooftop here because Dimensions has found great progress here at P2.
Here you got Vic as well and Broken. He strikes. Icons, that's 3 dead. Here comes the ball. All you gotta do is take down Afro, and you're looking to set the tone for the overtime. 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Incredible stuff from War. The play from Dimensions initially to play cutoffs. The fact that you win that one on Purge is ridiculous. Then to get a second and soften up the third. stops that capture coming through. It felt inevitable almost for Breach the way they were set up for it. But then it's the counterplay, it's the call out. Boys, I'm all the way through at P2. Vic's in broken. Why are we not just going to drive this through the rooftops? And it's ruthless. It's clinical from there. We've spent a lot of the year talking about Vic as an S&D star. That man's putting up 36 in the Overload here to potentially see off the CDL side.
Okay, so we've had some conversations with CDL teams on this elimination draw. You were able to kick off that reverse sweep. If you're Carolina, Cloud9 denied omit. This is where Breach needs to show their grit, show exactly what this roster is made of.
It's got to be pretty much perfect to become a bang out in the middle of the map. And Icons will clear up plenty more. Oh my lord, nearly turns and burns. TJ Haley does just about enough, but it's going to allow Flames to escape with the device and burn through the timer. 40 seconds left.
TJ through mid. He's going to be locked down. Afro gets caught by the pistol. Good from Flames for 2. Going over the top inside Dojo. He's trying to get this going. 30 seconds left. Boston have the ball.
Got to draw a line in the sand right here. Dare Breach to try and cross it, and they will send straight through middle. 3 bodies here. But you lose the first fight.
You're going right into couches. Sparks on the rotation. Ball goes down. Purge gets caught there. 9 seconds left. Somebody's going to have to grab this overload device. Spark can't get away. 2 go down. And you have to touch this one. You got to get to the device. And Team War are looking for the next round. Another CDL team has exited EWC.
Yeah, it's very loud up on that stage. Team War side, full of players that have had so many ups and downs through the season, but a sum greater than all of their parts. A brotherhood in the later stages of this year that's seen them rise to the very top of the challenger scene, and now to the fore, taking out CDL side. There are complaints from some of those up on that Boston Breach team, but all the would-haves, could-haves, and should-haves, they do not matter a damn bit. Your time at the Esports World Cup is over.
Another key gets crushed on EWC. And Boston Breach gonna have to think about what your next year looks like. Team War, though, the Odyssey continues. This team lives on.
Woo. I mean, you know, I call it the Odyssey, but here's the thing. There were really no trials and tribulations, all right? It was a 3 up, 3 down, see you later. We may not see you again. I don't know. Team War showed up in a big, big way today and have kicked another team to the curb. So we lose another team here at EWC 2026. Black Ops 7 has been nothing but, I guess, a surprise. I don't know. What do you think? Is this an upset?
It's a tough one to really call. I mean, I think obviously there was ways to build Breach into the series, but it just felt like the momentum was with War. They peaked at the right time in the season. A lot of belief about that side. And even we got to look at them yesterday. We were kind of like, damn, all right, these guys are pretty good, actually. So, yeah, I don't know if I would call it an actual upset, on, but, like, even still, it's a pro side against an amateur side. There is a team on that stage that's supposed to deal with the pressure.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Seymour, you brought this up yesterday. I think it's a great point. I mean, Vic kind of popped takeover there at the very end. And I think yesterday you were a little bit critical of him. Even though they got that win, it was like, hey, what's that Vic that we really need to see? It's the one that takes over and goes crazy.
I mean, he's been the X Factor for this year.
Yeah.
And I think that for Vic, it was just settling yourself down at a tournament of this prestige. You know, we never got to see him on the big stage. He didn't play the Pro-Am. So going to play Optic, that is a really tough ask from a player that is, you know, playing your first year of challengers here and now. You get that out of the way. Yeah, you lose versus Optic, but you go to play Boston and you just completely set the mood for what Team War can deliver here at EWC. And a 3-0, like, that is the cleanest we've seen from a challengers team so far.
No, most certainly is. I mean, it's stunning stuff from the side. Because, again, we've talked a lot about, like, the S&D that this War roster bring. But we had a couple of questions around, like, Hardpoint, Overload. And it's not only questions around those modes that they've kind of, like, sorted to answer here. But it's the way in which they did it. Resilience, grit through the Overload to really get them there. Some superstar individual moments, too. The Hardpoint was just bloody clinical. It could have been even better.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, I think the Hardpoint was probably the big star in my eyes if we didn't have the recency bias of what we just witnessed in an overtime, right? Like, we went through regulation draw and some big takeover moments from a lot of the individuals on Team War, which is a cool part that you can talk about with the Challengers roster to say, hey, this is a complete team. This isn't just one player taking over and doing everything. We saw big moments from all 4 players on this roster.
Yeah, I think that everybody who needed to show what they were made of Team War had their moment. Yeah, Flames had a little bit of a slow map in that last one, but you don't look at Flames to be the guy to outslay. I think that there was like a little bit of a stipulation for this team at Major 4 Open and in Champs that you needed Flames to really pop off the slang for them to do well. No, that's what Icons is here for. That's what Vic is here for. In Dimensions, you see the impact that he has in a lot of those micro moments to really make those plays. For Flames, he's the one to allow this team to really express themselves, to bring out their best. And for him, he really does a great job at leading this squad.
I think one of the beautiful things about this Team War roster is almost like the core that they've had to it, because there's one thing that you can really lack in a Challengers team, and that is stability. The ability to be able to then grow off the back of that foundation. And I think this War roster have done a wonderful job through the year of kind of like, okay, we're going to work on this stuff together, and maybe here or there, bring in someone new to make those fine tweaks happen for us. And that's kind of where I think Icons has come in and filled really well for this roster. But otherwise, you've got, again, like you mentioned Flames, Vikram, kind of a trio here that I think over the year have grown so much together, come to understand one another's play. And if you're a CDL side kind of eyeing these boys up right now and thinking, all right, who should I pick at? I'm going to take a swing and say, look, pick up the whole damn lot for some of you sides. Like, they understand each other incredibly well, work incredibly hard together, and have delivered big here in Paris.
Yeah, delivered in a big way. Obviously, looking through these highlights, you get the chance to see how Den Hardpoint and French S&D went. And then when we got to the Overload, this was a bit of more of a back and forth Seymour, and I had a lot of fun watching this match and you guys casting it, because it did look like Boston was finally catching some momentum in Overload. They go up, I think it was 4-1 at one point, and then all of a sudden, the boys turned it around.
Dude, I mean, the plays that they were making out to rooftops, just the non-stop pressure that they were putting onto those respawns. Vic was the one to really lead that charge on the comeback, and to see him finding that form in the Overload, like, this is that big moment for the rookie. This is what you like to see out of the kid, is to be that playmaker, be at the forefront, get the job done, and allow for those easy caps to come through. I don't think Boston really saw that one coming. They just did not react to it in time.
Yeah, great reactions from the entire team, and well earned. You probably heard them yelling from our caster mics. It was so loud. It was awesome. And again, well earned. Let's take a look at our bracket, though, see where they go, who's going to be in a big matchup. We see at the top side of this, decider matches going on all over the place. Optic is in a 2-2 current with 100 Thieves. I think that is about to wrap up right now, but of course, Team War is what we're looking at. They're down in the lower side. They are waiting on their next match, and of course, Boston Breach have been kicked to the curb, unfortunately, eliminated from EWC.
Yeah, now they have, and of course another CDL side sent packing, and I think that what you're starting to see again, changing in the guard, essentially, a lot of these young guns coming through, new blood for the pipeline. Very excited for the future of some of them, but they're not done turning out their own story here. There are plenty of opportunities to light things up yet.
Done today, but not done for the overall competition. We've got Flames in the booth, though. My man, Team War. I see the smile on your face, dude. That match win's got to feel fantastic. 3-0. Were you expecting a 3-0 victory?
Yeah, we thought we were like way better than them. I mean, we think we're better than like half the league.
Sure.
We scrimmed everyone like for the last 2 weeks, and we know we're like where we put ourselves, especially come tournament time. We like genuinely believe we're better than them. By far.
Listen, quick follow-up, man. 3-0 is fantastic. Obviously, you've got that mentality that you're the best. Talk to me, though. Why are you the best? Maybe just against Breach. What makes you the better team? Is it the team chemistry? Is the overall roster? Like, what's the one difference maker?
I think as time's gone on, we've like really started to understand each other. But I think like from a raw talent perspective, I think we're literally some of the best like who currently play the game. You can combine the league, challengers, it doesn't matter. I think we're genuinely better than half of the fucking league, like I said, so.
All right.
Absolutely loving the confidence, I won't lie. One of the things to kind of build in, we watched you guys obviously play that Overload right there. Some incredible decision making in moments, whether it be obviously individual superstar plays, but also teamwork, comms that were clearly coming through to make decisions there. I've talked a lot about the core of your roster and how you've stuck together for a long time, kind of figured out where to pull and change bits and pieces here and there. But how much of a difference maker is that making to you guys, not only in challenges, but here too?
I feel like the roster changes helped a ton. Aiden's like really smart. He's really good. He's got a ton of passion. I feel like the stigma on his name is kind of like undeserved. He's a young kid who's like kind of got a lot of hate for no reason, some whatever reason, but you know, I feel like, I mean, it happens when you're young. But I mean, a big like tribute to Marky B also. He's our coach for EWC, and he's been a huge help. I feel like it's the first time we've had a coach like as knowledgeable as him and as wise, and he's just done nothing but spit wisdom into all of us. So shout out to Mark.
Love to hear that. Incredible stuff coming through. I mean, yeah, you called it there. You've obviously got, this core to your team. You've then got this right trade coming in. Feels like a perfect cocktail right now, perfect storm for your side. And I mentioned it there at the end. Let's say CDL sides come knocking on the door. Surely there's a question mark there about whether or not they take the individual pieces or the entire sum of the parts, because you guys look great right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to them. Obviously, we got a long way to go. It's not like we won champs. We're only top 12 right now at EWC, so we're pushing to make bracket play. And whatever like a CDL team wants to decide in the future, I know we got some new ones coming in. So, I mean, I think I can speak for all of us. I think everyone should be in the league, especially myself. I had a rental stint. It was a 2-month stint. And then my break last year, I feel like I came back 2 times of a better player. So I think I've shown it throughout the whole year. And I feel like I do deserve to be back. And I'm going to just keep doing it tomorrow also.
Look, I'm going to take a page out of Bryce's book here, and I got to talk about that Optic match yesterday because, you say you're better than half the league. We got to talk about the other half, though, because you're coming here to EWC. Obviously, you get rid of one team. You still need to qualify for the bracket. Where do you think you fell short yesterday, and where do you think you need to push to take down, your Optics, your Thieves?
I feel like against those kind of teams, like, they are really good at making you pay for your scams, and you cannot make mistakes versus the top. I feel like in challengers and even like against some of the lesser league teams, you can kind of get away with making mistakes. And with us, like, I mean, we had team kills on P2s. I think 2 P2s literally costed us the map yesterday to push a map 5. And I do think if we win game 5, we would have won. So
I love it. Great insight, Flames. Team War, you guys are feeling great right now. A lot more matches to go, and congratulations again on the win. Any final words for the broadcast?
I just want to say thank you to my parents. My little sister, she's been watching. My mom's been watching. My girlfriend's been watching. All my friends at home been watching. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. Y'all have been my biggest motivation this year. I mean, it's dope. I came back, and y'all have been pushing me to be great. So I appreciate everyone.
Great job. Congratulations again, Flames. Team War, great interview. We'll see more from them in the future. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got another fantastic match before we wrap up things here on the Bravo stream. A chance for 2 teams who haven't yet to get a win, potentially to stay in this competition or get kicked to the curb. You never know. Surge versus Project Notorious up next. We'll see you in just a moment.
gentlemen, hello and welcome. We have the LCQ on the road to EWC. We have 16 teams that have rocked up. Only one can actually make it.
The start of LCQ, we played, we actually got 3-0'd, obviously dropped down to the losers, so, you know, I think we all know that we had to lock in and obviously make that comeback and make sure that we actually locked in the second day.
He isn't looking in the right direction for that next fight, so that he is about to put a highlight reel in front of us.
Oh my God, Vortex in a one must. Lins gets 2 more. It's a 10 spree between 2 players. There is nothing but Lins on this map as he pushes out.
Dak's the only one here. He's finessing his life. Reinforcements nowhere nearby, so the 1v1 is crucial.
Through, but can't get the cleanest of shots in. To Bush should be the ones to dominate this hard point. Renegade finds 3 easily, and Prolute finishes the ensemble.
The 4 teams do remain today, and we will bring that down to just 1, and that team will get their slot to EWC.
We were confident coming in. Like, I feel like we knew we were the best team there. Like, we just had like a rough first day. Bush dropped in into losers finals, played them, ended up winning that.
139, the pity here are going to close it out here.
Prolute can't do anything. Renegade can't do anything. It doesn't look like the Bush can do anything. The dream is over, and the Picts will make it.
Got to the grand finals, played against them. Obviously, Torn.
It's Torn first to the hill.
Oh, Millie. Oh, Millie. Aiden Tacticals thrown over this hair as Lins finds 2 and 3. Oh, Lins has maybe just done enough, and that one should go home as it's fought from Lins on the what? And that will be the pit EU!
And yeah, ended up clutching up and coming out victorious. Yeah, but obviously doesn't matter how we got here. You know, we're here. I wouldn't underestimate us. You know, we're here to make a run and obviously try to do something here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup. This is, of course, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 this week. I'm Enigma. I'm going to be your host for this interview. We've got Kremp alongside me here today. Kremp, my friend, traveled in today. How are you feeling ahead of the tournament?
Fantastic, man. Glad to be in Paris. Glad to be back at EWC. Have some fun.
I mean, he has been having fun all year, but what I want you to do is tell me about your year. Highs, lows, your experiences so far.
I mean, obviously we made a lot of roster changes this year, so that does sting a little bit. At the end of the day, I feel like we're all striving to get better. I feel like we have been getting better every single time we get on, every single day. Just trying to be the best player I could be for my teammates.
But speaking of teammates, speaking of roster change and everything that you've been through, of course, you've been here before. You've also stood alongside not only Nasty before, but then also, of course, Ghosty and Joe Deceives, who will now stand on a different team. Should you come up against them, how will it feel to play against someone that you used to call your brother?
I mean, we already ran into him a little bit this year, but still personal every time. You know what I mean? Like, you still want to beat them every single time, so.
You had a great chance. Through the year at the big events, you have been very impressive. Why are you so good when it comes to those events? What is it that really spurs you on in those moments?
I think it's pressure makes diamonds. I feel like when you get there, you get the most dopamine, the most rush. You feel like everything's more important. Obviously, you're going hard every event, but those ones, like, if you don't perform, you shouldn't be here.
Love that answer. Pressure makes diamonds, can also burst pipes, of course, but I think we know which category Kremp sits in after the year that he's had, but it's amazing to hear that you do get motivated by those big moments, because, of course, you've been in so many now. Has it changed over the years, or are you still the kind of person where you get onto that stage and you just got that little bit of extra kick going?
I mean, it's just land. We're back on land. Like, I got that kick every time. Like,
man who enjoys what he does, for sure. Speaking of been playing out there on the stage and kind of talking about the folks you're going to go up against, is there anyone in particular here at the Esports World Cup that you're really looking forward to playing?
I'd say Gentlemates. Obviously, we're in Paris. They're home team in a sense, but it's always fun playing against them. Like we said, Joe Deceives, Ghosty, Dante, team with Dante last year, Sib.
Yeah.
And none but love over there, but it's always personal. You want to beat your friends.
Yeah,
you know
yeah. I imagine there's an element of playing and quietening a home crowd that comes with that as well.
Most definitely.
For G2, we have you guys listed down as a dark horse. Do you agree with that kind of label that we're putting on you?
I mean, a label's a label. Doesn't mean anything to me. It's match by match. If I win every single match, I don't care. I will color the horses. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to win. I'm just trying to win.
I don't care what color the horse is. I've never heard that line. I've done interviews for quite some time now. That's brand new to me. Let's get straight to winning. What is your confidence, whether it be a percentage or just a feeling inside you? What is your confidence in G2 winning this event?
Oh, I'm very confident in G2 winning this event. If I were to look at myself, I'd probably say that's my biggest goal as a competitor. I haven't won an event yet. So I can pull up to every event like I want to win it, and like I want to win it more than anything.
Crazy stuff indeed. Looking forward to everything you achieve this weekend, my friend. And of course, congratulations on a great year. Looking forward to seeing you crown it off beautifully.
Thank you, thank you.
That's been the interview here with Kremp at Call of Duty Black Ops 7 at the Esports World Cup. Back to the studio.
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back to Black Ops 7 at EWC 2026, and I guess welcome Chris Tunn to the booth. What the heck is going on there, Bryce?
Realistically, it's all about villains and heroes as they go through, and I thought, how do I bring that to the desk here? And I thought, who's the biggest villain I could put on my chest here? And it is my long-term duo, Chris Tunn. So while he's not casting with me here in the event, he is going to be here, and he is a villain, so it all kind of works out. And he's at EWC, and he's barely said hello.
That's crazy. Chris Tunn, big shout out to him, man. He's running all over the place. He's done a fantastic job for all of the weeks of EWC in 2026. So I'm glad we have a part of him at the booth for our last match of the day. We have to turn our eyes to this matchup, though, and I'll keep looking and turning my eyes at Chris Tunn. But we have to talk about Surge, who is fallen down here to play against a team that we're well familiar with at this point, as Project Notorious rejoin us on the Bravo stage here, Seymour.
We started with them. They played up against the Falcons to kick it off. Their Surge looked good, but still a lot of work to be done for Project Notorious in terms of closing it out. And I mean, you're playing up against the Surge team that also has a ton of work to get done, as like they played against the Heretics. They got bopped 3-0 at the start of the day on the mainstream. So for both of these squads, it's just kind of building on some of the mishaps that were at the start of the day.
Sure.
Fortunately enough, like you don't have to go home, sleep it off, wake up and try again. You're building off of that momentum in the same day, and I think that that should be a little bit of a leg up here.
Yeah, momentum, I don't know so much. Surge, talk to me. Is there somebody on this roster that could really set the tone for this team? Somebody that needs to pop takeover early?
I think a lot of people are kind of feeling Mamba at the moment. Like, he has great moments coming through here. The problem is with Surge is that nobody has that high expectations of them. And
Sure.
that's probably one of their issues going into this game here, is that it's not that easy to root for them. It's not that easy to say, oh, they're going to go on a deep run. They're going to do this wonderful job moving forward into the bracket here. It's kind of a, where do they place? If they get out of the group stage, all good. If they don't, well, that's also kind of expected here. And going up against a team like Notorious, it's going to be a difficult run for them.
Yeah, I mean, we've already talked about Notorious today in their battle against the Falcons. They did take a map, which is nice. They picked up an S&D map. So Seymour, I think, question mark, S&D, is it going to be theirs assuredly against a team like Surge? And then it goes to Respawn, or what are you thinking?
I think it should be a easy take there for Project Notorious. I think Surge, they lack a complete team right now and a complete roster. I think that you look at Mamba and Craze and what happened in Black Ops 6 for the two of them as a duo, they hit a ceiling that not many challenger teams have ever hit, taking down the FaZe Dynasty here at EWC. Now, you go into the new year, you get split up on two different squads, and you kind of have a little bit of a fall from grace as individuals. You come back together on this Surge team, but the difference is that you don't really have the same kind of foundation that you did have in Black Ops 6. I mean, with Vivid and Mac, this team just looked so well put together, but with Nero and Lunars, it's so inconsistent between the two of them and the performances that you do get. I think that Nero has one of the highest ceilings that you can get in terms of a sub, but he also has one of the lowest floors sometimes that we do get in his performance. And for Lunars, as you know, his stint in the CDL grows, it's just a question mark on where he actually fits in the identity of a team.
It's an interesting question. Here's the thing. And this is what we've been talking about all day, right? We've been talking about it on the run-up to this tournament, talking about it going forward. You cannot get past the fact that this is the end of the year. This is career-defining, because all anyone is going to remember for the next 3 months is your last game. And the Call of Duty community is reactive, if anything.
Yeah.
And you're only as good as your last map. You're only as good as your last spawn-in. You're only as good as what they remember you last placing. Going out now dramatically hurts the stock of everybody involved in this game. That includes the players who are already on a pro team. That includes Notorious looking to get onto a pro team next year. So it's not just the pressure of losing out on prize money. It's not just the pressure of having a bad placement. It's the pressure of a future career embroiled into a best of 5.
There's no harder stage to play at the end of the year than this EWC one. And I think that all of these players, they do know that. And for Boston, which we just saw, that's what you're trying to avoid right now if you're Vancouver Surge. Just how do you get through Project Notorious? How do you move on through this GSL bracket and avoid elimination versus players that are quite hungry to get revenge? Because for a lot of these Project Notorious players as individuals, I mean, they started on pro teams. Cammy, Snoopy, they were teammates. So you have that foundation coming together for Project Notorious where they have comfort playing together and they have the will to be better at the moment. And I think for Johnny leaving the Huntsman, that was a big surprise for a lot of people. I think that he still is looking to cement himself as a strength in challengers. He's really worked into that for him. So Project Notorious, they are dangerous. Although it didn't look the best in the respawns versus the Falcons, I think the Falcons, rightfully so, were the better team in that series. For Project Notorious, you know that they are going to go into this series not even worried about what happened in the last game. Eyes forward to take down the Surge.
Well, here we go. Lock and load. Everything on a Thursday. Feels a bit early for a lot of tournaments this year, but this one's bigger than most. If you haven't got it by now, then you haven't had it all year. And these players just want to prove themselves, keep on moving forward and keep that key alive. I know we've covered this today, but it is worth saying, to get into this tournament, you have to be given a key. Every team has one. Names engraved on it. And it is the only way you're allowed to compete. And if you fail, if you fall, it is taken away and literally crushed by a dedicated machine here at EWC. It is a very good metaphor for the hopes and dreams of these players.
So teams getting ready for this map number 1, going into the hard points. I think that's realistically my eyes on the guy on the left, how he can lead this team. It's a really interesting, season that the Surge has had, because you've had a dedicated veteran who's been at the top of this Surge team to lead the new guys into hopefully a form that we have yet to see from them. At the start of the Surge, it was Gwyn. Now it's Nero on this roster, looking to hoist them to that next level. For Project Notorious, I think a big look here is kind of what you get out of the consistency of some of these individuals and the matchup on both sides. B-Sport Josh versus Atura. Atura, he rises into the CDL as well as a coach. I think that for himself as well, he wants to show up for this team and see what he can build for it. I mean, this is a really, really tough match to draw up on who will be the better out of these two.
Well, as far as we're aware, this is very shortly loading in. And all the guesswork, all the theory, all the statistics, and, well, basically every word we can use will not change the result. That is up to the 8 players on stage. That is very much about how much they want it today.
We got Sake Map 1 into a den, search and destroy. Gridlock Overload to be our first 3 maps of this series.
This goes to map 4. We get that Den hardpoint. Map 5, gridlock, search and destroy. I mean, talk to me a little bit about this Sake hardpoint, though, Bryce, because opening up this series, I think that this should be a big one to look at in terms of our sub matchup.
Well, it could be, but I was a little bit distracted there because by the conversation happening on stage. I think B-Sport Josh was pointing something out. Here's the truth. Here's what I'm going to honestly say about this one. I don't know how this is going to go.
I really don't either.
Some of the other ones, I actually picked Omen to win over Cloud9, so what do I know anyway? But some of the other maps, there's enough you can kind of get through, called an educated guess of how it should all work. For this one, little bit confused about how I feel about these two teams. I don't think Surge have had the best year. But coming up from challengers into the CDL is always going to be more difficult, and we've seen it go both ways. We've seen the Pit take down a CDL team. We've seen Cloud9 take down the best that the challengers had to offer in Omid. Just saw Team War run through Breach. Is this Challengers Day? Or is it another case of the same old story?
A lot of people at home most likely rooting for Notorious to get the job done. It just adds to the excitement of a series like EWC. For the Pro-Am was a little bit of a letdown. Not many Challenger teams actually made it through. I don't think any of the Challenger teams made it through to the brackets. The closest you had was Project Notorious, and they lost it at Game 5 round 11 to Genomates. That one stung deep. It really set this team off tempo, and they spent, the rest of Major 3 trying to rebuild it. Major 4 open, Stage 4 elite. P7 Notorious really hit a low that we didn't think they would come back from, but picking up Johnny going into Champs, Beans as well on this roster. They rose, they made it to the grand finals, they solidified their spot at EWC. You don't want to let that go to waste here. You can see smiles on their side. This is exactly what you want. Just vibing ahead of this game. I gotta say, when we go to the Vancouver side, Bryce, they don't really look as excited to be here. They look a little worried, a little stressed out.
Well.
Oh, no, Mama. Never mind.
I was going to say, that doesn't look that stressed to me. I think there was some trash talking across the stage. Friendly trash talking, I should say. But we are just waiting for them to get into this. If anything, this just adds to the tension. Adds to these two teams playing for their lives. Who survives till tomorrow? Normally we talk about trying to get to a Sunday here. Trying to get to a Friday feels a bit weird.
Does feel a bit weird. Start action on a Wednesday, eliminating teams on a Thursday, and then on Friday we get into a single elimination bracket. That is a good weekend of Call of Duty. That's a good week of Call of Duty, actually. All 5 days. It's a work week.
A lot of action. If you are just joining us here, obviously we are talking about the EWC bracket that is coming up very shortly, but we are just finding out how this small technical pause is going to go. I do not think it'll be much longer, as from my eyes, not only on the monitors, but what I can actually see physically in the venue, everything seems okay. I believe it's just final tests, and then we should be ready to roll.
Again, Bryce, we're looking for the universal fist bumps to get into this match. Last match of the day for the B stream. Last keys to be crushed here. You get a look at him too. And see what Vancouver Surge can avoid having that one crushed.
Here's a funny thing. I've never actually came that close to the keys. It's occurred to me right now. I've never actually been anywhere near them.
Wait, there's a reason for that.
That reason is jealousy.
No, I don't want
I've
you
never,
to drop it,
I'm never,
Bryce.
well, no, I didn't say I wanted to be able to hold one. I'm just saying I actually never really got that. I've got to have a good close look. Normally the teams do guard them pretty well, to be honest, but I would like a little bit of a closer look. Some of the trophies and the stuff here is very impressive.
Since he's joined us on the desk here, what do you think Ton would say in this moment?
Oh, something awful and posh, probably. Too many things that I really just can't say on broadcast, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But, you know, he's off somewhere wearing larger trousers than he's ever worn before and probably sipping on coffee and just being Christopher Tongue. Probably admiring his mustache.
Probably. Again, folks, just waiting for these teams to get ready for map number 1. Lock in for that hard points. Well, we haven't really drawn up what our expectations are for this series because truly anything goes between these two teams, and their first series of the day left a lot to be desired in this matchup here to avoid elimination. So our real litmus test, I think the real expectation will be after map 1 is done on what performances that we get out of these players. It's do or die at EWC on this Thursday action. We get fist bumps from both sides, expecting them to lock in and show us what they got.
Here we go. You have been patient, and now you shall be rewarded. Map 1 is upon us. A hard point. Sake, right?
Sake.
Sake. Oh, that's just given me a weird one here. That'll probably be the last cast of Sake this year.
For us.
Yeah. Never mind. None of that matters. What matters is this. Into this. The P1. The crucible of these two teams looking to test themselves on the anvil.
What can you earn in this matchup early out the gates? Project Notorious screaming. Look at Eric. 4-0 start to this game. It's going to translate immediately into hill time and a flipped map.
Well, yeah, I think a 4-0 rip off the beginning does give you kind of a right to start shouting here as well. They're looking for the players going through. Snoopy's already going to pick one up here, and it's a very good start from Notorious. They're looking to just grab even more points. They're also looking for this P2. Push coming out as well. It's going to be Snoopy trying to get it. Cammy's just shutting them down as well. The Surge not having a look in.
Eric tried to meet you out to P4 to deny this rotation from Craze. Johnny finishes that job. Perfect from Project Notorious at the start of this Sake, and they've transitioned over to P2 elegantly. Pressure in from the front line. Nero over the top. You need to get some time here, but Eric just doesn't want to leave.
And eventually, Vancouver Surge. Good positioning for them as well. They've got deep cover. They've got players pushing out all through the spawns. And Project Notorious, it's going to take them some time to run this. They're going to only really have one attempt to do so. Eric Boom goes down already. Huge hit out towards the back, but they are losing members as Mamba makes himself a difficult kill. They find nothing. And they can't afford to do it again. They do not have the time to chow, which does mean Vancouver Surge will now go into the lead.
That's a good turnaround after losing 38 uncontested seconds. Surge build their way back up. Tie game heading into P3. Project Notorious first ones to rotate, and you have Eric on the pinch to give yourself an even more solidified setup, taking down Lunars as well. Johnny checks off the box for the last one. Project Notorious hold on to things into this P3 rotation. Everybody's got to group up now. Johnny on the hunt.
Couple of kills, good hold so far for Project Notorious. Eric Boom's hunting as well. Had a very good start, but did slow down ever so slightly. Still a good hold though. Mamba's going to go in here. Does he have the trades to get it done at the same time? No, going to go down as Johnny and Cammy combine. A shutout now for Surge. They're going to have to try and either give this one last little wiggle or get themselves over, and with that spawn, they will go for it.
Hey, you gotta be careful here, though, because any death that you have is gonna spawn all the way back to P3, and Project Notorious are just looking to flip out for this setup and continue to build this lead. Mamba's gonna be on the rotation. Eric Boom finds him, and here's where the trouble starts to sit in, because you cannot afford to give up another chunk of time like you did on that P3.
Holding. And going through. This is all going to come down to it. Project Notorious looking to hold here for as long as possible. It's not that big of a gap. It's 29 seconds. It's nothing in the grand scheme of things yet. Johnny, though, still holding, slaying out miles away, just being an issue as he knows he can try and stagger them. And that's going to be what they're going to struggle with. Over and over again. You've got to find him. Johnny's on 7.
What
Johnny!
do you do?
You can't have 2 gunfights at once. That's a little bit greedy. Now on an 8 streak.
This is what you bring Johnny into your roster to do. Disrupt, overwhelm, and spread out. Mamba somehow slips the net. Still not going to get anything done with that. This just continues to get thrown to the wayside for Vancouver. They haven't got a single second since the back end of that P3. Flawless P4 from Project Notorious, looking to carry that on into P5 with Snoopy at the top of this hill. Nobody's going to read this flank.
Going back and forth, and this is all really... I mean, Project Notorious are just everywhere. They're just continuously cutting players into the back and making it so Vancouver Surge can never get a good spawn or a good bit of momentum going. Even now, Snoopy not even near the hill. He's just playing around with it. Johnny will now bring in the streak that they need. Get off that hill if you can.
You don't want to give anything up. Johnny, last missile going to land onto Mamba. Spawn out for player 3, Craze. He's going to try to cut off this backup. And Johnny going down allows Vancouver Surge to set up in towards this P5. All you got to do is take care of Cammy. Lunars gets it done. You're going to force those back P4 spawns. 15 seconds of scrap time. Vancouver needs to hit that rotation anew.
Oh, another big 3 going down here as well. I mean, 8 seconds of scrap time for Notorious. Credit to Surge. This game is definitely not over. It's only going to be about a hill's worth of points as we go into our second set of rotations. More than doable.
Well, you really just got to start to pick up these rotations. You lose P3, P4, and P5 on the early row. And that's really where Project Notorious have sunk their teeth into this series. She gets into the second set of rotations. You're looking for a quick break here. Cammy hiding away, gets nothing done. Lunars' double kill gets Surge into the hard point. 30 seconds of time, desperately needing to get soaked up here. But as soon as I say that, it's a quick double from Eric, and nothing's going the way of Surge.
This is just going better and better for Project Notorious, holding down onto a P1 again. Snoopy looking to just find anybody who's coming through, but he hasn't found anyone in a while. His teammates are getting killed as well. And this might be another good P1 to P2 bounce. Last time around, though, the Surge really did rally around P2. Can they do it again?
Yeah, this is where the Surge brought themselves into what was a tie game. Went to that third hill. Looks like they're going to spearhead this attack towards the back. Only player watching will be Eric. Snoopy on the wing goes down early. Eric alone. What can he do? Only finds the 1 kill, so you've lost the spawns in the back.
Big there from Project Notorious, and right now the question is not whether or not Vancouver Surge are going to come back into this game. It's about whether or not they're going to get over 100 points. This is becoming a little embarrassing for the Surge.
And not even Lunars here with his performance yesterday has been enough to tame Notorious. Rotation early for Vancouver Surge. Spawn out though from Nero, and every kill once again you lose here is going to be a spawn flip for the Surge. So getting this early rotation is good. You got to hold the hill.
Johnny just having a wonderful game here. Is eventually going to go down. It wasn't a 2.4 KD, but doesn't really matter. The rest of this team are still firing on all cylinders. And they break in. Pretty much an 8-second break, and for Vancouver Surge, this might be the end if they cannot get back in yet.
How do you lose that one so fast? 20 seconds. You're spawning up close. You got 2 players disconnected. Nero needs to find his way in, but again, you just cannot break through these guns. The setup is good. Finally, Lunar's a kill. Pistol, a second one. Can he do everything himself? He can't.
Eric Boom takes it, and now one last run. The Surge have basically got to sprint into the point. There is nothing else they can do, but what they do is sprint into the barrels. And Vancouver Surge, welcome to the 100-point club here at EWC.
94 points on a Sake hardpoint. Project Notorious. I mean, this team were known. They were actually, no pun intended, quite notorious for playing maps like Sake through the Challenger stage. It was either that or Colossus. You square up against these subs on a map mode combo that you knew they were going to be good at. You tried to chow them at their best, and you fell flat on your face. Bryce, you used the word embarrassing.
I gotta second that one. That was not good.
Well, big smiles from Cammy. Confidence always lifts him to a new level. And it's actually a very different Cammy from the one we saw earlier today. If you remember, after map 1 earlier, he was furious with his team. This time, there cannot be any complaint. Johnny went nuclear.
What do you do when Johnny's doing things like that?
Nothing.
You're at P4. This guy's still at P3. You're still spawning all the way on the opposite ends. He goes on 8 in a row. He's getting pistol kills. He's 2v1ing, staying alive, just sitting in a corner. And that's what a player like Johnny can do on a map like Sake. Just be annoying. Keep you spawning so far away from these hills. It's a really deceiving map because as small as it is, it's got a different variety of distance from hill to hill. And I think that you really see from Johnny how punishing it can be.
Oh, more than a little punishing. I mean, that first set of rotations, Johnny didn't actually see P3. He was roaming and slaying, and because they never got him, he never had an opportunity to even see it. It could have changed. It might have been something interesting there for him, but didn't need to. Slaying was his watchword, and that is what he did. And that is what put Vancouver Surge in the dirt. 100-point club. I don't know if we've seen any others today. That might be the first.
I'm trying to figure out like the identity with, you know, Beans going to G2, Cammy taking his spot, and what the difference truly is with a player like Cammy, you know, being acquired to that backline of Project Notorious. And it is the ability to allow Johnny to do something like that. With Beans, it's kind of like a 50-50. You know, you can go slay, or Beans can go slay with that sub. With Cammy, it's just, you know, take out that sub, go slay. Johnny, do what you want. It's like, I got you.
I would say that if you were going to switch Beans out and looking for a player like for like, I mean, Cammy's probably the absolute best switch in you could get. It's very easy to do so, but we've got to talk about Cammy. We've got to talk about Johnny. 27 and 13. 23 non-traded kills, 3,000 damage. Almost doubled some of the Vancouver Surge's damage in that game. It was one-sided.
And as much as we talked that he didn't even see that P3, P4, still a minute 14 in the hill. Like, quite literally, Johnny did everything that game. And the rest of the team just kicked their feet up and were better for it. You talk about Vancouver Surge, I talk about the ceiling and the floor of some of these players. I mean, right there, 9 and 21 from Nero. That is exactly what you're trying to avoid if you're Surge going into a matchup like this. I mean, that is unacceptable. Going into the Search and Destroy needs to turn around. And I think that's where things get even more difficult because Project Notorious, when they played that Fringe Search and Destroy versus Falcons, they really didn't give Falcons anything.
Did not, but now we're going into it. Eric Boom already finds 2 here. He's got the opening first 2 bloods. And now Mamba gets cut down, but that round is over. Never mind.
Can we get a stopwatch check?
Yeah, that was fast. There's a lot of confidence. Gonna see whether or not that continues. I mean, this is, just to be clear, this is unlocked. They're talking back to their coach, who I'm fairly certain is just saying nice things. I don't even think he's really coaching at this point. Like, they were just having a good time. Maybe he made some jokes there after that first round. Like, well, that was easy, guys. Have you heard my knock-knock joke? And then, you know, carry on with the rest of it. But that was quite jovial for an after round for them because it was A, very quick, and B, very easy.
It's quite literally like knock-knock who's there, Eric Boom, double kill off the start. And the only player who had a rebuttal was Flooners. So, see what Surge can do now. Off the first blood, it's Craze. Quickly traded out. Battle towards servers. See what Mamba can catch on this timing over to A.
And 3 versus 3. The smoke does make things chaotic now. And he's waiting. He's hoping somebody makes a mistake here. So far, nobody really moving. It's going to be Vancouver Surge that...
Well, the patience is good. You've drawn B completely out. Johnny gets his. And that should be the go-ahead for, yeah, Cammy to start clearing this B site and get some space for Snoopy to lay the rock.
Oh, I think Snoopy may have just seen someone there, but we'll put this down here. This could be a double chow. I don't think he's getting away clean.
Oh, sees the foot. There's the kill. Cammy gonna have to turn it around. Bomb does get planted, but Cammy not wiser for it. Felt like he had to check the defuse right away. Steps right out into the open, and that's going to be Surge with an immediate answer after losing that first round, Bryce. And
I was a little bit worried after you had that B site given up right away, but really good tempo from Surge on that retake.
And there it is. Nero just catches him early here, and Cammy was trying to look for the angle coming through, but the speed that hit got made, he just didn't have the opportunity to get that trade in. 1-1. Good recovery here from Surge.
Fantastic one. I mean, you get Craze to do what he does best as well, just be that front man, that first blood. Stops Project Notorious in their tracks on the offense. Hopefully, you'd be a lot better on your offense. You do see a lot of pressure coming out from the side of Project Notorious. Johnny gets traded out. Cammy not able to bring this into a 1 versus 2. It looks like Lunars, he gets spotted.
They're aiming up for him. Lunars back and forth. Their knife is going to be out, and I think he got away.
I don't think they know.
If he gets this timing right, if he gets this angle right, it could be beautiful. Oh, here he goes.
Anywhere.
Oh, that is horrible timing from Lunars. Not his fault, of course, but might have had a free pick right there and right then.
But they just checked A, so they know that this one's most likely going to be a B hit. They should be able to smack this one right away.
Bomb goes down. Lunars at least gets some opportunity to get Never Mind. Never Mind, Cammy shoots straight as an arrow. Does not allow that player to get around the corner at all.
That's been something that Cammy's been playing all year long. That battle from Dojo to Tower, that is a shot that you don't want to give Cammy, and he will not miss it. I mean, excellent job from Project Notorious for just slowing things down, playing together, play for that timing over towards the 8-bomb side. As soon as you see that nobody's there, no plant from Lunars, hold hands, clear it, make sure you're in position to trade. And they do one better. They just get the God timing on Den to go up 2-1 in this series. So far, it has just been defense out the gates.
Aggressive push coming in here. Johnny's already made his way through. The rest of the team are going into this. Well, Mamba might have the moment, might have the magic. Not going to get any more than one, though. Down with 3 versus 3. Lunars is going to call this smoke coming into it as well, but the rest of his team are going on that long flank.
This is really just up to Lunars to not allow Project Notorious to set up their post plant in the back. He needs to hold this position.
I don't think they're that confident about this. This is all going to come down to a bit of timing. Cleaned out tree, cleaned out, looking for them, doesn't find anything here, but Snoopy gets the first. Nero gets one back though. Going for it, Lunars at the same time. It's a 2 versus 2, back and forth. Eric Boom finds one more. And now Crazy in a 1 versus 2. I don't know what's happening, but Eric Boom gets it. And Eric Boom is having a wonderful time so far in this S&D. Notorious, another round for them.
Project Notorious just looks so free on the map. That post plant setup, you had nowhere to go. But as soon as there was a go button from the retake out of the defense there, Lunars keeps everybody trapped into servers. You found your exit, and that exit was off the back of noticing that Lunars has left the back of Throne. You go, you clear it out, you give yourself an exit in that post plant, and you give yourself a 2-round gap now with Cammy on 3 in a row, Johnny on 2 in a row. This one already pulling ahead. Vancouver want to stem the bleeding here and now.
Like a gap here. This is a bit of timing. Mamba has found himself into a great position, but will go down. 3 versus 3. Bomb going down will be advantage to Vancouver Surge.
Post plant inside Dojo. Vancouver, they are trapped. 2 players on the flank. Only one that is separated will be Eric. Looking for a timing through tower.
Here we go, double hit. They're going to try and get around this corner as well. There we go. There's the first trade. Cammy for the second. And now 1 versus 2. Lunars has time on his side, though, and he already finds Eric Boom. 1 versus 1. Cammy's going to be looking for him. Lunars gets a little bit of information. They're trying to get it. It's starting. It's back and forth. It's Cammy to get that kill. 3 for Cammy's on a 6 streak. He's had enough.
This is the Cammy that we were talking about in our series versus the Falcons. 6 in a row. Hellstorm granted.
He is unlocking a new level in the search and destroy for Project Notorious Vancouver. Another moment for Lunars to step up. He gets that regen, he gets his opportunity, but Cammy will not give it up. A big individual 1v1, 4-1 now for Project Notorious. Vancouver 3 rounds down. It is now or never in the search. We saw this from Boston. As soon as you lost that search and destroy, you felt Boston had no agency in that series. You need to avoid that if you're the search, desperately.
There goes Nero, already going through, gets away with 6 health and a dream. Johnny almost gets traded out himself. Bomber's going to go down here. Johnny's against 2. He's putting bullets in everybody. Johnny getting that health regen. Looking for more players going into this one. There's another Chow coming into it. Johnny does not get the second here, but his teammates will. No, out towards the back though. Mamba! Oh, he gets one. It is a game of inches everywhere across the map here. Project Notorious now at a disadvantage. 2 versus 3. They've given up the bomb site.
Somebody could just hop the defuse. Cammy's already left this one, and suddenly you're disconnected. Lunars again in a 1 versus 2, and it doesn't matter. Notorious give you nothing. No remorse, no mercy, no rounds.
Vancouver Surge look terrified to take on Johnny. This is everything that happened. Johnny found Nero. I mean, he was shooting 2 different players. Mamba was not able to nail the second one there. Cammy got his 7. Eric Boom cleaned it up. And they are just running through Vancouver Surge. 7 streak for Cammy, 2 for Eric Boom. And this is going to be over quickly.
You cannot go to B. You know that Hellstorm is there. So it's got to be an A hit. And they're going right down the middle of the map. Craze has already got himself into the big window.
I think they know. I think this has been called out. Interesting chow from Eric Bohm. It's a non-tradable position, so he has given away the advantage.
That is information, though, that the mid-map has fallen. Suddenly, Cammy goes down. No need for a Hellstorm. Surge. They stay alive.
Good run there from Surge. Eric Bohm, bit of a wild chow up top, if I'm honest. Wanted to go clear it. Gave away that first blood. Didn't really matter in the end. None of his teammates got kills after it. But a potential, a thread of possibility here for Vancouver Surge to potentially make their way back into the S&D.
1 step at a time, 1 round at a time. 4 first bloods for Surge has not translated into rounds 1. Mamba 6-5, Nero 5-5. You look for somebody who has been really a pedestal to stand on for this Vancouver Surge roster. Lunars in the search and destroy 3-6. See what he can turn around. Nero, whoa, barely gets away. Johnny almost finding yet another first blood for Notorious.
Towards the back here, and that's a lot of map control that Notorious have given up. Incoming Hellstorm. Eric Boom's making a bit of a play here as they go through it. I mean, this is 100% been called out, right? Like, they know he's in here. Yes, they do. Yes, they do know he's in there. And now it's a 3 versus 4, a retake for the map.
And you already got a route being run from Johnny. He is the one to call game in this series, but is even going to come down to that inside the smoke. Lunars, Eric Boom puts it all on Lunars' back, and it's not going to matter. Notorious have stepped up in another series where the challenger team is feeling good, feeling like the better squad. 2-0 lead off the search. They are making it look easy.
They certainly are, and hey, normally we see players leave the stage at this point for the break that they've got going on, but truthfully, Notorious had such a good time and did that so quickly that they haven't all got up here, so they will be on the side going to collect themselves. Vancouver Surge going into it. And it almost looks like they're celebrating already.
Well, you got to talk about these two right here and the highs and lows of their career as teammates, because last year, top 3 at champs through the Boston Breach. You go into the Black Ops 7 season with high expectations of what they could do together, and at first it was doom and gloom. But as soon as Snoopy drops on down into Challenger, as he just looks a little bit more like himself, Cammy, same thing, building through the bush. They reunite going into EWC. And two players that have really nothing to show coming to EWC. This might be a roster that could do some serious damage, and already they're showing it alongside Eric and Johnny.
There we go. Just positive reactions all around here from Notorious. Not really worried at all during that S&D, and as we continue going forward, Overload will be next. The Surge have a little bit of fire left in the tank. There's the final stats. I mean, actually, Cam did not have that much damage, but 9-2 speaks for itself. A 7 streak here in the S&D. Just average of 1.12 kills per round. They were just doing more.
Cammy wins that 1v1. He catches Lunars too in the 1 versus 2. So just closing those rounds were big for Cammy. The big one that you pointed out was just the impact from Johnny and the ability to stay alive through mid, the ability to draw out those first bloods alongside Eric Boom. The Vancouver Surge, they didn't fall short in those opening duels, but they did fall short in turning those opening duels into rounds 1. They just could not clutch up versus this Notorious team. Now looking for a reverse sweep.
Well, that all starts with this next map. But that will all be coming up in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. More action on EWC.
Esports World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to EWC. This is the final game of the day here on the Bravo stream. And I wish I could tell you it was thrills a minute, spills a second, and a roller coaster of a ride, but truthfully, it is a beating. Notorious are putting Vancouver Surge on notice. 2 maps of excellence, a 100-point club and a 6-2 S&D. And the highlights on whether or not they'll be able to get out for an early dinner.
At this rate, we all might get out at an early dinner. 250 to 94, 6-2. Nothing is being shown from Vancouver. What will be remembered at the end of EWC for these 4 players. Gridlock Overload up next. We got to talk a little bit about Notorious. When we saw them earlier versus the Falcons, it was close, but they just could not really get over that hump that Falcons were bringing in terms of the firepower for a map like Overload, for a game mode like Overload. Vancouver Surge on the other side, I mean, I don't think they've really shown that powers. It has been nothing but slaying from players like Johnny, like Cammy. So you go into this map 3, they are truly at the top of their game. Full confidence going into this game 3. Absolute vibes on the side of Notorious. I saw a little bit of a glimpse of the Vancouver-Miami match earlier with the Heretics. Just crushed them in the Overload 6-2. You can't even lean on that for any confidence.
Well, this will have had to have been the greatest pep talk of all time. Well, the Surge will be relinquishing their key to the Crusher. The Notorious, do not get overconfident. Do not let it slip. You're only as good as your last map.
Right, this one's going to be a difficult one for the Surge. I think that just across the board, there's no one player to highlight. All 4 of these members need to show their strength, show some teeth. This is not the match. This is not the map to roll over and show your belly. This is where you want to rise and be that Kraken of Surge that you should be on this roster. All 4 of these players surely have earned their spot. It's just holding their spot. That is going to be the difficult one.
MP scooped fast. Already got it. Eric Boom has it. Johnny finds 2 out towards the middle of the map here, and they are running this one quickly. Subi's just trying to add his blocker here. Mamba's going to go down already. There are more bodies here, though. Surge have managed to get somebody in the area, and they have stopped this dead.
And not easy to get that early cap down on a map like Gridlock, so Vancouver hold the line. Defense is going to stay strong, and you already got Mamba trying to work an offensive push over to the B side, but maybe all just for a little bit of distraction. So you got Craze on the other end. Mamba's going to pivot over to assist his duo. 3 go down, and the counterattack from the Surge. That is splendid.
Wonderful job. Live attendants, they are getting some of these kills going into it now as well as they look for the players coming off of this break. Maybe another scoop if they can win these gunfights. It's Mamba. He has started this. He is the catalyst for them. The Surge looking for another big fight coming through. It's still Mamba. He's still on the 6. He's still spitting, but Johnny eventually does take him down. Last player alive, Craze, going to be here trying to find some more and keep it going. Johnny knows where he's going to be. Should be an easy pickup, but Craze finds Eric Boom before he goes down.
The Cowboy is wrangling right now for the Surge. Opposite end, Snoopy trying to track down Nero. Cammy still in enemy lines. Craze is going to delete him, and you look over towards that A zone. Here comes the ball. Lead blocker and Johnny. He goes down.
Second time they're trying this. Hasn't worked again. Got to be careful. What have they learned from the last time? Surge looking to score one more time. Cannot get through the middle of the map this time. A little bit stronger.
Draw a line in the sand. Cammy, that is an egregious chow. Still rips you. 2-2 split. You got Snoopy working the flank. Quickly trying to get into position to stop this attack. Nero on the lead. He's a little ahead of his teammates. And with that, ball goes down.
Holding CMP here. They might have been going for a bit of a reset. No, they're going to grab it. Take it away. Eric Boom has it. No, sorry, Eric Boom's the blocker. Johnny waiting for his teammates. Eric Boom finds 1. It feels like Surge are just doing a really good job of putting bodies in the way. They're dangerous now. That is close. Oh, Luna's like, finds 1. Finds 2. It's open. It's Eric Boom.
There's nobody with the ball, though, so Eric is on a solo mission just to look for some spacing. It's this P2 hill. He's going to slip into the shop, but trades out for Surge. Going to set up yet another defensive hold. You got Mamba on the flank. And he himself is not in a safe zone. Snoopy tries to pull a fast one, but Lunars with the shutdown. Craze wins his fight versus Snoopy. Craze a second kill. Vancouver going to pick this one up, see if they can work down the map, but again, this back and forth just continues to split the odds.
Oh, Luna's getting that one out of there. All his teammates fell. Just couldn't do anything else with it as well as a Eric Boom. target-rich environment. Can he find anything else? Still going. This is a masterclass in defense so far from Vancouver Surge. They are making this so difficult for Project Notorious to get this EMP moving where they want it to be.
Surge has done a good job at denying these attacks, but can you put together a second attack of your own? They're going to pivot through the middle of the map, and this is going to be a late rotation from Project Notorious. If Craze can find anything here, might be looking for a second one. In goes the capture. Mamba gets it done. He is having one hell of a game 3, 12-9, a cap. Truly leading the charge.
Now that pep talk at halftime must have really worked out for them. Doing a great job of managing to get these trades where they need to. Cammy will pick up another one here. Please do not run it straight again. It has not worked at any point so far today.
I feel like every single time I look towards that map, there's a player flanking from Surge, and this just continues to be the narrative for challenger teams, that the tempo is just not up to par with any CDL team that we have seen in this game mode. Constant pressure, constant places to look. Finally, you get a look at the objective, and Notorious do not let that one go silently. They're going to dunk it home. Keep this game at a 1-point difference. 22 seconds, they'll have a chance again.
Here they go one more time. MPC close range. Eric Boom can't get any more done. Vancouver Surge is going to take this. They'll look for the free play. Nero scoops. Here we go. Is this a fake out? Have they got the right position yet?
It's a good read from Johnny.
Free play activated. Starting to move through though, but that's a big win by Johnny. Shuts down the possibility of a fast push here. Cammy already going to call out Lunas here. They've got a few bodies into the area with 17 seconds left to go.
All 4 players here to defend. 13 seconds. Nero needs to wait for his team, and you need the team to start to find some kills, but Nero's in trouble, and there it goes for the halftime 2-1. Vancouver Surge will be leading. Gotta give a little bit of props to Project Notorious for just continuing to put together offensive attempts, even though they fell flat. It is going to leave them at a 1-point game. Hopping into the second half of Gridlock. Constant stalemates through the middle portion of this round. Vancouver Surge, you ask for somebody to really step up, not just in this lane, but just in the way that you're leading yourself and really holding yourself in this series. Mamba doing a great job at the end of the road to still look like a force to be reckoned with.
Here it goes. Surge have it in them to take this to another map, or is it all Notorious? Well, there's 2 through the middle of the moment. Craze running for his life. Already a big push coming through. It's Eric Boom who's trying to get deep into the spawn and cause some issues. Craze is doing a wonderful job, playing his life over and over again, getting that kill at the same time, and eventually just moving that EMP as well.
It's an early Hellstorm called in. And Johnny just looking to open up a path through the streets. And you're looking to take that path, and that's great reaction from Craze to recognize that that route is open. You deny the flank from Cammy. It looks like Crazy going to play for some more checkout kills. Snoopy's not going to give him anything. Amba denying once again that ice cream push, and his stalemate continues.
Johnny scoops. Or runs into Mamba. Oh, it's got a bit from bad to worse as Cammy looks to lock this one down. There's more players trying to get through as well. Snoopy's doing a great job of killing everything that comes against him. Mamba, though, takes down Eric Boom. Lunas gets behind Cammy somehow, and now he grabs it. This might go home. This is a ridiculous play as Mamba has just punched a hole in the defenses, and that's now going to be 3-1.
Everybody's so worried about Mamba, you forget about Lunars and the ball. I mean, Project Notorious don't know where to look right now. Vancouver Surge splitting the attention and splitting the map in half. Only player left on the other side was Johnny. He's going to go down. So again, you're looking to rally this, but nobody's going to get to that ball in time. Johnny does a good job at just drawing you out. 3 minutes on, down 1-3. We know from watching that Team War game that truly it is never over.
There you go. Scooped. Long rotate back. This does mean that Notorious are going to have to make a couple of relay kills to get it done. Fraser already putting some bullets down. He's had a little bit of damage going through. Eric Bohm is trying to get this one. It's going to be a little bit of a late flank from Nero. Can he get there in time? Lunas goes down as well. Trying to get to it. Nero finds Cammy at least. They're trying to get through the back here, but they've lost everybody as Mamba finds the rest. And for Notorious, it was a lot of work for nothing.
That's kind of been the story of this whole overload. You get to the finish line, and the defense stops it. Vancouver, defensive masterclass here on the gridlock, and now you're looking for the counter cap. Lunar's on the flank. Nobody's going to be watching it. He's only good for the one. Does it open up anything else? No, it doesn't. Mamba goes down, leaving Craze all alone, back 18. And you have already lost these members. Craze, all you can do is call out.
Well, maybe now a reverse sweep, but every time, I mean, for Project Notorious, they cannot get anybody slaying out towards the backside of the spawn. Surge are just doing a much better job of trading, of manipulating this map for the overload over and over again. There we go. Mamba almost tries to strike, causing more issues.
Ball's going to wrap over towards Dojo. Johnny on the lead block here. You clear your corner. Nero holding it tight. Johnny's going to go out. Nero has a little bit of assistance, and the ball once again going to get stopped this time in Dojo. Cammy's got to go big to stop this.
Oh, they're looking for him, and he can't find anything. Two more players, they're going to come to the fore here. Nero gets one more, and it's all on Eric Boom. There's only going to be one. A team kill comes through, and, well, Snoopy arrives just in the absolute clutch of time that Cammy gets there and finds two, but it's a goal line stop on what could have been a score. A minute 12 left to go here, and, well, Notorious really don't look that dangerous with the EMP.
No, this is technically doable, but it is just getting the ball over the line that's been the issue, because every single time you attempt an offensive play, Lunars or somebody's there to shoot you in the back. Now looking for the dagger in the play is Johnny to stop it. 52 seconds, 2-point game. Johnny on the ropes. You're looking for the fourth capture. Surely this is it.
Somebody might slide this. Not going to. Going to go down here. Another flank coming through, though. Mamba. I was going to shut this one down. There's one. Staying alive. He's just done this over and over again. They haven't been able to move this EMP cleanly at any point. They are fighting from their own back spawn here, Seymour. It is just not been pretty. Vancouver Surge are teaching them how to play overload.
I gotta say, I mean, yeah, the hard point, a lot to desire. 100-point club, search and destroy. You get the 2-6 loss. This has been a masterclass out of Vancouver Surge on the overload. When it comes from what wins you games in an overload, it is an ironclad defense. Vancouver holding the line constantly on the gridlock and keeping themselves alive here at EWC.
Well, it's gone well so far. And there we go. Vancouver Surge will not go quietly out of EWC. It will not be a footnote. They at least take this to a map 4. They show us that they can play. Well.
Well, Bryce. End of the line here for a couple of these teams on Thursday elimination for EWC. It has been a glorious day to be a Challengers team. A dreadful day for a lot of these CDL teams that did not see champs in Vegas. But when you count them out the most, that is when these teams really need to show their best. And for Surge, you go into the overload, backed into a corner. Here's the fight that we've been asking for. It's not the biggest difference in scoreline, but it's the tone of the overload that really matters. And for that, it's just Project Notorious did not look scary at all in this map 3.
No, they did not. At no point was I convinced of them merely making a push here. And truth being told, I think there was maybe a little bit in the first half. They just kept running it straight, kept trying to push through, and it failed over and over again. And in the second half, they were just wrapping it back on themselves over and over again. Just didn't work out, but much better from Vancouver Surge. They keep alive into this one. Mamba 28-24, but more importantly, the kills were just causing havoc.
In a map like Gridlock, when you need to see your playmakers show up, Snoopy 16-21. Not able to get anything done. You reference Mamba, Lunars, the NPC in their hand, Craze as well. Everybody just overextended when it mattered most. Constantly we're shooting these Project Notorious players in the back. And that's going to keep Vancouver Surge in this series. Puts themselves on the board. With map 4 around the corner, it's going to be a Den hardpoint that we're heading to. For now, Surge are looking to continue this journey of a reverse sweep, see if they can force out a search and destroy.
Here it goes. Definitely going to be feeling better in the Surge camp. Definitely going to be having a better time. Is it a good enough time, though? Is it a possibility of a comeback or a reverse sweep? We thought we might have had it earlier. Do we have it now?
Yeah, we were counting the Royal Ravens out as well. And that got a little scary for the pit. Project Notorious definitely do not want to feel like they are in the driver's seat in the final rounds of making it to the next stage of GSL. Awaiting the loser, I think Heretics and Falcons on the other side. No, they would be going up against Optic Gaming, who lost to the Thieves in a Game 5 fashion. Well,
not great. It's a difficult game.
Yeah, a little tough. Defending EWC titleists awaiting you in the qualification match for the brackets. And if that's the overload we're going to see, a lot of things need to step up for Project Notorious in those map 3s. But for now, your opponents ahead of you are looking to challenge you on a Den hardpoint, and this one is going to build into kind of the same narrative as I would say for Gridlock Overload. It's just constantly seeing who is going to be the one to put pressure on those flanks. Snoopy, definitely don't want to see him have another performance like that. But for Vancouver Surge, if they can start to replicate what we got in that Overload, you know, between Mamba and Lunars and the pressure that they were putting on with those NPCs in their hands, I want to see more of that, Bryce. I want to see more of that, Surge.
They might just get it. Here we go. Another map, another opportunity for Surge to do something here in this one as they get a couple of kills straight away onto this first, and, well, not bad start.
Oh, there we go. The opening of the round, Crunchy roll first blood for Snoopy. Mamba off the gates, 3 in a row. It gives Surge 15 seconds of hard point time off this opening P1, and it's actually going to send these spawns into a little bit of a shamble. You got Snoopy working down the south side of this mini-map, see if he can flip things out for the P2.
Eric Boom just looking to grab this scrap time, which at least give them a bit of an even kill as they go through into the next. Here comes the pressure. Around the back for Project Notorious. They're looking for that P2 spawn. They find a couple of kills. It's Johnny. Mamba now has to fly back into Ruse to try and help his teammate out. Keep this door open for the reinforcements to get here. Craze find it. Eric Boom goes for the trade. Mamba on the outside finds Eric Boom as well. Everybody now tangoing into this one, but the players managed to fall off the map here. Mamba cannot get back. But it's good here for Vancouver Surge. They've held.
Our boy Boots weighing him down on the gravitational pull outside of the map. Still Surge holding onto this lead. Back spawns for Project Notorious, trying to break in through the staircase. Cammy's there with the NPC. And he's even going for a little bit more. Cammy, all 3 for the Scotsman. And he's on himself a tear.
Oh, a little bit of orbital on that one, though. Doesn't quite get it, but does a good amount of damage. Back in the lead here for Project Notorious, and they're probably relatively happy that they can now clean lines. Vancouver Surge will have this rotation. All about these first kills.
Good from Project Notorious after a slow start to build their way into the lead. 54-31 as P3 pops. Surge in control. The player you're really looking at to cause impact will be Cammy. He's looking for the late flank.
Gary Boom does get a trade going through here. There's still a fight in towards Dojo. Cammy tries to get through the middle here, but can he find anything else? His teammates have got it. It's Craze going for this one as Cammy tries to stay alive and dance with him, but cannot find the gap he needs, and it's a great hold. Vancouver Surge do everything they need.
How is Craze still alive? I thought Cammy had him dead to rights. The finesse there from Surge, starting to close this gap. 28 seconds that you don't want to give up here if you're Project Notorious. So where does this stem from? 3 players hitting through Dojo. Craze hiding in the corner. He gets away yet again. Good trades on the hill. Craze setting himself aside, looking back to Dojo, looking for these spawns.
He's flying out and cannot find any more for it. This is all about getting into these spawns now. Project Notorious will be the first. Eric Boom will probably be the first one into a fight here. They're looking for him out towards the back. It's going to be a 3-man hit through. Johnny cuts down mid. Playing an off angle. Eric Boom should get at least one. No, instantly gets taken down. Cammy will find Nero though. Doesn't get any more. Wait, no, I'm lying. Cammy finds 2. Traded out once again.
You still stay alive for your Lunars, and here comes Craze on the outside of rooftops. Nobody's going to be tracking for him, so good trades inside of it. Craze now looking to do some more damage. Semtex on the door, but Project Notorious will break through from those spawns. 3 players in. Another wave from the Surge. Lunars on the inside. He gets caught by the nade. Nero, 1 kill for himself, but everybody else drops on down. Clearance for Notorious. A lead change heading to the new set of hills.
Yeah, they pushed this one out far as well. Snoopy going to be on his 5. And this is a much closer game than that map 1 hard point would have led us to believe. Luna's now trying to dance around. Can he get the better engagement? How he's still alive for so long, I don't know. Eventually, Mamba will come to clean it up. And it will be Vancouver Surge first on the P1.
That's a 50-point swing for Project Notorious off that P4. Snoopy right away decides to invest this Hellstorm. Let's continue to put the pressure onto the Surge for the second set of hills. You see what that's going to do for those blue arrows. They try to separate themselves into these gunfights, but they lose the gunfights. The break comes in, and Notorious got themselves the setup, and the spawns flipped.
Oh, this is big. Is this where they finally get a lead big enough to put this game over the edge? That's going to be 3 down into the kill feed. 4 down. Big hitters in this game. I mean, Snoopy and Johnny doing well for Project Notorious on the other side of it. Pretty much even all the way through. It's only Luna's going negative. Everybody else tied in their score. But now the points are meaning prizes. A little bit of scrap time available here for Vancouver Surge, but they want P2.
They want it. They're looking to get it. Eric in the back line, providing a little bit of a distraction for Cammy on the other side. Craze is good enough for the trade, but Cammy, oh no! Almost turns on Lunars. Shut down. Still alive in the back, forcing out these spawns, but not soon enough. Johnny cuts it off into B2. Here comes the reinforcements. Johnny, another one. 2 in a row. Gets him the hill.
Heading towards that double score point. Doesn't even look like that one side of the game if you just look at the slaying, but this has been great here from Project Notorious. Holding on this P2. Time ticking immemorial. Craze gets taken down as well. Here comes the rooftop hit. Everything piled into this as they fly across the green tile. Cammy already looking for it. Finds 1. Not going to find a second. It's more fights going through. Eric Boom will take down Nero. And now Craze will be reduced to nothing. And that is 170 points for Project Notorious versus 87 for Surge.
You have just gone back-to-back kills. Only getting about maybe 5 points here if you're the Surge. You're down by near 100 points heading into this P3. First one's the setup. You do get a set of kills. Nero watching through the middle of the map. You got a late flank from Snoopy. Looking to impact those spawns and force Vancouver into a trap.
Eric Boom just trying to tickle the player, see if we can get through, but that has worked out. They've got so many gone down here as they clear them out. And hey, benefit for Vancouver Surge, not a 100-point club this time. But they're going to have to try and retake this. They're going to have to go for it again. Great tacticals coming through that allows them to break into it as Nero puts every bullet he can through the wood, but eventually they clear it back themselves. 26 seconds to play for.
You get this 24 seconds, you're just going to be down to just over 1 hard point of time. You can chain together this P3, P4. That is where we've seen a lot of teams on Den build their way back into a comeback for Vancouver Surge. Yes, it's a tough task. It's not an impossible task. We've watched a lot of Black Ops 7 this year, Bryce. We know the possibilities.
Johnny, not going to make that gunfight though. Coming out throughout the back, he's trying to just make the big play if he can, but gets absolutely reduced to nothing. It's good for the Surge. They're still alive, they're still rocking, they're still rolling.
And Mamba clears out the spawn. So it's all eyes 4, 3 dead. Surge with the setup, still 40 seconds. You're going to be down by about 17 if you collect all of this.
Snooping out, trying to get through, but Eric Boom actually kills him. It's a team kill going in. Great hold here from the Surge. Cammy falls off as well. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong for Project Notorious. Just when this game was already being written, it turns out the page needed to be turned, and that's what Surge have done.
187 to 83 was the scoreline. Now 197 to about 177 at the end of this P4. Rotations to new. We head into the third set. Project Notorious narrowly leading in this den. Hardpoint with Surge on the ropes. They've delivered themselves a comeback, and they're starting to get some momentum.
Oh, they're just making every single kill. They've got it as well. This could be a lead change. Vancouver Surge have surged back into this game, and they are feeling good here on the stage. Is this enough? P2 have still got the spawns. Project Notorious have an opportunity, but it is fleeting at best.
There's the lead change. And it's momentarily, but it's another wave of kills. 3 go down. Craze, he is crazy for challing this one. And Cammy goes down. You can see a little bit of panic in these icons as the players are starting to get frustrated on the side of Project Notorious. It's a rotation to new, and Surge are there.
Having this as well, but Cammy opens this up just a little bit. Another player going through. Eric Boom is already in for P2. Eric Boom's trying to stay alive, flying high. Snoopy comes to help him out, and it will be Project Notorious in here first.
And another lead change. Mamba's in. What can he do? Cammy quickly gonna trade it. Players around the back. You do have a pinch coming in from Surge from couches though, and it's only Lunars there with the MPC. It's still Project Notorious winning every gunfight on the map.
Cammy staying alive. He managed to get one out there at the side and does eventually go down, but it's still ticking. It's still going to be good for Project Notorious. Surge, even if they break now, cannot win it on to this point. Johnny looking for one. Johnny going to try and get the second. It's Snoopy on the outside as well. Eric Boom going to be in the hill. He knows where the pressure is coming from, and there is a fight for the very survival of this team, but it's going to be a shutdown again.
I don't know if they get
Notorious
here.
are 10 seconds away. One last run of the dice, one last fly over the hill as they try to get into this one, but the guns are up, the fun might be up, and this is the last hurrah of the Surge.
No.
They stay for now.
3 seconds. You can't give this up. Johnny, looking to call it. You still have to keep your player over to new. 2 versus 3. Cammy blocking those spawns.
Cammy sees 2 though, looks for 1, looks for 2, he's not going to get either, doesn't matter, Snoopy will, and that'll be enough, that'll be the time, and that'll be Vancouver Surge going home. EWC still alive there for Project Notorious. Goodbye CDL, hello heaven.
We say goodbye to the Surge. Project Notorious rising to the occasion. What a momentous journey this is for challenger teams who missed the opportunities in the Pro-Am. They do not miss twice. They still stay alive in GSL. Another key will be crushed. And on this day, it is a Challenger's Day.
The only Challengers team that went out Omit.
Only Challengers team gone
is the Challengers champs.
Is the Challenger champ.
Mom, get the camera. Good grief, we wrapped up Bravo stream, and it has been a hell of a day. A great win there, Project Notorious, especially after the comeback of the loss against the Falcons at the very beginning of the day. It's very cool to bookends our day with Project Notorious and get to see the rise of the fall and then the rise, I suppose. Unfortunately for the Surge, though, the Tides are completely out, and they are gonzo ball out of this competition. Unfortunately, another CDL team eliminated. They will fall 13th through 16th, not walking away with a ton of cash there, Seymour.
Look, this is where a lot of the storylines become a little bit of fun. The one Challengers team that was supposed to do damage is the only Challenger team that is out of the running.
and they lose to Cloud9 of all teams, the one team that has been clowned on all year for not just their placings, but for their roster, for everything. They have proven themselves a spot in EWC more than some other CDL teams.
Well, big question for me. I thought Cammy played fantastic today. I mean, we know we had this big conversation before the broadcast and even on the broadcast about the move from Beans to Cammy, because Beans gets picked up by G2. He's out of here. And so they got to pick up somebody. Cammy made a lot of sense. And we had this big question. Is it a vertical movement or a lateral movement? Looks like at least a lateral movement to me, Bryce.
I would agree with you, but I would also say I think maybe Johnny played better that series. So I'm going to just stick that one in there as well. Yeah, I mean, I'll give all credit to Cammy all the time, knowing him as long as they have. I love the guy as well, but fantastic series. I just felt like Johnny was maybe a little bit better in place, but both playing fantastic, so it's all wins.
That's why you picked up Johnny. I mean, he is that one player through Challengers that's always talked about when we see him go to CDL teams, is how much he can elevate these squads when he's playing at his best. That right there is the Johnny that people love to talk about and to love to see play. So for it to happen at EWC on LAN, it's just great to see him finding form.
Yeah, no, 100%. And hey, it's just good to see them all finding form, right? This is the kind of the benefit of it, is that, we want to see them do very well as it goes through. But hey, that is a kind of a record day of seeing them get through into the bracket. So many of the talent teams have done so. And hey, Project Notorious joining the ranks.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what we talked about before, too. CDL teams were able to pick up our overload, and other than that, not much else. Talk to me, Project Notorious, they pick up 2 hard points and look pretty dang clean. Expected or a bit of a surprise?
I mean, who chows Project Notorious on Sake these days? If you do your homework on these guys, that's exactly where they want to go. No Colossus, no problem. Sake's the next one up for this squad. I don't want to even see what they can do on a frequency, because that is just a recipe for Eric Boom and Snoopy to do whatever the heck they want to do on a map like that. But you chow them on Sake, you learn pretty quickly and why teams were pretty much auto-vetoing Colossus and Sake against a team like Project Notorious back in the Challenger side. Vancouver, they just got taught a lesson.
Yeah, is that a miss in the picks and bans, do you feel like? Is that like maybe a big ticket for Surge, or just total outclass?
I mean, to be fair, it was just a total outclass regardless. So, I don't know. I think it's one of the cases here that sometimes you veto what you feel good at, especially when it comes to that mix of CDO and challengers. You'll have the map records and stuff, but you won't know it as innately. Like, if you speak to any kind of coach and team in the CDL, they already kind of know what their vetoes are basically going to be before they go into most series. A little bit different when you're playing against challengers teams. You haven't played them that often. You don't get to watch every bit of VOD on them, and you won't have prepared as heavily for them as you will of everybody else.
And as much as we kind of talk about Project Notorious, I do got to say about the Surge, even at the end of this, I think the back end of that series, we saw a lot better of a team. And we saw a lot of those individuals show, why they did get a shot on a team like Vancouver Surge. I think that Mamba had a great overload. Lunars had a great overload. Craze, he turned up in that hard point as well to really showcase that, these guys, as much as, it's going to feel bad that they're out, I don't think they ended on as low of a note as it might look.
Sure. I mean, let's take a look back on the overall match again. It goes to 4, and it felt like Project Notorious were in complete control other than the overload. Kicking things off in the hard point, though, it did go back and forth enough to where it was an interesting match. Seymour, right back to you. I mean, when we looked at the first hard point, was there any big standout performers that really took things over? I think it's quite obvious.
It was Johnny. This guy was doing quite literally whatever the heck he wanted to do on this map. Just look at the scoreline. Look at his time in the hill. I mean, he could do nothing wrong on this Sake. And that goes into the Search and Destroy. It just continues to be the case. I think you just have these subs really leading with example for Project Notorious, and it's exactly what you need to see on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny really took over throughout most of this series, so it was cool to see stat lines like that. Of course, on the other side, really, it felt like Surge actually were able to find a decent amount of kills in S&D, but unfortunately, they couldn't clutch up in that moment, Bryce. And so as we wrapped up S&D, it was over and over again. We just kept hearing the crazy call of, hey, Notorious, they're just clutching.
No, 100%. Apart from that one there where Eric Boone went for a crazy chow. But the rest of the time, pretty good. It was just getting those trays really efficiently done here throughout those maps here. Of course, the overload, it wasn't very good. It didn't really get moving at any point. The EMP didn't look as dangerous as it did in Surge's hands. But hey, that's just one map, and realistically, the score is still 3-1.
Yeah, and again, it felt like Project Notorious really just couldn't get real estate on the map. Again, finding a decent amount of kills here and there. Surge basically in complete control of this map in this round.
I gotta say, I mean, there was a moment where Project Notorious were in flow state for this den. It was the rotation from P2, 3, 4 in that second set of hills that they just could not be broken. Vancouver Surge, they kind of replicated that in the third set of hills, and it got a little bit closer, but you saw for Project Notorious, all they needed to do was trust in their P2s, and as soon as they locked down those P2s, they shut you out of the series.
Well, there's a look at the celebrations there from Project Notorious that were certainly loud and well-earned. And, of course, we end with Cammy's because we've got Cammy in the booth. Project Notorious, my man Cammy, congratulations on a big match win. I know the day at the very beginning started a bit rough. Really looked like you all made final form here in the end. How does it feel to get that match win?
It's good. It's good. I think we definitely thought we were going to win that, to be honest. Obviously, starting off today against Falcons, they've been a good team recently, so we knew it was going to be a hard match. And we did play pretty decent, to be honest. We just kind of threw the game away when we had the good spots, and against those teams, you can't really do that. Yeah. But I'm glad we bounced back in this game and played really, really good COD for a majority of it, to be honest.
And even you yourself, it's been quite a crazy year, start to finish.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about the end of champs into now and the journey it's been to you. Like, what's been it like the past 2 weeks?
Yes, it's been good. Playing with these guys, something different. Obviously, yeah, disappointing last couple of events for myself, especially with like the middle of the year. Like I feel like I really started to turn it around and played really good this year. So that was pretty disappointing, but I'm happy to be with these guys and get the opportunity to be here, and I just got to do the most with it.
You certainly do. All right, Cammy, talk to me about the Overload.
Yeah.
What happened? What went wrong?
To be honest with you, I think we were just on Mars. Overall, it's quite hard when like you start down, and we just gave a couple stupid caps away, to be honest. So it's just something we got to work on. Same thing against Falcons. We were in good positions and threw it. And then that game was just really sloppy, to be honest. We were wrapping the ball the wrong times.
A lot, yeah.
Not realizing when they were wrapping the ball. Yeah, I think our comms were just a bit mid, and then we obviously started down. So we were kind of just chasing the game and playing into them.
Fair enough.
Yeah, totally fair. And last question from me. What's it like to get the call from the boys here and say, hey, we're going to EWC, you win? What was that moment like? What was your answer like?
I was very happy because I was absolutely devastated not being able to qualify with my old team. So, you know, getting the call to come here. And I mean, these guys are good, you know, they've been doing well this year. So I knew it would be quite easy to fit in with them, to be honest. So I was gassed to come play with these boys.
And for your last series, I mean, in the GSL bracket, like, what is the mindset for you guys? Where do you guys think you guys can hit that next level and shut down some of these other CDL teams?
Yeah, definitely. I think we're probably really strong against, you know, the bottom 6 teams. I think we have a really, really good chance against those teams. It's just the top 6, we just got to make sure on the day that we play like our best game, because you can't afford to play poor against those teams.
All right, fair enough. Hey, Cammy, congratulations again, my friend. Any final words for the broadcast? Anybody want to shout out? Or
No, I mean, shout out P7, obviously, our Project Notorious, sorry for letting me come here. And yeah, shout out all the people watching back home. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Cammy, Project Notorious. Fantastic interview and a massive win. Excited to see what they're able to do as Surge are kicked out of this competition. All right, well, we got to wrap up the day, man. We got brackets on brackets. Actually, only 2 of them, but really important stuff here on main, because look at what's happened on the other side. FaZe Clan advanced to the playoffs. They moved to the next round. Same with G2 after picking up the Gentlemates win. And then down at the bottom, of course, Gentlemates versus the Pit. And then Movistar Koi and Cloud9 are the decider matches on this Group A, Mr. Bryce.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, no kind of shocks are there at the top of it as well. But I mean, the Gentlemates game will be very interesting after that 3-0 they just took at the same time. But hey, on the Group B, it looks just as interesting.
Yeah, certainly just as interesting, because guess what's happened in the meantime? Optic Gaming lost a matchup against 100 Thieves, so things changing on that side. Group B, pretty interesting. 100 Thieves up, and then Heretics and Falcons are playing right now on that A stream.
Falcons, again, just beating the odds after a fantastic champs run. 100 Thieves changing the narrative after bowing out in a poor performance, taking down the defending champs of EWC, the runner-up of champs. And they're going to be walking in now to Project Notorious after their wins. That's going to be an interesting match.
Yeah, 100%. Team War still waiting on the loser of that matchup. And then Optic Gaming, Project Notorious, like you mentioned, really going to be a fun one to watch as well. Could we see some more upsets, some more shocks, some more CDL teams getting kicked out of here? that would certainly be wild to see with the pedigree that Optic has. But as we wrap up the day, this is Bryce's favorite part, okay? We've got to crush some keys. Some teams have been eliminated. We had 16, and we've lost 4 of them already throughout the course of our Bravo stream. I think we've casted over all of them at this point, which is pretty cool to see. So I think we've got footage of those keys getting crushed here in just a second. We're going to roll those and take a look at it, which, again, is just such a cool part of this competition here at EWC.
I still can't believe that Omid's the only challenger team that we're crushing today. Like, I truly thought that this Omid team was going to step up, but it's really, truly unfortunate. That's just the way that COD goes sometimes. It's ruthless.
100%, man. COD never goes to script. That's just the way it works. And Bryce, certainly a surprise. Some of the others, maybe not so much.
No, not so much. I mean, obviously, that's a little bit of a draw. I'll call it that one in a nice way there for Project Notorious against Optic tomorrow. Unfortunately, that is like one of the worst draws you could possibly get, in my opinion. But that's what happened early on. That's how the bracket has fallen. That's how you're going to get through here. Also, on a note here, realistically, they should let me crush the keys. You give me a really big hammer, and I could save you all the machinery costs. It's a wonderful machine. It looks brilliant, and they won't let me go through. But hey, wouldn't it be great if I could? I don't know if I could crush it with my bare hands. I might have to use some sort of leverage, but I think, you know, I could do that. That'd be great.
I saw you push Nameless. I know you got the force to do it.
I don't know. Those keys are real sturdy, okay? Like, very difficult to break in any way. I think you could chuck them across the room and they're not even going to dent. They might hit the ground. So, a tough play there. The key crushers are super cool, though. And Seymour, I'm pumped to see some keys crushed because, again, if there's no stakes in this competition besides prize money, I like seeing things destroyed. It kind of emulates the hopes and dreams of some of these teams that have been eliminated.
That's really dark.
Well, you know.
That's really dark.
That's why they bring me on here. I got to be the doom and gloom guy while you guys get all the hype calls. So it's a lot of fun.
But, I mean, you're right. I think that even Bryce, you know, you put a lot of emphasis on the fact that, like, this is the end of the road for a lot of these teams. It's the last event of the year before we have Modern Warfare 4. It's going to be a long 3 months for some of these teams, especially the CDL teams that we're crushing today. That is going to be a lot of conversation. I'm sure the community is going to have their opinions on what's going to happen to these teams.
Yeah.
But, you know, to see your key crushed, it's really heartbreaking that we get teams that need to turn up after they don't show up to champs and they just can't piece it together at the end of the year. It's going to be an interesting roster mania.
Well, yeah, I was about to say that brings up a whole nother conversation about roster mania that we can't really get into yet. So I do want to take a moment while we're waiting on some of this footage here about those keys getting crushed or potentially doing it live, maybe. Bryce, let's take a look back on just generally the day. Any of big moments from the day that were some of your favorites looking back? Yes, the upsets, but also some things that went well or highlight level plays.
I mean, my food delivery was pretty good, but no, I think realistically, just seeing the level of competition, day one was not disappointing, is the wrong word, but a lot of 3-0s never really sets the blood on fire. Today, it was very much different. It was back and forth between multiple teams, from challengers to the CDL, and that's really what you want to see here. It should be the highest level of Call of Duty you see all year, right at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some map 5s. We saw frequency for the first time since Black Ops 4, I think. So, yeah, Seymour, same question to you. What was maybe your favorite moment throughout the course of today's broadcast?
I love that map. Like,
that was your favorite moment?
I love that map so much. I was waiting all year to see it. The fact that we almost didn't get to cast over it, I was a little bit upset about it. But no, I think that, you know, it's great to see like the vindication for challengers. I think yesterday it was disappointing that it was 3-0s, a 3-1 for Team War. You know that these teams, after watching them grow throughout the year, has so much potential. These individuals have been vying for a spot in the league. A lot of them want to turn heads at this moment right now. The Pro-Am was underwhelming. Nobody made it to the bracket. So I'm really hoping that we just get to see that level broken, just like we had last year at EWC. It was special when Omid took down the FaZe Clan Dynasty. So I want to see more moments like that this year.
Sure. I mean, you guys have been casting over challengers for a long time now, and just generally been casting over COD for a long time. So this is a great moment for some of these challengers teams to say, hey, we're top 12, but we want a lot more than that. So yeah, Bryce, I mean, of the 3 remaining challenger teams, did one look better than the others? Was Team Wars 3-0 more impressive than one of the other wins?
I think Team Wars 3-0 was probably the most impressive, but I was trying to think of it how I rank all of them going forward in this. I think the Pit performed better than I maybe ever thought they would be. There were times when I was worried about them going forward, but hey, they got there. Project Notorious, again, that was a great win for them going forward.
Little bit disappointed they've got to play Optic. That is very much David versus Goliath going into this one. And, you know, Team War, I mean, what can you say about absolutely destroying the breach?
Yeah, it really wasn't all that close. And a great interview from Flames that was basically like, hey, I think we can take down half the league at least. So that puts them well past top 12. So same question to you, feeling Team War?
The issue is, it's like, now that you're into the second round of GSL, half the league is gone.
Yeah.
So it's like, now you're playing the other half, and the competition just gets harder and harder. I think you look at a couple of teams that are facing elimination, like big surprise for G2, 3-0ing the Gentlemates after a roster change. Big elevation for G2 at the end of the year. Gentlemates are going to have the hometown crowd. The hometown crowd wasn't happy to see them go into the lower brackets. So, you know, there's going to be a little fire under that team. And it's going to make it hard for teams like Team War to take down this next level. It's why we were kind of asking them, it's like, where does it go from here for these guys? And realistically, in a moment like this, like, you can prep as much as you want, you can know these teams as much as you want and be as good at the game as you want, but it's just showing up on the day for these guys that is really going to be the difference maker against CDL teams who are going to be just more experienced, more practiced in those moments.
Totally fair, and I'm glad you brought up the Gentlemates because, yeah, they're going to be playing tomorrow, and they're playing for their life in this tournament, and frankly, they need the points. We got to remember, yes, there's 1.8 million on the line, but there's also Club Championship points, and Gentlemates are not on this first page. They're only at 400, so they desperately need the points to jump this leaderboard, whereas a team like the Falcons that we started with today, who things are going well for them, they're literally in a match right now, potentially winning that match to push them up into a top 8 position. They need some points as well to maintain a top of the leaderboard position.
And the thing is, though, is like G2 is just one of those teams that, you know, you win Warzone, nobody saw that coming. And, you know, beans for skies. Like, who would have thought that is going to be what changes this squad to maybe even push G2 up this leaderboard? Well, like, that is such a crazy narrative.
Well, it's also worth mentioning here, folks, if you don't know how this works, you have to get a win, which G2 has, right? They have 1,000 points now after they got their win, but they also need 2 top 8 place finishes throughout the course of EWC. They have 1,000 here. They make it to top 8 now. This is a big move for G2 on our Club Championships leaderboard as well.
That and 100 Thieves right above you. I mean, that's just one of those things where 100 Thieves, Bryce, you said it, like, there's no way they go back-to-back events and have a poor performance, and you take down Optic Gaming, like, that is the step that you're looking for this team.
Yeah, I mean, that instills a ton of confidence if you're 100 Thieves after a brutal champs making it here and taking down Optic.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, this is a potential mammoth amount of points up for grabs between these two, and I would say, you know, it wouldn't surprise me to see the Thieves do absolute work here. I think they're now probably back in the running for one of the favorites going down. I mean, already being Optic Gaming is massive for them as well. Obviously, going down into the bracket is going to be a different story. But for me, I think coming into it with this one, I mean, the other side of it we didn't really speak about. Right at the bottom there, there's a little cheeky team there, it's a little FaZe clan. Hey, that's the defending world champions.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're defending champions of the world, and they have 200 points right now in our Club Championships ranking. So if they were to somehow win on this whole thing, not somehow, it's certainly possible after their success recently, that's 1,000 points going their way as well. Still need a top 8 finish, not sure exactly which games they have left. So yeah, some fun conversations for the Club Championships. Again, Black Ops 7, it feels isolated at some points because we all come from the Call of Duty world, but it is a part of a much larger puzzle that is Esports World Cup 2026. It's been a fantastic day here on the Bravo stream. Crazy to say this is the last and only day of the Bravo stream. It's going to be all alpha, or I guess the mainstream going forward. So I do want to take a moment while we're waiting on those keys to be crushed. Seymour, kind of any words for the broadcast, mate? We had a great day today of competition. 5 matches casted. You both crushed it. And of course, that Enigma guy is pretty good too.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Nobody looked as good as FaZe. I think that is really the case here. Optic looked a little scary on the hard points, but they're search and destroy. They lost to Team War. They lose to 100 Thieves today in a Game 5 fashion. Like, FaZe just looked like they are the dominant world champions. Like, it was a toss-up between them and Optic after champs, but I don't think that's a question in my mind anymore. FaZe just looked too good.
Well, I do want to keep talking about FaZe, but we've got our key crushes. Vancouver Surge actually going to go there and get crushed first. Bryce, you got to talk me through this amazing mechanism.
Well, I mean, they've actually improved this machine year on year. This is probably the best one it's ever looked to and go through, but that is a absolute ton of pressure going through to take this key out. I've always kind of wanted to look at one of these crush keys a little bit closer to see exactly what they're made of going into it, but yeah, that is a devastating piece of machinery, and it is just indicative of crushing the dreams of all of these. As you can see, Team War getting the crusher key today.
I mean, there's just shards. It doesn't just get crushed. It gets like split in half and then explodes at the end there, Seymour.
It's like, it's pretty ruthless here to see these keys get crushed after knocking a team out of the entire bracket. It's like rubbing salt in the wound. And for Eric Boom, I mean, that was a devilish smile at the end. He loved it. He liked it too much.
Yeah, there's another one.
Oh, that's Breach's key.
See ya later, Boston Breach. Out of the competition, key crushed. Cloud9 gets to crush a key here, Bryce.
Yeah, they take down Omits. Oh, that's a big one to take as well. I imagine if you are a player or a manager of one of these teams, you're not watching your key get taken away. Just a reminder of it going through, but yeah, this is the visceral end, literally. A cracking of everything you have achieved so far, reduced to nothing but a paperweight.
You know that over where the Club Championship trophy is, there's just a boneyard of these keys. You can literally walk over to glass. It's like one of the coolest scenes.
Yeah.
2 thumbs up there for Cloud9.
The Boulevard of Broken Keys, as it was dubbed earlier.
That's right.
On. Carolina Royal Ravens also going at the hand of our LCQ champions in the pit, the team that had to go the extra step just to get here in a gauntlet against other challenger teams just days ago. They were the first ones in Paris out of any of these squads, as they had to get a little bit extra games in before they got here. And that one was probably the most crazy one.
That is savage. Well, our keys have been crushed. Teams sent home. But we still have a tournament on our hands. What a fantastic day here with the Bravo stream.
I gotta say, too, before we close out, everybody were doubters of Cloud9.
That's right.
Myself included. I mean, this is a team that nonstop got bad-talked all year long by everybody. Other CDL teams, the community, the chat, talent, like, we all were doubters of this Cloud9 team.
Yeah.
They're the only team to not get knocked out by a Challengers team today.
It's so true. It's a great point. Watch out for Cloud9. Who knows? They've had some crazy upsets in the past, folks. Bryce, this is the end of our broadcast. I do want to give you a moment. Any final words, as we had a great day of competition, but this will be the end for us.
No, I don't think so. I think the gameplay speaks for itself, and I'm looking forward to watching the rest of the tournament.
Gameplay speaks for itself, and your shirt speaks for itself. Shout out to Ton. Folks, we've had a blast around the Bravo stream, and Black Ops 7 here at EWC 2026 is not done yet. You all know how to get here. Same time, same place tomorrow, all on the main stream. A ton of fantastic games and more keys, and therefore hopes being crushed. But until then, unfortunately, we do have to bid you farewell, and a reminder that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. Thanks for tuning in.